Chapter 533. Chapter 533 of Ha left foot, or right foot Duaning Jun, was still in a daze when Ning Chi handed him over to Duan Feifei. Everyone's eyes were on Ning Chi. Some were gloating, some were mocking, and some were worried. "Senior brother Ning, you're back." Duan Feifei took Duaning Jun with a look of surprise on her face. "Rub his face." Ning Chi glanced at Duaning Jun's pig head and laughed. Duan Feifei blushed and rubbed Duaning Jun's face, using her battle energy to reduce the swelling. Mo Wenhui and the others didn't notice Ning Chi because Niu Dezhuang had just opened his mouth again and repeated the words that Duaning Jun had interrupted. "You're no match for young master." Mo Wenhui's murderous intent was ignited. He grinned at Niu Dezhuang. "I won't let you die so easily. Are you ready to face my wrath?" "This guy, I think he's crazy." Lu Chongqing looked down at Niu Dezhuang with a hint of mockery in his eyes. "You're really no match for my young master." Niu Dezhuang looked at Mo Wenhui seriously. "You're still so stubborn when you're about to die. Who does Ning Chi think he is? In my eyes, he's just a piece of trash like you. Once I'm done with you, it'll be his turn. The outer disciples nowadays are too arrogant. If I don't teach them a lesson, they'll fly to the sky." Mo Wenhui sneered. He stepped on Niu Dezhuang's face with the tip of his foot and ground it even harder. Niu Dezhuang let out a painful groan. "Move your foot away from his face." Suddenly, Mo Wenhui heard a faint voice from behind him. "Senior brother Ning, are you really going to offend Mo Wenhui for a guy who's not even a servant disciple? His personality is really hard to fathom." "Hee Ning Chi, do you really think you're invincible in the Cloud Rising sect? You dare to offend anyone? Let's see how you deal with this. It's fine if it's just Mo Wenhui, but Lu Chongqing is here too. There are 5 inner disciples here. Any one of them can easily crush you." Duan Tuning wore a cold smile on his face as he looked at Ning Chi mockingly. At the same time, he was disdainful of what Hua Wushang had said. He had said that the chances of Ning Chi returning to the Cloud Rising sect were very low. But now, it seemed that not only had Ning Chi returned, but his cultivation base had also increased. There were no other injuries on his body. How was Hua Wushang going to explain this? "Ning Chi, oh Ning Chi, can you still be so arrogant today?" The Miaoli people gloated. At this moment, there were many people who had the same thoughts as the two of them. All of them were outer court disciples who had one of their arms severed by Ning Chi. They didn't dare resent Ning Chi on the surface, but in their hearts they wanted to see Ning Chi suffer misfortune at all times. This was especially so for Lei Yong. When Ning Chi first entered the Cloud Rising sect, he had been humiliated by Ning Chi. Later on, he had his brush cut off. Not only that, he was even ambushed by Niu Dezhuang. His hatred for Niu Dezhuang had also been transferred to Ning Chi. When Bao Tu heard this, he looked in the direction of the voice and saw Ning Chi walking toward them. He couldn't help but be shocked. "Junior apprentice, brother Ning." Bao Tu smiled awkwardly. Ning Chi saw that Bao Tu looked familiar. They should have been to the Dry Bones Forbidden Ground together. He nodded at Bao Tu and looked at Mo Wenhui. "You're Ning Chi." Mo Wenhui's lips curled into a cold smile. Not only did he not move his leg away, but he also increased his strength. "Mas, young master." Niu Dezhuang was pleasantly surprised to see Ning Chi. "It's him." Lu Chongqing and his 2 lackeys' expressions changed slightly when they saw Ning Chi. They finally remembered when they had heard Ning Chi's name. As senior brother Zhong Yin had called him junior brother Ning, they didn't associate Ning Chi's name with the detestable fellow who had snatched the sky-splitting inner armor. "Yes, I'm Ning Chi." I said, "Move your leg away." Ning Chi said calmly, "Ha ha ha, you're just an outer court disciple. How dare you speak to me like this? Do you know who I am?" Mo Wenhui laughed maniacally and sent Niu Dezhuang flying with a heavy kick. He then walked in front of Ning Qi and stared at Ning Qi with eyes filled with killing intent. Senior brother Mo, forget it. Bao Tu came forward and persuaded. Get out of my way. Mo Wenhui shouted at Bao Tu impatiently. Bao Tu's face instantly turned ashen. He felt extremely humiliated. Mo Wenhui actually told him to get lost in front of so many outer court disciples. Bao Tu's lips curled into a cold smile, and he retreated to the side. Since you're courting death, it doesn't matter. I don't know who you are, Ning Qi said calmly. Mo Wenhui was slightly stunned. There was actually an outer court disciple who didn't know his name? That's impossible. That means this fellow is deliberately humiliating me. Mo Wenhui couldn't help but reveal a sinister smile. But I know that you can only save one leg today. Choose whichever one you want. Ning Qi's lips curled into a faint smile as he looked at Mo Wenhui. It's coming, it's coming. The one-armed crazy demon is actually planning to chop off an inner court disciple's leg today. Now the show is about to start. Those outer court disciples who had their arms chopped off by Ning Qi all revealed expressions of anticipation. They were looking forward to Ning Qi's miserable ending. Ha ha ha! Mo Wenhui laughed in anger. He looked at Ning Qi as if he was looking at a madman. You're just an outer court disciple, and you want to chop off my leg? Ha! I'm dying of laughter. Senior brother Lu, do you see that now? The deacon elders are only accepting stupid fellows. Is our cloud rising sect unable to recruit outer court disciples? His voice traveled very far. Wu Hu and Xia Bing, who were on the warship, could hear it. Both of their faces revealed traces of anger. However, Shinta Yuanba said indifferently, Don't be angry. Ning Qi will teach him a lesson. Hearing this, the two of them looked at Ning Qi with anticipation. Kid, you have to teach these inner court disciples a lesson. They don't even respect us, deacon elders. They're too arrogant. Wu, who transmitted his voice to Ning Qi. The laughter gradually stopped. Mo Wenhui looked coldly at Ning Qi. I heard that you're quite strong. Let me see what level your cultivation has reached. Don't worry. I'm only going to destroy your cultivation today. I won't take your life. Just as he finished speaking, a violent aura swept out from Ning Qi's body. Instantly, everyone's expression changed drastically. This aura, Peak Do Huang. Mo Wenhui's hair stood on end. He instinctively took a few steps back and looked at Ning Qi in disbelief. Why did he realize that Ning Qi's cultivation was stronger than his? Chapter 534. Chapter 534. An unexpected twist. Senior Ning's aura is so terrifying. Duan Feifei looked at Ning Qi in shock. At this moment, Duan Yingjun regained his senses. When he saw Ning Qi, a wild joy appeared on his face. Feifei, boss is back, Duan Yingjun said. I already knew. Duan Feifei rolled her eyes. Tai Bing and the people around her looked at Ning Qi in shock. Their eyes revealed a trace of disbelief. He's a Peak Do Huang. It seems like this aura is even thicker than the Peak Do Huangs I have seen before. A Peak Do Huang beside Tai Bing said somewhat bitterly. How can this be his cultivation? How can it be like this? Duan Tianning looked at Ning Qi with a dumbstruck expression as he muttered to himself. At this moment, everyone was shocked by the aura on Ning Qi's body. This naturally included Bao Tu, Lu Chongqing, and the others. Mo Wenhui, who was facing Ning Qi, could feel the terror of that aura. An outer disciple is actually a Peak Do Huang? No wonder Bao Tu kept saying that this person is not easy to deal with. Mo Wenhui's face was somewhat green as he looked at Ning Qi with fear. So what if you are a Peak Do Huang? I'm an inner sect disciple, and you're an outer sect disciple. There's a huge gap between our statuses. Now that senior brother Lu and the others are here, if you kneel down and apologize, I won't hold you responsible for your servant's sneak attack. Of course. He'll still be banished from the mountain. Hearing this, Everyone involuntarily looked at Lu Chongqing and the others. That's right. So what if Ning Qi's cultivation was similar to Mo Wenhui's? There was still Senior Lu. I heard that Senior Lu was a peak Do Huang who had stepped into the first stage of life and death. He should be able to deal with Ning Qi with just one hand, right? Ning Qi glanced at Lu Chongqing and smiled. He said to Mo Wenhui, "You want to use Lu Chongqing to pressure me? That's not enough. I will give you another chance. Do you want your left leg or your right? If you don't choose, you can forget about both your legs." Damn it. Do you really think I am afraid of you? Mo Wenhui was instantly enraged. He had already given Ning Qi a way out of this embarrassing situation, but Ning Qi didn't back down. Instead, Ning Qi was even more overbearing. After his anger subsided, his eyes suddenly flickered and he looked at Lu Chongqing. "Senior apprentice brother Lu, this boy even humiliated you. Tell me, should we cripple his cultivation base or hand him over to Elder Qingyi?" Everyone looked at Lu Chongqing expectantly. Duan Yingjun and the others were somewhat worried. They knew that Ning Qi was very strong, but could he really be stronger than Lu Chongqing, who had just entered the first stage of life and death? "Senior apprentice brother Lu, shall we go?" Lu Chongqing's two lackeys lowered their heads and transmitted their voices. They still remembered what Zhong Yin had said. Ning Qi was ranked 100th on the dragon rank, and even Fong Mo of the Fong family was not his opponent. And Lu Chongqing was at least 2 levels weaker than Fong Mo. "Senior apprentice brother Lu, what's wrong?" Mo Wenhui felt a little strange. Bao Tu looked at Mo Wenhui with ridicule in his eyes. After staring at Ning Qi for a few breaths of time, Lu Chongqing revealed a bitter smile. He cupped his hands together and said, "Junior apprentice brother Ning, long time no see." Ning Qi smiled slightly. "Junior apprentice brother Lu, how have you been?" I'm fine. Lu Chongqing smiled awkwardly. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. They were shocked by Lu Chongqing's attitude. Why was he speaking so nicely to Ning Qi? And even with a hint of fear? What was going on? So they know each other. Mo Wenhui's heart sank slightly. "Since you know senior apprentice brother Lu, then let's forget about this matter," Mo Wenhui said lightly. Even if he did not give Ning Qi face, he had to give Lu Chongqing face. After exchanging a few words with Lu Chongqing, Ning Qi looked at Mo Wenhui. "Forget it? Did I ask you to forget it? I gave you a chance, but you did not cherish it. Then leave your legs behind, and I will spare your life." "What do you mean? So what if you know senior apprentice brother Lu?" "Senior apprentice brother Lu, what do you think about this matter?" Mo Wenhui's killing intent soared, but because Lu Chongqing was present, he still asked for his opinion. Lu Chongqing said with a smile, "Just do as he says." As soon as he said that, the Yunfei square fell silent. One by one, the outer disciples looked at Lu Chongqing in astonishment and then at Ning Qi. They had never thought that the situation would change in such a way. Why did even Lu Chongqing stand on Ning Qi's side? What had happened behind the scenes that they did not know? Duan Tunying clenched his fists and stared at Ning Qi's back with hatred. Damn it! Why does Lu Chongqing have to give him face? Why? Those who had their arms cut off by Ning Qi and were gloating over Lu Chongqing's misfortune retreated a little, looking at Ning Qi and Lu Chongqing in shock and uncertainty. I didn't expect that even Lu Chongqing has to give him face. This guy is still an outer disciple. A bitter smile appeared on the Miaoli people's faces. Do as he says? Lu Chongqing, are you crazy? I'm an inner disciple and he's an outer disciple. What is it that makes you want to please him so much? You're a disgrace to us inner disciples. Mo Wenhui was furious. He took a dozen steps back and scolded Lu Chongqing angrily. Shut up, Mo Wenhui. What does senior brother Lu do? It's none of your business. Lu Chongqing's two lackeys immediately started to verbally attack Mo Wenhui. Bao Tu looked at Mo Wenhui with a mocking gaze and said in a low voice, "Didn't you ask for it?" Although his voice wasn't loud, Mo Wenhui could still hear him. Mo Wenhui looked at Bao Tu, and Bao Tu looked back at him fearlessly. All right. I will naturally look for Elder Qingyi to clarify this matter today. All of you, just you wait." Mo Wenhui glanced at Ning Qi and Lu Chongqing with a venomous gaze. He knew that Lu Chongqing was on Ning Qi's side now. If they really fought, he would not be able to gain any advantage. Therefore, he planned to leave first. When he found Elder Qingyi, he would let Ning Qi know the difference between an inner disciple and an outer disciple. At the same time, it's so lively. More inner disciples arrived. Everyone raised their heads to look. When Mo Wenhui saw the figure in the sky, his face revealed a joyful expression, and he shouted, "Senior Zhongyin! Senior Zhongyin, come down quickly. Lu Chongqing and the others are working together with the outer disciples to humiliate the inner disciples. Senior Zhongyin, please come and judge." "There's such a thing." Zhongyin's face revealed a trace of doubt as he landed beside Mo Wenhui. Mo Wenhui saw this and grinned at Ning Qi and Lu Chongqing. "You're dead." Zhongyin? That was a peak Do Huang who had stepped into the third life and death stage. He was one of the few experts among the inner disciples. The group of outer disciples once again felt the thrill of riding a roller coaster. It seemed that this matter would not be so easily resolved. When did the sect have another peak Do Huang? Zhongyin involuntarily looked at Ning Qi. His face revealed a shocked and joyful expression. "Junior Ning." Zhongyin took a few steps forward and affectionately said. Seeing this scene, Mo Wenhui's face revealed a look of despair. Chapter 535. Chapter 535. Chapter 535. So protective. Zhongyin warmly said to Ning Qi, "Junior apprentice brother Ning, last time you said that you were busy and didn't have time to attend our gathering. Come with me. The few of them have long wanted to get to know a heaven's chosen one, like junior apprentice brother Ning." Within such a short period of time, his cultivation has actually broken through from a 7-star Do Huang to the peak of the Do Huang class. He is indeed worthy of being Junior Ning. Ning Qi smiled and said, "Senior brother Zhong, I have something to deal with here." "Oh." When Zhongyin heard this, he immediately looked at Mo Wenhui. "Is there a misunderstanding between you and Junior brother Ning?" Senior brother Zhong. Mo Wenhui's expression was extremely ugly. If one were to say that he hardened his heart, he would still be able to compete with Lu Chongqing. However, when facing Zhongyin, he did not even have the thought of competing. After all, Zhongyin was a peak Do Huang who had stepped into the third life and death gate. He could suppress him to death with just one hand. Bao Tu looked at Mo Wenhui mockingly and explained what had happened. After Zhongyin heard this, he stood to the side with a smile and said to Ning Qi, "Junior apprentice brother Ning, I'll wait for you to finish your business before we leave." When everyone heard this, they couldn't help but look at Mo Wenhui with pity. "Who asked you to be so ignorant?" Lu Chongqing looked at Mo Wenhui and sneered in his heart. "Young master." Niu Dezhuang rested on the ground for a short while, and his injuries had already recovered by 20 to 30%. He walked to Ning Qi's side in high spirits. This was the terrifying part of the god of war technique and the god of war body. The heavier the injury, the faster the recovery speed. As long as one was still breathing, they wouldn't die. This is a recovery speed that surpasses ordinary people by tens or even hundreds of times. Ning Qi was secretly surprised. Even the life dragon horn he had obtained only increased his HP recovery rate by tenfold. Ning Qi looked at Niu Dezhuang and glanced at his attributes. He discovered that he had already entered the peak of the true stage for war god body. It probably wouldn't be long before he broke through to the true stage 5. This kind of cultivation speed made Ning Qi, quite envious, as expected of someone with the bloodline of the mighty Titan. Thinking of this, Ning Qi nodded at Niu Dezhuang and then looked at Mo Wenhui. Do you want me to do it, or do you want to do it? Senior Brother Zong. When Mo Wenhui saw that Zhong Yin was ignoring him and Ning Qi was standing defenseless in front of him, he gritted his teeth and attacked Ning Qi. Die. An inner disciple cannot be humiliated. A dark, purple fighting spirit gushed out of Mo Wenhui's body like hundreds of poisonous snakes, interweaving into an inescapable net, covering Ning Qi's head. Solidification of Do Qi. This is our cloud-rising sex Earth, rank, mid-grade martial skill. Odd snake palm. At this moment, even a small mountain would be crushed into pieces. I don't know how Senior Apprentice Brother Ning will resist Mo Wenhui's move. Zhong Yin's lips curled into a mocking smile as he looked at Mo Wenhui. Even Fang Mo wasn't a match for Ning Qi. So how could Mo Wenhui overturn the heavens? Good timing. Ning Qi laughed wildly and slapped his palm towards Mo Wenhui. Roar. A dragon roar resounded. Via Silver Dragon instantly flew out of Ning Qi's palm and destroyed the inescapable net condensed from Duki, like breaking dry weeds and smashing into Mo Wenhui's body. Mo Wenhui spat out a mouthful of blood, and his entire body was sent flying hundreds of feet away. The outer disciples behind him quickly moved away to avoid being hit by Mo Wenhui. What kind of martial skill is this? Mo Wenhui was in disbelief. Even if Ning Qi's cultivation was higher than his, it shouldn't be this terrifying. He couldn't even take one move from Ning Qi. Mo Wenhui then landed heavily on the ground. He rolled a dozen times in a sorry state. Even I can't block this palm. Zhong Yin looked at Ning Qi in a daze and took a deep breath. I've said it before, you're not a match for young master. Niu Dezhuang looked at Mo Wenhui and said in a low voice, on the warship, this Ning Qi fellow is too strong. Wu Hu's heart skipped a beat. In his heart, he replaced himself with Mo Wenhui and stood in front of Ning Qi. The result of the practice was actually a 50-50 chance of winning. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Xia Bing. At this moment, Xia Bing's face also revealed a shocked expression. Ning Qi slowly walked to Mo Wenhui's side and looked down at him. Ning Qi, we have a misunderstanding about this matter. Mo Wenhui revealed a smile and was prepared to beg for mercy. In his opinion, his identity as an inner sect disciple had admitted defeat to Ning Qi. No matter what, Ning Qi shouldn't take his legs, right? I originally wanted to cut off your legs, but seeing that you're remorseful now, Ning Qi looked at Mo Wenhui and smiled faintly. When Mo Wenhui heard this, a trace of joy rose in his heart. As long as he could escape today, he would have a chance to regain the dignity that he lost today from Ning Qi. Kacha! A crisp sound came from his leg, followed by a bone-piercing pain. Kacha! There was another sound. Mo Wenhui looked at his broken legs in anger. He suppressed the anger in his heart and didn't dare to look at Ning Qi. He was afraid that Ning Qi would see the hatred in his eyes. Ning Qi glanced at Mo Wenhui in disappointment, then turned and walked towards Zhong Yin. Senior brother, if you don't mind, come to my courtyard and have a seat. This all right. Zhong Yin nodded. He suddenly didn't want to introduce Ning Qi to those people. He had to firmly establish a good relationship with such an existence. Boss, you're really amazing. Duan Yingjun walked over with a pig's head and a proud look. He looked like he deserved a beating. However, after this incident, no outer sect disciple would dare to provoke Duan Yingjun anymore. After all, Ning Qi was such a protective person. For the servant beside him, he could actually break the legs of an inner sect disciple. Other than him, there was no one else in the cloud-rising sect, right? After Ning Qi and the others left, Bao Tu walked over to Mo Wenhui with a trace of pity in his eyes. Today, Mo Wenhui had not only lost his legs, but his dignity and reputation. As an inner disciple, he had been defeated by Ning Qi in a single move in front of so many outer disciples. It was too embarrassing. I have already advised you, Bao Tu said indifferently. Then he didn't wait for Mo Wenhui to react and left. Senior brother, let's go too? Lu Chongqing's two lackeys said softly. Lu Chongqing nodded and hesitated for a moment. Let's go take a mission. We shouldn't stay in the cloud rising sect for this period of time. He was still thinking about Ning Qi's palm. The aura was so strong. Such a martial technique was probably at least heaven inferior grade. Let's go too. Shinta Yuanba smiled faintly. Come to my courtyard and have a seat. All right. Wu Hu smiled and nodded. Seeing this, Xia Bing controlled the worship and flew in the direction of the courtyard. At this moment, the crowd of outer disciples on the flying cloud plaza finally recovered from their astonishment. They inhaled deeply and cast pitiful gazes at Mo Wenhui, who was standing not far away. Enduring the pain, Mo Wenhui urged his Do Chi to soar into the sky and fly toward the inner gate. Chapter 536. Chapter 536 of the Di, the True Disciple, appears Shinta Yuanba, was filled with emotions as he stood in his courtyard again. Brother Shintu, your courtyard is not bad. The supreme heavenly swine patted Shinta Yuanba's shoulder with a smile. The huge force caused Shinta Yuanba's feet to sink into the ground. Shinta Yuanba looked at him with a bitter smile. The supreme heavenly swine reacted, laughed dryly, and changed the topic. At this moment, Ning Qi walked in with the rest. Master. Ning Qi cupped his hands at Shinta Yuanba. Zhongyin smiled and cupped his hands. I am Zhongyin. Greetings, Elder Shintu. Then he glanced at the venerable celestial swine and was taken aback. There was a tinge of fear in his eyes. He could tell that the venerable celestial swine was not a human. No human would be as ugly as him. Master. Duan Yingjun and Duan Feifei ran to Xiaobing's side. Xiaobing looked at the two of them and nodded. Shinta Yuanba looked at Ning Qi and nodded. Seeing that there were many people around, he smiled at Ning Qi. Disciple, take out your delicious food to entertain us. Yes. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. Not long after, the outer sect disciples outside the courtyard smelled a tempting aroma coming from Shinta Yuanba's courtyard. They swallowed their saliva in envy. They were curious about what Ning Qi had gotten this time. Duan Tianning clenched his fists. When he thought of Duan Feifei and Duan Yingjun being lovey-dovey inside, he was filled with hatred. After a while, he turned and walked towards the inner sect. He wanted to find Hua Wushang and ask why Ning Qi was not dead yet, but before he walked halfway, he met Hua Wushang and Hua Shiri. At this moment, the two of them were following behind a young man, respectfully. Who is this? I have never seen him before. Duan Tianning's eyes suddenly narrowed. Even though he didn't recognize the young man who seemed to be only 23 or 24 years old, just by looking at how respectful Hua Shi was, this young man's background was definitely not simple. Could it be that they're here to cause trouble for Ning Qi? Thinking of that, Duan Tianning intentionally revealed himself so that Hua Wushang could see him. However, he ignored Duan Tianning. He and Hua Shiri clustered around the youth and walked past Duan Tianning, not even looking at him. Duan Tianning felt very humiliated. After thinking for a moment, he thickened his skin and followed them. Brat, you're not bad. Your appetite is comparable to mine. Come, let's finish this. Supremacy Tianju seemed to have found a confidant, pulling Niu Dezhuang along to drink. Niu Dezhuang cultivated the god of war technique, the god of war body, and he had the bloodline of the Herculean Titan. In terms of appetite, he was not inferior to the venerable heavenly pig. In fact, he was slightly better. Junior apprentice Brother Ning, what is the origin of that person? Zhong Yin asked Ning Qi in a low voice as he ate the whole roast cow. His name is Supremacy, Heavenly Swine. Ning Chi laughed. Supremacy, Heavenly Swine? Zhong Yin frowned slightly, but suddenly his face turned pale. Ning Chi saw this and asked curiously, Senior Apprentice Brother Zhong, have you heard of him? At that moment, Supremacy, Heavenly Swine happened to look at Zhong Yin. Zhong Yin hurriedly smiled and said, I've never heard of him. I just feel that the title is very powerful. Ning Chi was a little suspicious. Well, we should leave too. The man and two women who came out of the Draconic Penitentiary with Duan Baoshan hesitated for a moment and walked in front of Ning Chi. Ning Chi knew that the man was called Cha Nan, a disciple of the Nine-State Empire's Jiagong residence. The two women were disciples of a first-rate sect in Dongxian. Duan Baoshan looked at the three of them and had no intention of asking them to stay. Ning Chi smiled and said, If that's the case, then take care. Yes, thank you, Brother Ning and everyone else. If you come to the Nine-State Empire, the three of us will definitely welcome you. Cha Nan laughed dryly. Then he led the two women towards the gate of the courtyard. At that moment, the gate suddenly exploded. The three of them hurriedly dodged to the side and looked at the newcomer in shock. Everyone looked towards the gate. Shinta Yuanba's face was gloomy. He had just returned to the sect. And who was it that did not give him face and came looking for trouble? Hua Shiri, Hua Wushang. That guy's Aura! Supremacy, Heavenly Swine's eyes immediately stopped on the young man, his heart filled with fear. Hua Shiri, what do you mean by this? Wu Hu said angrily. Hua Shiri glanced at Wu, who coldly, then at Shinta Yuanba and Ning Chi. He sneered in his heart and did not speak, but looked at the young man in front of him. Who are you? As the owner of this place, Shinta Yuanba could see that Hua Shiri and Hua Wushang were led by the young man, so he asked in a clear voice. At the same time, he was a little confused. He seemed to have never seen him in the Rising Cloud sect. He seems to have come with ill intentions. Cha Nan and the other two thought in their hearts. At this moment, Duan Tianning had also arrived at the gate. Other than him, some outer sect disciples were attracted over, including a few deacon elders and ordinary elders. The young man ignored Shinta Yuanba and looked at Ning Chi indifferently. You are Ning Chi? What's the matter? Ning Chi frowned and said, You have seen Suzhen before? The young man continued. Suzhen? Purple Sun, Sword Emperor? Ning Chi reacted. Shinta Yuanba had mentioned this name in the purple Thorn Dragon Valley previously. Looks like you have indeed seen him before. The young man sneered and grabbed Ning Chi with his large hand. Almost instantly, Ning Chi was restrained. Supremacy, Heavenly Swine moved, but everyone only saw a blur before Supremacy, Heavenly Swine, was sent flying. Hua Wushang's face revealed an ecstatic expression as he looked at Ning Chi, gloating. Let's see if you can still be arrogant with a direct disciple personally taking action this time. What a frightening aura. He is a Dozun. Moreover, his cultivation is not low. He is definitely not an ordinary Dozun. So young could he be? Direct disciple? Shinta Yuanba and the rest had a frightening guess. So strong. Ning Chi will not be able to escape this time, right? Duan Tianning looked at this scene with ecstasy. The remaining outer sect disciples revealed a shocked expression. Those deacon elders could not help but look at each other curiously. Where did this young man come from? You are a direct disciple? Shinta Yuanba said in a deep voice. When the young man heard the words direct disciple, he nodded and said indifferently, Indeed, I am a direct disciple under Elder Beihong, Yin Changzai. Hiss! Everyone inhaled a breath of cold air as they looked at Yin Changzai in fear. A direct disciple had actually appeared? Ning Chi, this fellow, had even offended a direct disciple? Many revealed a gloating smile. Direct disciple? I wonder if there is any grudge between us? Although Ning Chi was restrained, his mouth could still move. No, Yin Changzai said indifferently. Then why are you doing this? Ning Qi said coldly, because you've seen Sujin before. He didn't kill you because he wants you to be a spy for the Rising Cloud sect. Hence, I have to investigate this thoroughly. If you're a spy, I'll kill you. If you're not, I'll let you go. Yin Changzai said indifferently. Ning Qi laughed maniacally. What right do you have to say that I am a spy? Is there a hole in your brain? He dared to speak to a direct disciple in such a manner? Chapter 537. One step at a time. Haha. They told me that you are very arrogant. I didn't expect you to be this arrogant. Reaching the peak of a Do Huang at such a young age is indeed something to be proud of. Yin Changzai did not seem to be angry. He smiled. But what does this mean to me? That's right. Ning Qi's talent was really nothing to a true disciple. Every true disciple was at least in existence of the Do Zun class. Even Master could not recognize you. I reckon that you are much older than you look now, right? If I were to reach your age, I would at least be a Do Sheng, even if not a Do Di. What do you mean to me? Ning Qi smiled. Everyone was silent. Even Hua Wushang's expression was sluggish. He looked at Yin Changzai with some fear. Yin Changzai looked at Ning Qi and smiled. Do you know that I can destroy your cultivation with a flick of my finger? I know. Ning Qi nodded. Then, why do you want to anger me again and again? Yin Changzai smiled. Do you admit that you are angered by me? Ning Qi asked. Yin Changzai took a deep breath and resisted the urge to blast Ning Qi into smithereens. After scanning the crowd, he smiled at Ning Qi and said, I hope you can still speak like this later. After saying that, he grabbed Ning Qi's neck and was about to fly away. But at this moment, a faint pressure suddenly came from the sky. Yin Changzai's expression changed slightly. He raised his head and asked, May I ask which Lamp Elder has come personally? Lamp Elder? Everyone's faces were filled with shock as they looked up. They saw a woman dressed in white walking through the air. With every step she took, a lotus flower would rise from under her feet. Everyone felt the stone in their hearts become heavier. Other than that, they also smelled a strange fragrance. Has Elder Meng been practicing some Qi method recently? She has become even more beautiful. Ning Qi thought to himself. It was Meng Qingling. Seeing her, Ning Qi heaved a sigh of relief. Even Tenin Changzai would not be able to take him away. Elder Meng, Yin Changzai's face revealed a trace of surprise. He quickly let go of Ning Qi and bowed to Meng Qingling. Elder Meng is here. Zhong Yin was somewhat shocked, thinking of the relationship between Meng Qingling and Ning Qi. He looked at Yin Changzai with ridicule. I heard that her relationship with Ning Qi is not ordinary. Looks like today's direct disciple will not trouble Ning Qi. Elder Meng Qingling said. Hua Shiri and Hua Wushang's faces were a bit gloomy, but they were afraid of being seen by Meng Qingling, so they slightly lowered their heads. Could it be the Lamp Elder of the Cloud Rising sect? Saint level? A Do Sheng class existence. Chanan and the other two were shocked. Meng Qingling looked at Yin Changzai and nodded. Changzai, the last time we met, it has been more than 80 years, right? Yin Changzai's expression slightly changed. Ning Qi had previously mocked him for not being as young as he looked, but now that Meng Qingling had pointed it out, it was truly embarrassing. However, in front of Meng Qingling, he did not dare to be rude and quickly said, Elder Meng, you are right. At the same time, Yin Changzai thought to himself, Master said that Meng Qingling consumed the beauty pill and regained her youthful appearance. It is indeed so. Meng Qingling smiled and looked at Ning Qi. Was the trick to the draconic prison successful? Reporting to Elder Meng, everything went smoothly. Master has also returned safely. Ning Qi cupped his hands. With Meng Qingling's arrival, the restriction placed on Ning Qi by Yin Changzai had disappeared. Elder Meng, thank you for your help. Shinta Yuanba knew that Meng Qingling had helped a lot and quickly bowed. You have a good disciple. I came here today with a request. I wonder if Elder Shinto is willing to hear it? Meng Qingling smiled. Shinto Yuanba was somewhat disappointed. He had already guessed something. Elder Meng, please speak. Shinto Yuan was overbearing. Everyone was curious. Elder Meng was a lamp elder, a doshang. Why would she ask Shinto Yuanba for help? Ningqi is not bad. I am willing to accept him as a direct disciple. However, I will not force him. After all, Meng Qingling looked at Ningqi. He has already rejected me once. Hiss! Yin Chang Zai sucked in a breath of cold air. He could no longer maintain his calm expression as he looked at Ningqi and Meng Qingling in shock. Am I dreaming? Elder Meng wants to accept Ningqi as a direct disciple. Ningqi rejected her once. Who can pinch me awake? Hua Wushang's face turned pale as he looked at the scene in disbelief. Duan Tianning was the same. He felt tired from the repeated blows. If Ningqi really became a direct disciple, it would be best for him to find a reason to leave the Cloud Rising sect. That was the only way out. I did not bet on the wrong treasure. Ha ha ha. Zhong Yin was ecstatic. He looked at Ningqi as if he was looking at a divine weapon. Elder Meng. Shinto Yuanba was about to agree. Ningqi smiled bitterly. Elder Meng, I think this matter. Don't speak first. Let me finish. I know that you care about the relationship between you and Elder Shinto. So, even if you become my direct disciple, Elder Shinto will still be your master. Meng Qingling said calmly. What? There was such a thing? What did Ningqi do to make Elder Meng given like this? The outer disciples, normal elders, servant disciples, and deacon elders all looked at Ningqi as if he was a monster. Their eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. Apart from that, they had no other thoughts. Even Duan Yingjun and the rest were extremely envious. Becoming a direct disciple, this was the dream of all the deacon elders. Now, this huge pie had fallen into the hands of Ningqi, an outer disciple. This made everyone feel very unbalanced. Shinto Yuanba was ecstatic and blurted out, If that's the case, I'm willing. Ningqi was also shocked and couldn't help but look at Meng Qingling. So do you agree? The corner of Meng Qingling's mouth rose slightly. Elder Meng, this disciple is willing. Ningqi smiled and cupped his hands together. If that's the case, that's good. Meng Qingling smiled slightly. This smile came from the bottom of her heart. Everyone present could not help but be stunned. At this moment, Yin Changzai's expression was somewhat ugly as he said, Elder Meng, Ningqi has seen Sujin. I suspect that he has an ulterior motive for returning to the Cloud Rising sect. You also know Sujin's character. How could he let a Cloud Rising sect disciple leave the Dragon Penitentiary so easily? Meng Qingling looked at Yin Changzai indifferently. Would my direct disciple be a spy? Yin Changzai still wanted to say something. Meng Qingling suddenly waved her arm and a gust of wind appeared. Yin Changzai could not react in time and was swept into the air. He turned into a ray of light and disappeared in front of everyone. Too scary. Is this the strength of a doshang? A dozun with extraordinary cultivation was actually unable to retaliate in front of her. Chapter 538. De Zhuang descends the mountain. Meng Qingling. In the outer sect mountain range, Yin Changzai finally managed to stop his body. Only then did he realize that he had been sent flying for an unknown distance. Even his hair was in a mess, and he was in a sorry state. He couldn't help but let out an angry roar towards the sky. I must report this matter to my master and have him take action. If that fellow is related to Sujin, I will personally kill him. Yin Changzai turned into a stream of light and flew towards the center of the Cloud Rising sect. His face was dark. In the courtyard, Ningqi looked at Hua Shiri and Hua Wushang, who were dumbfounded. I'm sorry to disappoint the two of you. Hua Shiri laughed dryly and cupped his hands at Meng Qingling. I still have some matters to attend to. I will take my leave first." With that, he immediately pulled Hua Wushang and fled the area. If Ning Qi took the opportunity to use Meng Qingling to teach them a lesson, they would lose face. Brother Ning's backing is so powerful. I really didn't expect it. Supremacy Tianju grinned at Ning Qi. "I have to leave the sect for a while. The direct inheritance ceremony will be held in 3 months." Meng Qingling said to Ning Qi. Ning Qi calculated the time and said awkwardly, "Elder Meng, I have arranged a battle with Heishui Yunshi of the Black Water Dragon clan in 3 months. He was going to fight with Heishui Yunshi of the Black Water Dragon clan? How could this be compared to the direct inheritance ceremony? Was he crazy? Everyone looked at Ning Qi, dumbfounded. The Black Water Dragon clan was only comparable to a first-rate sect. It was said that the expert in the clan was only a rank 8 dragon, right? Unexpectedly, Meng Qingling only said, "Then we'll talk about it when you have time." Meng Qingling stepped on the air and disappeared from everyone's sight in the blink of an eye. Ning Qi, congratulations. Wu, who reacted quickly and went forward to congratulate him. Seeing this, Zhong Yin hurriedly congratulated Ning Qi. "Congratulations to junior brother Ning. Oh no, senior brother Ning. Congratulations to senior brother Ning for becoming a successor disciple. I am honored to witness the birth of a successor disciple. Everyone, you're too kind." Ning Qi smiled and nodded at everyone. The crowd realized that there was no pride or joy in his smile. It was just an ordinary smile. Could it be that he didn't care about becoming a true disciple of the Cloud Rising sect? This kid is getting more and more unfathomable, Xiaobing thought to herself. Among the outer disciples, Tai Bing turned around and left. Someone chased after her. "Senior Sister Tai Bing, aren't we going to get close to Ning Qi? Where are you going?" "I'm going to train. The next time I come back, I will definitely become an inner disciple." Tai Bing said, full of fighting spirit. Because of Ning Qi's matter, in the next few days, the outer sect was in an uproar. Even the green-robed elder had heard of this matter. Many people personally came to visit Ning Qi and Shinta Yuanba. Of course, Ning Qi was their real target, while Shinta Yuanba was just a passerby. After all, Shinta Yuanba would become the master of a successor disciple in the future. It would be beneficial for him to be familiar with him. Those fellows who were secretly furious at Shinta Yuanba for causing their monthly cultivation resources to decrease no longer dared to scold Shinta Yuanba in secret. "Niu Dezhuang, your war god's body can no longer be trained in the outer sect. Go down the mountain." Ning Qi looked at Niu Dezhuang, who was already 2 heads taller than him, and said indifferently. Niu Dezhuang was slightly stunned. He said unwillingly, "Master, I want to train by your side." Ning Qi shook his head. "That's not good. With your blood, with your talent, you need to rely on continuous battles and continuous challenges to stimulate your true potential. How about this? I'll give you a goal. Enter the top 100 of the dragon ranking. Then come and see me again." Top 100 of the dragon ranking? Niu Dezhuang was shocked. "Master, you're also only in the top 100 of the dragon ranking. Am I not stealing your position? Idiot, by the time you enter the top 100 of the dragon ranking, I might already be first, or even in the man ranking." Ning Qi smiled bitterly. Niu Dezhuang's brain was a little slow. In the end, he was kicked out by Ning Qi. This scene was seen by many people. They thought that Niu Dezhuang was no longer favored and was chased down the mountain by Ning Qi. They all looked at Niu Dezhuang with gloating eyes. Those who were attacked by Niu Dezhuang had even more ideas in their minds. Cha Nan and the other 2 had already left. Duan Baoshan had been hanging out with Duan Yingjun during this period of time. He had completely treated himself as a disciple of the Cloud Rising sect and could not be chased away. Speaking of which, he was Duan Yingjun's uncle. However, it was said that he had been trying to persuade Duan Yingjun to drink with him. This news was passed to Ning Qi by Duan Feifei. She wanted Ning Chi to teach Duan Baoshan a lesson and not be so disrespectful. Ning Chi naturally would not participate in such family matters. On the day Niu Dezhuang left the mountain, Ning Chi also left the cloud-rising sect with Venerable Celestial Pig. He planned to go back to the Qin Tang Empire first to solve the problem of Little Yu, and Zhuoling, lack of yang. The extreme yang chalcedony was sold for 30,000 dragon-slaying coins in the dragon-slaying mall. Ning Chi bought 2 pieces and felt a little heartache. The dragon-slaying coins quickly decreased to 146,400. Qin Tang Empire, Champion Marquis Residence, the Lotus Leaf Courtyard. This was the courtyard where Ning Hongtian lived after he retired as the head of the family. It was located at the edge of the Champion Marquis Residence. Little Yuan. Nan Gongyu said faintly. Little Yuan immediately ran to her side and whispered, "First, Madam." "Go and see how young master's cultivation is going," Nan Gongyu said. "I just came from young master's cultivation place. Young master seems to be about to break through to the king fighter realm." Little Yuan quickly said, "Really? That's great. Yan is the first king fighter among this generation of disciples in the Ning mansion. Ning Chi, that bastard, is still not the legitimate one." Nan Gongyu, Ai's face revealed a trace of joy. She thought to herself, Ning Hongdu's cultivation is too low. Yan can kill him with one palm. Letting him become the head of the family is probably just an expedient plan of the old master. When Yan breaks through to the king fighter realm, I will let the people from the blood slaughter sect kill Ning Hong. At that time, Yan will definitely become the next head of the family. Breaking through to the king fighter realm in his 20s, this kind of talent was also one of the best in the Qin Tang Empire. Huang Futao, Chao Zhang, and Kong Tianqi, who were of the same generation as Ning Yan, were still working hard to break through to the fighting spirit realm. Even Zhantai Qingxian and Huang Fulingfeng, who were slightly stronger, were only experts of the fighting spirit realm. As for the 7th Princess Qin Yao, she was directly excluded. After all, Qin Yao's sect, the Celestial Phoenix sect, was a first-rate sect. It was more than 100 times stronger than the 100 Grass sect, the Green Mist sect, and the nearby second-rate and third-rate sections. At this moment, a long whistle suddenly came from not far away. Chapter 539. Do Wang Ning, that whistle. Someone broke through to the king realm? Who is it? In the armor removal garden, great-grandfather Ning flew to a stone room with a group of old servants. The others, including Ning Hongtian, Ning Hongdu, and Ning Honghai, also arrived. At this moment, the stone room exploded and a tall figure walked out. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. Only when he saw great-grandfather Ning did he retract his killing intent. "It's Ning Yan. He broke through to the king realm." Everyone was shocked. Ning Yan's mouth curled into a cold smile. He stepped forward and bowed to great-grandfather Ning. "Great-grandfather. Yenner, you broke through to the king realm? That's great." Nan Gongyu, rushed to Ning Yan, sighed happily. Ning Hongtian's eyes were also filled with gratification. Ning Yan's other brothers all looked at Ning Yan with incomparable jealousy. They didn't know how Ning Yan had changed so much in such a short period of time. Not only did he change his appearance, but even his cultivation base was rising. Could it be that he had cultivated some special cultivation technique? Ning Honghai laughed. "Our Ning clan has a successor in the 3rd generation. I think the position of clan head should be passed to Ning Yan. He broke through to the king realm at such a young age, except..." His expression changed, and he laughed dryly. "Let's not talk about it. That guy has separated from the family and is no longer a member of our Ning clan." Everyone knew who he was talking about, but no one would say it now. Ning Honghai was right. Ning Chi had indeed separated from the Ning clan. He was the Dragon Slayer Marquis and the City Lord of Red Sun City. He probably didn't care about the champion marquis position. Ning Qi, the further I go, the faster my cultivation speed will be. One day, I will catch up to you. You are a 6-star Do Huang now, right? Just wait, give me another 3 years, and I will definitely break through to the Emperor realm. At that time, I will cut you down with my blade. Ning Yan thought fiercely. Great-grandfather Ning looked at Ning Yan and frowned slightly. He actually had some doubts about Ning Yan's technique that could change his appearance. However, he couldn't say it out loud. After all, this Qi method had helped Ning Yan recover his cultivation and break through to the king realm. Thinking of this, Grandfather Ning smiled faintly and said, Not bad. Ning Hongdo's expression was a little ugly. The words that Ning Honghai had said earlier were clearly targeted at him. Now that Ning Yan had broken through to the Douang class and had even obtained the praise of the old grandfather, it was likely that his position as the clan head would be in some danger. Fortunately, Ning Qi can restrain him. So what if he is a Douang? Ning Qi is a 6-star Douang. Thinking of this, Ning Hongdu's expression became slightly better. However, he did not notice that Nan Gongyu, Er's gaze was filled with killing intent. In a certain hall of the blood slaughter sect. Murder. Kill who? Champion Marquis. Oh, are you going to accept it? My blood slaughter sect doesn't accept any orders. However, the price of killing a Marquis is naturally extremely high. Can you afford it? Is 500,000 taels of gold enough? Let's wait for the news. Dragon-slaying Marquis residence. The current dragon-slaying Marquis residence was already very different from before after Ning Qi became the governor of the Red Sun City. No matter who it was, no one dared to breathe too loudly in front of the Marquis residence. Zhao Er's favorite thing to do now was to sit on a stool at the entrance and guard the entrance with the guards that the old grandfather had sent. The only difference was that there were often acquaintances who came over to chat with Zhao Er. Their tone was filled with flattery. Even the housekeepers of the various noble mansions had to be respectful. This was despite the fact that Zhao Er did not have any doqi and was only an ordinary person. The weakest among them was a dosher. For example, the housekeeper of the Crown Prince's imperial tutor residence was a Douang. Even when facing Zhao Er, he appeared somewhat subservient and did not dare to underestimate Zhao Er. After all, there were only so many people in the dragon-slaying Marquis residence. Each of them was highly valued by Ning Qi. The weather is really good today. Why is there no one coming to visit? Zhao Er crossed his legs and sat paralyzed on a chair. As he smoked, he narrowed his eyes and thought, Housekeeper Zhao! Just as he muttered that there was no one, a fellow immediately appeared beside Zhao Er. The guards glanced at him and ignored him. This was because this person was the housekeeper of the Crown Prince's imperial tutor residence, Chao Hong. He often visited, and the guards had already seen him many times. Zhao Er immediately opened his eyes and looked at Chao Hong with a smile. Housekeeper Chao, is there anything I can help you with? Chao Hong smiled and said, It's like this. There are a few disciples of the Chao family who want to go to Red Sun City to gain some experience. It would be best if they could be closer to Li Feihua. After all, he is ranked 2000th on the Dongxian ranking list of young masters. If we can give him a few pointers, it will be of great help to the cultivation of our Chao family disciples. I wonder if housekeeper Zhao can help me put in a word with General Tongguan? That's not a problem. Your Chao family and the dragon-slaying Marquis residents are considered allies. How about this? I'll send a letter one day and ask Tongguan. If there's an empty spot, let your Chao family disciples take it. Zhao Er smiled and agreed straightforwardly. He did not ask for any bribes from Chao Hong either. This was because he knew that no bribe could compare to his current position. With Zhao Er's intelligence, how would he allow himself to make a mistake? The Chao family head, Chao Dinglong, had a good relationship with his young master. In the Qin Tang Empire, he was considered one of the few allies. It was naturally a good thing that he could help. Housekeeper Zhao is that straightforward. Chow Hong said with a smile. Who are you? Suddenly, the guards panicked as they looked at the two figures walking towards them from a distance. Their attention was focused on the scarily large fellow. The fellow had a terrifying appearance and did not look like someone easy to deal with. The fellow beside him was ignored by the guards. A one-star king of combat aura erupted from Chow Hong's body. He jumped in front of the two and looked at Venerable Celestial Swine warily. Who are you? Venerable Celestial Swine looked at Ning Qi. Brother, didn't you say that this is your home? Don't your servants recognize you? Ning Qi rolled his eyes. On your way here, have you ever seen anyone look at me? When you transform, can't you look a little prettier? That's true, Venerable Celestial Swine smiled awkwardly. Ah, you are. I am Chow Hong. Greetings, Dragon Slayer Marquis. Chow Hong saw Ning Qi's face and hurriedly knelt down in excitement. Young master. Zhao Er rushed over excitedly. Chow Hong, you're the housekeeper of the Chow family, right? What are you here for? Ning Qi smiled. Zhao Er told Ning Qi the reason for Chow Hong's visit. Ning Qi nodded and said, Send a message to Tongguan. In the future, if the Chow family wants to go to Red Sun City, just arrange a seat for them. Give up some of the seats for the other families. Thank you, Dragon Slayer Marquis. Thank you, Dragon Slayer Marquis. Chow Hong said excitedly. Old Chow, are you satisfied now? Zhao Er was happy for Chow Hong. Housekeeper Chow, you can come over with old Master Chow in the future when you're free. Ning Qi smiled. Chow Hong reacted quickly and hurriedly said, All right. I'll take my leave first. Chapter 540. Green Wan Fire Phoenix. Bow. Young master is back. Zhao Er shouted as soon as he entered the manor. Soon, little Yu, and Zueling ran into Ning Qi's arms like two gusts of wind. Haha, you've grown taller again. Ning Qi smiled at the two girls. They had grown a few inches taller in a few months. They would not be able to stay in Ning Qi's arms like before in a year or two. Young master, we missed you so much. Little Yu, and Zueling hugged Ning Qi's neck. I missed you guys too. Ning Qi smiled. Then he put them down. I brought you some gifts. You have to carry these 2 jade pendants with you at all times. Don't take them off even when you're bathing. Do you understand? As he spoke, Ning Qi hung the Yan chalcedony that was threaded with a rope around the 2 children's necks. Little Yu's eyes lit up. So comfortable. A wave of yang energy entered her body from the yang jade essence. Little Yu, who had already lost her balance of yin and yang, felt as if she was bathing in the morning sun. Zueling, felt the same as little Yu, but now that she saw the venerable celestial swine, she stood rooted to the ground, not daring to speak. Young master, who is he? Little Yu, stepped forward and blocked Zueling, looking at the venerable celestial swine warily. At this moment, Deguzi, Zueling, and Xanche rushed over, followed by Third Master Ning. When they saw the venerable celestial swine, they were shocked. If not for Ning Qi standing beside the venerable celestial swine with a smile, Third Master Ning would have thought that the venerable celestial swine was an assassin hired by an enemy of the Dragon Slayer Manor. He did not look like a good person. Third Master Ning's guess was right. The supremacy celestial swine was not a good person. He had probably eaten countless humans before. They're all here? Zhang Long and Zhao, who are in the suburbs, right? Ning Qi smiled. When they returned to the capital, Ning Qi sensed the Hill Dragon and Ashen Flame Dragon in the suburbs. The Dragon Knights were probably stationed in the capital. They are indeed in the suburbs. Third Master Ning nodded. Wah! Zuelinger suddenly burst into tears. That was because the supremacy celestial pig grinned at her. That look was too terrifying. Ning Qi smiled bitterly and comforted Zueling. He introduced him to the crowd. This is my brother, Celestial Swine. Don't be afraid of him. Yes, I am Ning Chi's brother. Supremacy, Heavenly Pig nodded. Young Master's brother? Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. However, the way Zwillinger looked at the Honorable Celestial Swine was still filled with fear. Just then the Honorable Celestial Swine took a step forth and extended his hand towards Zwilling. The two children's hearts were in their throats. Madame Zwa was also extremely nervous. Just as Supremacy Celestial Pig's palm was about to reach Zwilling, two short bows appeared in his originally empty palm. These are Middle-earth Teardo weapons. I obtained them from the Draconic Penitentiary. They are the Green Phoenix Bow and the Fire Phoenix Bow. I will give them to you. Venerable Celestial Pig grinned. The two little ones were immediately attracted by the exquisite little bow, and their eyes were filled with joy. They nervously took the little bow from the Supreme Celestial Swine's hands and started fiddling with it. Hurry up and thank us, Ning Chi said in a deep voice. Little you hurriedly pulled Zwillinger to bow to the Honorable Celestial Pig. Thank you, Uncle Celestial Pig. Uncle? Shouldn't it be Uncle? Forget it. Ha ha ha. I, the Honorable Celestial Pig, also have a niece. Not bad, not bad. The Honorable Celestial Pig laughed heartily. Middle-earth Teardo weapon. Hiss! The four women and third Master Ning inhaled a breath of cold air. They looked at the two exquisite, short bows in shock. There was indeed an aura that even third Master Ning could feel from them. Young Master's brother's first move was already so exaggerated. Who exactly was he? Wait, Honorable, could it be? Third Master Ning's eyes were filled with shock. He could not help but blurt out, could it be that you are a Dozun? Ning Chi and the Honorable Celestial Pig looked at each other and smiled. The Honorable Celestial Pig nodded at Third Master Ning and said proudly, That's right, I am a Dozun. I am Third Master Ning. Greetings, Dozun. Third Master Ning hurriedly went forward to bow. His heart seemed to be in turmoil. Ning Chi's brother was actually a Dozun. This was really, God bless the Marquis residence. He had already been extremely shocked when he learned that the eldest brother of the old grandfather, Ning Xiandong, was a Dozon. Now Ning Chi's brother was a Dozun. Ning Sen really did not know how to describe the shock in his heart. Xian Che and the other three women were also cultivators. They naturally knew the meaning of the word Dozun. While they were shocked, they could not help but look at Ning Chi. After confirming that Ning Chi was not being threatened by the Honorable Celestial Pig, they went forward to bow. Young Master, you have become stronger. Madame Zwa looked at Ning Chi with satisfaction. In her heart, Ning Chi had always been like a little brother. She was very pleased to see Ning Chi grow step by step to where he was today. The Honorable Celestial Pig was very pleased. He greeted everyone amiably, and then looked at Ning Chi expectantly. Brother, shouldn't you set up a table when you return home? Set. I wonder what other ideals you have other than eating and sleeping. Ning Chi rolled his eyes. After that, he released little Z and the rest and bought a few tables of delicacies from the dragon-slaying mall. He let the guards outside come in to eat and drink. When the two little ones saw the little fresh meat, they clamored to ride it around the capital city. However, Ning Chi stopped them. He did not want to spread the news the next day that the two little princesses of the dragon-slaying Marquis rode around the capital on a rank 6 demonic beast and caused great losses to all the merchants. Both of you follow me. Ning Chi pulled the two little ones to the stone pavilion in the backyard. Try to cultivate the 9 revered maiden mantra. All right. Seeing that, the two little ones sat cross-legged on the ground. Soon, pale pink heterogeneous chi was emitted from their bodies. The chi even condensed into pink petals in the air. Clearwater Inn. Qin Ingding, Qin Long, and the other descendants of the royal family were gathered here to watch the performance of the dancers from Red Sun City. Behind them sat Huang Pu Tao and the other descendants of the nobles. Suddenly, a servant walked in and whispered something in Qin Ningding's ear. Then, Qin Ningding stood up and left. Qin Long was slightly stunned. He stood up and chased after him with the other descendants. "What's going on?" Kong Tianqi waved his fan and looked at the backs of Qin Ningding and the others in shock. Huang Pu Tao pulled the servant over and asked, "What happened?" "The dragon-slaying marquis is back," the servant said indifferently. "Ningqi is back?" Everyone was shocked to hear that. At this moment, a descendant of a third-rate family suddenly stood up and smiled at Huang Pu Tao. "Well, I still have something to do. I'll take my leave first." The others looked at each other. Then, someone else stood up and left. Soon, apart from the dancers, there were only a dozen descendants of the nobles left. They all looked at Huang Pu Tao to see what he was going to do. "Forget it. Let's go pay a visit." Chapter 541. Second minor breakthrough. When Qin Ningding arrived at the Dragon Slayer Marquis residence, there was not a single guard outside. He personally knocked on the door, and it was Zhao Er who opened the door. He smiled as soon as he saw Qin Ningding. "Ninth Prince, are you here to see the Marquis?" Qin Ningding nodded with a smile. "Is the Marquis free?" "I'm free. Please come in." Zhao Er nodded with a smile and glanced at Qin Long and the rest who had just arrived. Ning Qi had already ordered that if there were any guests that he found pleasing to the eye, they were to be let in. When Qin Ningding and the others entered the Marquis's residence and Zhao Er was about to close the door, Huang Pu Tao and the others arrived. "You want to see the Marquis too?" Zhao Er sneered. "You." Someone was dissatisfied with Zhao Er's attitude and flew into a rage, but was stopped by Huang Pu Tao. Huang Pu Tao stepped forward with a smile. "Housekeeper Zhao, we are indeed here to see the Dragon Slayer Marquis. Can you do us a favor?" Zhao Er originally didn't plan on letting them in, but a thought crossed his mind. The corner of his lips curled up into a smile. "If that's the case, then come in." "Thank you, housekeeper Zhao." Huang Pu Tao smiled. Then they followed Zhao Er to the backyard. "Ning." Qin Ningding was about to speak. "Sure." Ning Qi signaled for them to be quiet. Everyone shut their mouths and looked curiously at little Yu. And Zhueling. Third Master Ning also walked over slowly. When he saw Qin Ningding, he nodded at him, then looked at Xiao with a serious expression. He knew that Xiao's body had problems due to the cultivation method Long Jiutian had given him. It had been a long time since he dared to cultivate, but today, after waiting for about an hour, one of the fellows behind Huang Pu Tao grew impatient and said, "Dragon-slaying Marquis, we have so many people waiting here. Aren't you being too rude?" Ning Qi's eyes suddenly looked at that fellow. The aura of a peak Do Huang instantly swept out from his body. It was as though a huge rock was pressing down on him. The frightening aura directly suppressed that fellow until he knelt on the ground. What's going on?" His face was filled with fear. He tried to get up, but he could not control his body at all. How terrifying! Ning Qi was already this strong. Just a gaze was enough to cause a 7-star Do Shi to directly kneel on the ground. Huang Pu Tao looked at Ning Qi's eyes with a trace of unwillingness and fear in the midst of fear. The bastard son of the Dragon Slayer Marquis, whom he had never taken seriously in the past, had now grown to a point where he had to look up to him. This made Huang Pu Tao feel extremely hopeless. Qin Long and Qin Ningding looked at each other and saw the deep shock in each other's eyes. The rest of the royals were the same. At this moment, they did not even dare to breathe loudly. They glanced at the unlucky fellow kneeling on the ground with some schadenfreude, before turning their gazes to little Yu, and Zhueling. Time passed slowly. Another hour passed by. Suddenly, the auras of the two little ones started to go berserk. Pale pink battle energy surrounded them and gradually condensed into a huge pink flower. Ning Chi's lips curled up. She was about to break through. As expected, after the pink flower formed from battle energy wrapped around the two little ones, the color became more and more beautiful. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, the flower slowly bloomed, revealing the two exquisite little faces that were like jade carvings. At the same time, a battle spirit aura was emitted from the two little ones. "Do, battle spirit!" Kong Tianchi waved his fan with a bitter expression. This was his habit. Regardless of whether he was happy or sad, spring or winter, he would always wave his fan. Even he had not broken through to the battle spirit level. But these two little girls in front of him had actually reached the battle spirit level in front of him. Was the older one 10 years old? Was the younger one 7 years old? With such aptitude, they were probably not inferior to the 7th princess of the Celestial Phoenix sect, Qin Yao. "This is too terrifying," Qin Long could not help but exclaim. "It seems that the Marquis has already settled their matter." Third Master Ning stroked his beard with satisfaction. "These two little girls will definitely shock the world in less than 10 years. Qin Ingding muttered to himself. "Young Master, little you, and Zhuoling, jumped up happily and hugged Ning Qi. Go and refine the Azure Phoenix bow and Fiery Phoenix bow that Uncle Celestial Pig gave you. In the future, you will be able to shoot king fighters from afar." Ning Qi smiled. The two little ones were reluctantly brought out of the backyard by Third Master Ning. Then Ning Qi looked at Qi Ningding and the others. His eyes swept across every face and finally landed on Huangpu Tao's face. "Everyone has come from afar. Please forgive me for not being a good host. If you don't mind, come and have a chat." Ning Qi smiled faintly. Qi Ningding nodded with a smile and brought everyone to the stone pavilion. Fortunately, the stone pavilion was big enough to seat 30 to 40 people. "Dragon Slayer Marquis, I'm afraid we are not in the same world as you now. Even the little girls in your residence are many times more talented than us." Sigh. Qi Ningding looked into Ning Qi's eyes and sighed. Ning Qi smiled. "Ninth Prince, why are you sighing? No matter what, I am still the Dragon Slayer Marquis of the Qin Tang Empire, unless your father doesn't want me to do it." "Absolutely not," Qin Ingding hurriedly said. Ning Qi was so powerful now. Old Master Ning's brother was a Grandmaster fighter. Ning Qi's other identity was the City Lord of Red Sun City, and he had Li Feihua as his subordinate. Only a fool would chase Ning Qi away. Smart people would naturally choose to tie Ning Qi to their battleship. Only in this way could the Qin Tang Empire prosper day by day and have a Grandmaster fighter in the future. 100 years later, it might become an existence like the Four Saints' Kingdom. He thought of the White Tiger Empire. "Everyone, you didn't come here to drink tea and discuss cultivation with me, right?" Ning Qi smiled. "It's like this. We have almost used up the yellow class Supreme Grade Spirit cultivation pills that the Dragon Slayer Marquis gave us. I wonder if we can buy another batch from the Dragon Slayer Marquis?" Qi Ningding asked expectantly. Ning Qi shook his head. "No, I see." Everyone was a little disappointed. There are only mystic class, low-grade spirit cultivation pills. Ning Qi smiled. "What?" Qi Ningding couldn't help but stand up. Mystic class, low-grade spirit cultivation pills. Did he hear it wrong? Did Ning Qi really know how to make mystic class, low-grade spirit cultivation pills? In the hundreds of years since the Qin Tang Empire was founded, there were only 4 mystic class, low-grade spirit cultivation pills. However, these 4 mystic class, low-grade spirit cultivation pills could make a rank for demonic beast grow up in an instant. This was a fighting spirit. The Qin Tang Empire was so big, but there weren't many fighting spirits. Ordinary people needed to cultivate for decades to have a chance to become a fighting spirit. Most people were stuck at the Great Fighting Sure level. Chapter 542. An Assassination. There are 100 lower-grade, mystic-class spirit cultivation pills in here. I specially prepared them for His Majesty. Please help me, Ninth Prince. Ning Qi took out 10 porcelain bottles and handed them to Qi Ningding. Qi Ningding received them with trembling hands. He was extremely excited. Swish, swish, swish. Everyone's eyes immediately focused on the 10 porcelain bottles. Some were greedy, some were envious, and some were greedy. They didn't know if their families would be able to get a low-grade, mystic-class spirit-raising pill. When the time came, it would be a symbol of status in their families. I'm a little tired. Please take your leave. Ning Qi smiled. Dragon Slayer Marquis, we'll take our leave first. Qi Ningding kept the porcelain bottles and bowed to Ning Qi solemnly. Everyone gasped when they saw this. The 9th prince had already regarded Ning Qi as someone of Chao Dinglong's generation. He actually bowed to Ning Qi. Even though Huang Putao and the others were a little unwilling, they could only bow to Ning Qi like the 9th prince did. As soon as they left, Ning Qi also walked towards the champion Marquis's residence. To avoid unnecessary panic, he left the venerable celestial pig at home and didn't bring him. The champion Marquis's residence. When the gatekeeper saw Ning Qi, he ran and jumped to inform everyone. Old Ning led the disciples of the Marquis's residence to welcome him personally. Ha ha ha, good lad. Old Ning laughed happily when he sensed the aura on Ning Qi, which was many times stronger than his. Ning Hongtian and Nan Gongyu stood behind the crowd. Their faces were very pale. He is indeed a Do Huang. Old Master was right. Someone was shocked to think that the old master he mentioned was Ning Xiandong. The young disciples of the Marquis's residence looked at Ning Qi with admiration. Many of them had bullied Ning Qi before, but now they didn't dare to bully him anymore. Because of Ning Qi, they could basically do whatever they wanted when they went out. No one dared to offend them. Even the Xinwu residents, the crown prince's imperial tutor, and the first-class nobles in the capital city were polite to them. Old Master. Ning Qi smiled and walked in front of Old Master Ning. Third Master Ning had already recounted how Zhu Rong had launched a sneak attack on the dragon-slaying Marquis Palace, and how he had been captured by Ning Xiandong and brought to the Five Poisons divine sect. Therefore, Ning Qi had purposely come here to give the middle-grade rank-breaking pill that the sect master of the Rising Cloud sect had bestowed to Grandfather Ning so that he could improve his cultivation. His current plan was to at least let the old grandfather become a dozong. This way, he would be able to protect the Marquis's residence for another few hundred years. You've met your uncle, right? Old Master Ning smiled. Yes, I have. Ning Qi smiled and nodded. He was also somewhat grateful to Ning Xiandong. If he had not helped him at that time, the consequences might have been unimaginable. Your uncle told me everything. It's all thanks to you that I'm able to see him again in my lifetime. Sigh, Old Master Ning sighed. At this moment, there was a commotion in the crowd behind him. They all opened up a path, and an incomparably tall young man walked out, standing in front of Ning Qi. This guy is taller than Niu Dezhuang? Ning Qi's eyes narrowed. He glanced at the other party's attributes and said in surprise, Ning Yan. At this moment, Nan Gongyu walked to Ning Yan's side and said with some pride, Yan you are now a one-star Do Wang. Ning Qi, long time no see. Ning Yan looked at Ning Qi and said with a faint smile, although Ning Qi's current cultivation was higher than his, he believed that he would be able to catch up to Ning Qi's footsteps in no time. This guy's cultivation method even changed his appearance and height? Ning Qi was only slightly surprised and then ignored Ning Yan. Instead, he turned to Old Master Ning and said, Old Master, this time I brought a few mid-grade, profound, level breakthrough pills for you. Seeing this, Ning Yan felt humiliated in his heart. He was incomparably resentful. Mystic, mid-mystic level breakthrough pill? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and looked at Ning Qi in shock. This was a miraculous pill that could raise the cultivation of a Do Huang. How many did he bring this time? And not just one. Hearing this, Ning Yen frowned slightly as if he felt that something was wrong. Old Master Ning was pleasantly surprised, but then he sighed and said, "You are now a Do Huang. You can keep the Xian-breaking pills for yourself. This old man will probably never be able to break through to Do Zong in this lifetime. It would be a waste to eat it." Ning Qi smiled and said, "There is no effect even if I eat it." "No effect? How is that possible? As long as you are a Do Huang, there will be an effect." Ning Honghai could not help but blurt out, "Yes, yes. Otherwise, why would it be called middle-grade Xian-breaking pills? Unless you are a peak Do Huang, there will be no effect," someone said. As soon as he said this, everyone could not help but look at him. That guy was stunned for a moment, not knowing what he said wrong. Old Master Ning's face revealed a trace of wild joy. After looking at Ning Qi, he said, "Little guy, your current cultivation is peak Do Huang." Ning Qi said indifferently, "Bada." Ning Yen clenched his fist tightly, emitting a crisp sound. One could imagine how shocked he was. How is this possible? Isn't he a 6-star Do Huang? How did he become a peak Do Huang? I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Ning Yen was unwilling to believe it. He had clearly seen the light of surpassing Ning Qi. Now, even this light had been taken away. "Impossible! Nangongyu!" screamed, "You are lying!" "Shut up!" Old Master Ning scolded her, and then looked at Ning Qi. "Really?" "Of course it is true." Ning Qi smiled faintly. "Ha ha ha!" Old Master Ning's laughter was deafening. Even the passers-by outside the Champion Marquis's residence could hear it. They were all curious. What kind of treasure did the Champion Marquis's residence obtain? Looks like the Champion Marquis's residence will produce another Dozong. All of you listen carefully. Go and invite the old fellows from the capital. I want to hold a banquet for 49 days. Old Master Ning laughed loudly. "Yes, old master." The old servants beside him nodded happily and turned to leave. Above the peak of the Do Huang, there are still the 9 trials of life and death. Ning Yen said coldly. After saying that, he directly broke the door and left. Nangongyu saw this and glanced at Ning Qi with hatred. She then chased after him, afraid that Ning Yen would do something bad. Everyone saw this scene. Other than Ning Hongtian, who also chased after him, the others did not move. Where is Hongdu?" Old Master Ning suddenly noticed that Ning Hongdu was not here. The patriarch went to the palace. He should be back now. An old servant said in a low voice. At this moment, a guard of the Champion Marquis's residence, whose face was covered in blood, rushed in with a figure in his arms. Not good. Old Master, the patriarch encountered an assassin. The guard saw that everyone was present. He quickly knelt in front of Old Master Ning and said with a sad face, "Assassin?" Ning Qi quickly went forward to check on Ning Hongdu's injuries. He found that Ning Hongdu's breathing was very weak. His health points were constantly decreasing, almost reaching the bottom. He immediately fed Ning Hongdu an earth-level rejuvenation pill. However, the effect of the rejuvenation pill on Ning Hongdu could not be quantified. It could only temporarily prolong Ning Hongdu's life and could not help him improve. What is going on? Chapter 543. Help Me Kill the Guard told the whole story. At that time, Ning Hongdu just walked out of the Imperial Palace. Before he was 10 steps away from the gate of the Imperial Palace, a sword light attacked him. If a general of the Qin Tang Empire had not passed by and stopped the assassin, Ning Hongdu would have been killed on the spot. What happened to the general? Old Master Ning asked. General Mao was seriously injured, so I sent you back. I don't know what happened next. The guard said with a bitter expression. As Ning Hongdu's guard, He was fine when Ning Hongdu was injured. The blood on his face was Ning Hongdu's. This made him feel extremely guilty. General Mao, he is a one-star Do Huang who just came back from the border. How could he be seriously injured? Who is the one who did this? Everyone was shocked and looked at Ning Qi. Ning Hongdu was attacked as soon as Ning Qi came back. It was very likely that the attacker was here for Ning Qi. At this moment, Ning Qi found a mystic, low-grade life replenishing pill in the dragon slaying mall. This was different from the rejuvenation pill. It did not increase one's HP, but as long as there was a sliver of life and there were no other additional effects on the injuries, it could save one's life. One pill cost 1,000 dragon slaying coins. He bought it without hesitation and put it in Ning Hongdu's mouth. Ning Hongdu's complexion improved when the pill entered his stomach. He opened his eyes weakly and said, "Blood, blood kill sect, blood kill sect?" It was the blood kill sect who attacked Ning Hongdu. Ning Qi smiled coldly. It seemed that he had to settle old and new scores at the same time. "Old master, seventh uncle's life is temporarily not in danger. Go take the breakthrough pill. I will handle the blood kill sect." Ning Qi said. "All right." Old Master Ning nodded. After Ning Qi left the residence of the champion marquis, he returned to his courtyard and found Lord Taiao, who was playing with his 2 children. "Brother Taiao, I have something to trouble you with," Ning Qi said. Venerable Tianju was surprised. "What's the matter? Help me kill," Ning Qi said. Soon, little Z turned into a purple light and rushed into the sky with Lord Taiao, leaving the residence of the dragon-slaying marquis. "I actually failed. I wonder if the champion marquis is dead or not. That damnable Mao Bin. If it weren't for him, that sword of mine would have definitely killed the champion marquis." A Do Huang was frowning in a certain branch hall of the blood slaughter sect. His face revealed a trace of fury. He was one of the elders of the blood slaughter sect, Fu Hai. His cultivation was only slightly lower than bloodless swords. He was an 8-star Do Huang. Ever since bloodless swords cultivation had been wasted by the 2 maids of the Cold Sky Saint concubine, the blood slaughter sect had discovered that Ning Qi had become the chief alchemist of the White Tiger Alchemy Room. Before the blood slaughter sect's ancestor left seclusion, they had stopped all operations against Ning Qi. Afterwards, they had sent him, whose cultivation was only slightly lower than bloodless swords, to stand guard over the capital city. All of this was to gather information on Ning Qi as soon as possible. Forget it. If the champion marquis is dead, the news will come soon. Let's wait a little longer. Fu Hai thought so. In the next moment, his expression changed drastically. This was because a figure had silently appeared in front of him. This figure was very tall and muscular. He did not look like a human. "Who are you?" Fu Hai asked fearfully. He was ready to attack at any time. Since when did such an expert appear in the capital city of the Qin Tang Empire? I didn't realize it until he was right in front of me. "Brother," I said, "that he is the one with the highest cultivation in the Qin Tang Empire besides me. If there is someone with a higher cultivation, it must be someone with bad intentions. It must be you." Venerable Celestial Swine stepped forward and grinned. When Fu Hai saw Venerable Celestial Swine's face, he was so scared that a chill ran down his spine. You are a demonic beast. A shape-shifting demonic beast," Fu Hai said in shock. You have good eyes. I am so handsome and elegant. Other than a demonic beast, am I still human?" Venerable Celestial Swine chuckled. Fu Hai turned into a sword light and was about to escape. He was already scared out of his wits. A demonic beast that could shape-shift was not something he could deal with. Even if the blood slaughter sect's ancestor came out of seclusion, he might not be a match for a shape-shifting demonic beast. Since when did the Qin Tang Empire have such an expert? Trying to escape? The supremacy of Celestial Swine laughed coldly. He opened his mouth, and his head swelled up 100 times. He opened his mouth, and a terrifying suction force came from within. Fu Hai, who was about to escape from the branch, was pulled by the suction force from midair and flew towards the supremacy of Celestial Swine's mouth. No! Fu Hai let out an indignant roar. Chomp! Venerable Celestial Swine bit Fu Hai to death and swallowed him into his stomach before burping. At the same time, Little Z also found a few suspicious people, and they were brought to the residence of the Dragon Slayer Marquis, one by one. Ning Chi looked at the 7 to 8 people kneeling in front of him. Their cultivation was quite high. The lowest was a Peak King fighter, and the highest was a 3-star Emperor fighter. However, without exception, all of them were hiding in dark corners. You guys are not from the Qin Tang Empire, right? Ning Chi said calmly. The aura of a Peak Emperor fighter on his body continuously destroyed the will of the people in front of him. Aren't you going to tell me? Ning Chi smiled. At this moment, Venerable Celestial Swine flew back from afar and landed heavily beside them. They looked up and were almost scared out of their wits. A shape-shifted demonic beast. Brother Celestial Swine, where is he? Ning Chi was stunned. He ate him. Venerable Celestial Swine said, an 8-star Emperor fighter. 8-star Emperor fighter? Those guys couldn't help but tremble. Ning Chi smiled and said, it seems that you guys know each other. Needless to say, I know that you guys are from the Blood Slaughter sect. Dragon Slayer Marquis, the Blood Slaughter sect, has minded our own business. Please let us go on account of the blood evil ancestor. Finally, someone could not help but raise his head and say, you assassinated the master of the Champion Marquis' residence. You call that minding our own business? Ning Chi sneered. Aren't you on bad terms with the Ning residents? Even if we killed Ning Hongdu, we would be helping you get rid of an enemy. The person who spoke said doubtfully, your news is a little outdated. Ning Chi sighed. Tell me, who asked you to kill Ning Hongdu? I will spare the person who tells me. The group of people looked at each other and did not make a sound. Venerable Celestial Swine walked impatiently to one of them. He opened his mouth and swallowed him under the terrified look on his face. Ning Chi saw this and did not find it an eyesore. He just felt that it was a little dirty. Brother Celestial Swine, aren't you going to wash up? There's shit in his body. It doesn't matter. I've eaten plenty of shit. Venerable Celestial Swine said nonchalantly. Are you going to tell me or not? Ning Chi saw this and did not care about the shit anymore. He looked at the remaining people from the Blood Slaughter sect. Chapter 544. Blood Fiend Patriarch came out of seclusion. Seeing their companion being swallowed alive by Lord Celestial Swine, the rest of them were horrified. There was also some anger and sympathy. Kill us. We won't say a word. The Blood Slaughter sect will never betray their employer. After a while, someone looked at Ning Chi with determination. Slurp. He was swallowed by Lord Celestial Swine again. I won't say a word either. Slurp. Slurp. All right, when there was only one person left, he looked at Lord Celestial Swine and said to Ning Chi, the employer is Nangong Qixing. Ning Chi felt sorry for his companion. He waved his hand and said, scram. Yes. Seeing that Ning Chi really didn't kill him, the man got up in surprise and fled. He only heaved a sigh of relief when he was hundreds of miles away from the capital. That's too scary. That guy is really not human. He wasn't Fu Hai and couldn't tell Lord Celestial Swine's strength. He only knew that Lord Celestial Swine wasn't human. I must report this to Blood Fiend Patriarch. When the time comes, he will be able to take revenge for my pitiful companions. Thinking of this, he ran even faster. He turned into a beam of light and disappeared into the horizon. Nangong Qixing. It seems like this is Nangong Yu's doing. I wonder if Ning Hongtian is involved? If Old Master knows that Ning Hongtian wants to kill his own brother, he will be very sad. Ning Chi thought with his hands behind his back. In the imperial palace, Qin Zheng looked at the spirit cultivation pills that Qin Yingding presented. There was a hint of joy in his eyes. The Marquis of Dragonslayer is indeed an important minister of the country. Pausing, Qin Zheng looked at Qin Yingding and said earnestly, "Among the descendants of the royal family, besides Qinlong, you are the only one who is on good terms with the Marquis of Dragonslayer. In the future, you must maintain this relationship. Do not offend the Marquis of Dragonslayer. It will be of great benefit to you. Do you understand?" "I understand." Qin Yingding nodded solemnly. "Your Majesty," the leader of the Qin Tang Empire's dark shadow guards, Li Shaojing, suddenly appeared behind Qin Zheng and said in a low voice, "The champion marquis was attacked, and General Mao Bin was severely injured in order to save him. The attacker is suspected to be an assassin from the Bloody Slaughter sect, but when my subordinates searched the Bloody Slaughter sect's branch here, there was no one." "Blood Slaughter sect? The dragon-slaying marquis will take care of this matter. There is no need to worry." Qin Zheng frowned slightly, then relaxed. If it was in the past, he would have been filled with dread towards these 3 words. But now that Ning Qi had Li Feihua as his subordinate, why would he be afraid of a mere blood slaughter sect? "How bad is Mao Bin's injury? Let Jinga go over and take a look. As for the champion marquis, he's sure to win. You go and offer your condolences," Qin Zheng said. The Jingu he mentioned was one of the 3 great alchemists of the Qin Tang Empire, Qin Jinj. Apart from him, there were 2 others. They were 100 Herb Hall's green impermanents and the state-guarding general's residence's Mo Wentian. However, the title of the 3 great alchemists was no longer recognized. After all, above the 3 of them was Ning Qi. "Yes, father." Qining nodded. In a mansion in the outskirts of the capital, Ning Yan, Ning Hongtian, Nan Gongyu, and Nan Gong Qixing looked at each other speechlessly. A moment later, Ning Hongtian said faintly, "I've received the news. 7th brother, he's not dead. This blood slaughter sect is becoming more and more unreliable." Nan Gong Qixing said angrily, "The most despicable thing is that Ning Qi, that bastard, is actually at the peak of the Dohuang realm. Such a speed of advancement is really shocking. Just now, we were afraid that Ning Qi would use Ning Hongdu's death to attack us. That's why we left the champion marquis's residence. But now, it seems that our worries were unnecessary." Nan Gongyu said with a face full of resentment, "Don't ask the blood slaughter sect anymore. Leave this matter to me. Once Ning Qi leaves the Qin Tang Empire, I'll do it myself." Ning Yen said faintly. Seeing this, everyone pondered for a moment before looking at Ning Hongtian in unison, waiting for his decision. "Let's do it this way." Ning Hongtian sighed. Another 10 days passed. Blood Slaughter Sect. In the depths of the sect hall, where the Blood Slaughter sect's ancestor was training, a wild roar suddenly sounded. Not long later, the elders of the Blood Slaughter sect came from all directions and stood respectfully on the spot. Their eyes were filled with shock. The stone room exploded. Smoke filled the air. A figure walked out from inside. This person looked to be in his 50s, but everyone present knew that he had been in charge of the Blood Slaughter sect for more than 280 years. He was an old man who was over 300 years old. He was the sect leader of the Blood Slaughter sect, the Blood Slaughter sect's ancestor. When he was young, he had shown his outstanding talent and defeated some geniuses. Ancestor. When the Blood Slaughter sect's ancestor walked in front of everyone, they bowed and greeted him. Wears bloodless sword. The Blood Slaughter sect's ancestor swept a glance at everyone and frowned slightly. How could his disciple not be present when he was making a breakthrough in his cultivation? Jen, bloodless sword, one of the 3 great elders of the Blood Slaughter sect, an old man who had stepped into the first of the 9 life and death trials, said with some fear his cultivation has already been crippled by someone. Currently, he has given up and is living in the back mountains, Everyone thought that the blood slaughter sect's ancestor would fly into a rage. However, after waiting for a moment, the blood slaughter sect's ancestor casually said, "Who crippled his cultivation? Before I went into retreat, he was already an 8-star Do Huang, right? Ancestor, after you went into retreat, bloodless sword broke through to the 9-star Do Huang class. However, during a mission, he met 2 servant girls of the White Tiger Empire's Cold Sky Saint concubine and crippled his cultivation." White Tiger Empire. A trace of fear flashed across the blood slaughter sect's ancestor's eyes. Although he was currently a 4-star Do Zong and thought that his strength was many times stronger than before, the White Tiger Empire still had a Do Zun existence. He still did not dare to offend them. Therefore he asked indifferently, who was bloodless sword killing at that time? Qin Tang Empire, dragon-slaying Marquis Mansion, Ningqi. An elder respectfully replied. At this moment, the fellow who had just escaped from the Qin Tang Empire shouted as he flew with a panicked face. "Not good! Our Qin Tang Empire's branch hall has been wiped out by Ningqi." When he saw the blood slaughter sect's ancestor, he was so frightened that he immediately shut his mouth and did not dare to speak. "Ningqi, it seems that I will have to make a trip to the Qin Tang Empire." The blood slaughter sect's ancestor coldly laughed and directly broke through the air. The 3 elders and everyone else were immediately stunned on the spot. "We seem to have forgotten to tell the ancestor that Ning Qi has a subordinate named Li Feihua. It should be fine. The ancestor is, after all, a veteran Do Zong and has been famous for many years. Now that he has broken through, why would he be afraid of a fellow who has secretly trained to the Do Zong level? Moreover, the person he is looking for is Ningqi. As a Do Zong, Li Feihua can't always be by Ningqi's side, right? What would that be like? That seems to make sense. In that case, we will wait here for the ancestor's good news. Oh, go and bring bloodless sword over. Once the ancestor comes out, he will definitely help him find a way to recover his cultivation." Chapter 545. Get out here. Qin Tang Empire. Beijing. Qin Yao, Ling Yan, Ling Xiao, and Ling Mu were led by Luo Wanhao, who was ranked last among the 9 great elders of the Celestial Phoenix sect, towards the imperial palace. "Junior sister Qin Yao, the adamantamine that your Qin Tang Empire discovered this time is extremely valuable, but your Qin Tang Empire can't protect it. It's most suitable for our Celestial Phoenix sect to take care of it." Ling Yan smiled. Ling Xiao and Ling Mu nodded in agreement. Qin Yao glanced at Luo Wanhao's back. Although she was extremely unwilling, there was nothing she could do. Compared to the Celestial Phoenix sect, the Qin Tang Empire was like an ant. When Luo Wanhao personally asked her father for the adamantamine, her father had no choice but to give it to him. If we can get that guy to show up, Qin Yao thought of Ningqi. However, this thought was quickly rejected by her. The Immortal Phoenix sect possessed a Do Zun class expert. Ningqi was still unable to contend with the Immortal Phoenix sect. Not long after, they arrived at the imperial palace and saw Qinzheng. Elder Luo's presence brings light to this humble place. Qinzheng stepped forward with a smile and cupped his hands. Luo Wanhao felt that Qinzheng's attitude towards him was different from before. It was neither servile nor overbearing. Was it because of that fellow? At the thought of Ningqi, a cold glint flashed across his eyes. Because of Ningqi, he had been humiliated in front of so many people in Red Sun City. "Qinzheng, I'm here to ask you for the adamantamine recently discovered by your Qin Tang Empire," Luo Wanhao said lightly. "Adamantine ore?" Qinzheng's expression changed slightly as he glanced at Qin Yao. When he saw Qin Yao shaking her head, Qinzheng sighed in his heart. "Elder Luo, I think we should discuss this matter again. After all, the adamantamine is extremely important to the national strength of our Qin Tang Empire." Qinzheng smiled bitterly. "Discuss again?" Luo Wanhao's eyes revealed a trace of mockery. "All right, then let's discuss again." He wanted to see what reason Qinzheng would use to reject him. Dragon slaying marquis residence. In the backyard. Good, not bad. Within a short few days, Little Yuer and Zhuo Linger's cultivation had improved. Ning Qi was very pleased. Under the effect of the extreme yang chalcedony, the yang energy in their bodies was extremely abundant. At the very least, there was no need to worry about this matter before they reached the Do Huang realm. However, this was not a long-term solution. Ning Qi still needed to find a way to solve this problem once and for all. Young master, we've also finished forging the Azure Phoenix bow and Fire Phoenix bow. Look, Little Yu took out the Azure Phoenix bow as if she was showing off. She pointed it towards the sky and pulled the bowstring. With a buzzing sound, the pale pink Do Qi in her body instantly condensed into a bow and arrow. She shot it towards the sky at lightning speed. Not long after, an unlucky goose fell down and landed beside Little Yuer's feet. Oh, great, great! Zuoling applauded happily. Seeing this, Ning Qi praised Little Yu. A few words. Zuoling was very envious and also wanted to perform for Ning Qi. In the end, even after exhausting all the Do Qi in her body, she still did not shoot anything. Ling, if you practice for a while more, you'll be as powerful as big sister you are. Don't be discouraged. Ning Qi hurriedly comforted Zuoling's wounded heart. Young master, the bath water is ready. Xian Che walked to Ning Qi's side and lowered her head with a smile. Let's go. The corner of Ning Qi's mouth slightly rose. Under the service of the 4 girls, he once again took an extremely comfortable hot bath. If it wasn't for the fact that he had to go to General Mao's residence later, Ning Qi would have even wanted to lie in it for an entire day. Young master, Big Brother Zhonglong and Big Brother Zhao, who are already waiting at the door. Xian Jing said with a smile as she helped Ning Qi put on his clothes. All right, I got it. Ning Qi pinched Xian Jing's little face and walked out. Xian Jing's face instantly became incomparably red like a ripe apple. Seeing this, Xian Lian and Xian Yi could not help but start to laugh at Xian Jing. At the door, Zhonglong and Zhao, who were very excited when they saw Ning Qi. Master Ning, the 2 of us did not come back to see you immediately. Please forgive us. The 2 of them had brought half of the Dragon Knight squad to Tianfeng Forest some time ago. It's all right. You came back just in time. Follow me to General Mao's residence. Ning Qi smiled. Yes, Master Ning. The 2 of them nodded. When Ning Qi appeared in Mao Bin's residence with Zhonglong and Zhao Hu, Mao Bin's face was still full of disbelief. After all, with Ning Qi's current status, he did not need to pay attention to a lowly general guarding the borders. Dragon Slayer Marquis, I did not prepare well. Please forgive me for my poor hospitality. Mao Bin dragged his injured body and bowed. He was surrounded by the elders and descendants of the general's residence. A few madams and a few ladies were looking at Ning Qi with glowing eyes. They heard that the Dragon Slayer Marquis was still unmarried. General Mao need not be so courteous. If not for you, my 7th uncle would have died in the hands of the assassins. Ning Qi went forward to help Mao Bin up. You flatter me, you flatter me. It was nothing, Mao Bin said with a smile. Feeling Ning Qi's majestic aura, he thought to himself that the rumors were right. The Dragon Slayer Marquis was already an expert of the Emperor realm at such a young age. His cultivation was many times higher than his. General Mao, our families can visit each other more often in the future. I see that there are many young descendants in your family. Why don't you pick a dozen of them and send them to Red Sun City to gain experience? Ning Qi smiled. The Mao family members were overjoyed, especially the young descendants. They looked at Ning Qi with burning eyes. Thank you, Dragon Slayer Marquis. Mao Bin quickly cupped his hands and thanked him. Going to Red Sun City meant that he would have the opportunity to receive guidance from Li Feihua. He was a true grandmaster who was many times stronger than emperors like them. You're welcome. Ning Qi smiled. It's been a long time since I came to the Qin Tang Empire. The blood-fiend patriarch stood in the air and looked at the capital not far away. There was a trace of reminiscence in his eyes. When he was young, the Qin Tang Empire had just been established. Now, it had been passed down for several generations. A few of his old friends had already turned into skeletons, but he still existed in this world. Withdrawing his reminiscence, the blood-fiend patriarch sneered and flew to the sky above the capital. He took a deep breath and roared, "Ning Qi, get out here!" His voice spread to every corner of the capital under the influence of his Do Qi. What was going on? Everyone in the capital looked up at the sky. The enemy of that bastard is here? Nan Gongyu. I was pleasantly surprised. Who did this kid offend this time? Old Master Ning smiled bitterly. In the palace, Qin Zheng, Luo Wanhao, and the others involuntarily flew out and looked at the blood-fiend patriarch. Luo Wanhao said in surprise, "The blood-fiend patriarch?" Then he found that the blood-fiend patriarch's aura was much stronger than his. He was even more shocked. General Mao's mansion. When the Mao family members heard the blood-fiend patriarch's voice, their expressions suddenly changed, and they looked at Ning Qi. Which blind guy came looking for trouble again? Zhao Hu sneered. Chapter 546. What was he going to do? The blood-fiend patriarch looked down at the people in the capital with a mocking smile. Ning Qi, if you don't come out, everyone in the capital will be buried with you. Who is this guy? He wants us to be buried with the Dragon Slayer Marquis. How arrogant. Shou, keep your voice down. If he dares to come, he must be confident. I heard that the Dragon Slayer Marquis is back. He should be his enemy. The ordinary people in the capital of the Qin Tang Empire began to discuss in low voices. There was not much fear on their faces. In their opinion, the other party definitely did not have the ability to slaughter the entire city. Swoosh! Swoosh! Not long after, Old Master Ning, Chao Dinglong, Nangong Batian, Huang Fuxingshao, and other Do Huang experts arrived one after another. Then came the Do Wang, Huang Futao, and other nobles. The blood-fiend patriarch glanced at them, and the corner of his mouth revealed a sinister smile. Who are you? Chao Dinglong cupped his hands and looked at the blood-fiend patriarch with some fear in his eyes. You are not qualified to know who I am. The blood-fiend patriarch smiled faintly. How arrogant! Everyone cursed in their hearts. He did not even give face to the crown prince's junior guardian. It was really infuriating. At this time, Qin Zheng and Luo Wanhao also arrived at the scene. After seeing Luo Wanhao, the blood-fiend patriarch's expression changed slightly. He smiled faintly and said, Luo Wanhao from the Fairy Phoenix sect? Blood-fiend patriarch, long time no see. Luo Wanhao smiled and cupped his hands. In his smile, there was a trace of imperceptible fear. After feeling the oppressive aura of the blood-fiend patriarch at close range, Luo Wanhao was sure that the blood-fiend patriarch was indeed much stronger than before. He was probably a 3- or 4-star dozong. Blood-fiend patriarch? When everyone heard this, their expressions changed drastically. Even the ordinary people were so scared that they trembled all over. They were not unfamiliar with this name. He was the patriarch of the blood slaughter sect, an old monster who had lived for hundreds of years. The blood-fiend patriarch has come in person. That was great. That bastard Ning Qi is dead. Nan Gongyu, and the other 3 stood in the crowd and looked at the blood-fiend patriarch with joy. Blood evil ancestor? Looks like Ning Qi won't be able to escape this time. Unless he doesn't care about the innocent lives in the capital. The corners of Ning Yan's mouth curled into a cold smile. Sister, brother-in-law, isn't that bastard going to be beheaded? Since the blood-fiend patriarch has personally come forward, it seems like the blood slaughter sect is quite reliable. Nangong Qixing transmitted his voice to Ning Hongtian and Nangong Yu. Seeing that Ning Chi was about to die, he felt as if a huge stone had been lifted from his heart. This time it's a little troublesome. Qi Ningding and the others looked at the blood-evil ancestor in the sky. Unlike Zhu Rong, the one who had come this time was a true Dozong, one who had lived for hundreds of years. Even Li Feihua might not be a match for him. Huang Putao, Kong Tianqi, and the others were gloating. Although we are no match for you now, with your personality, you will still provoke countless existences that are stronger than you. Can you continue to be so lucky? Old Master Ning looked around. Seeing that Ning Chi hadn't arrived yet, he sent a voice transmission to the old servant beside him. Ask Ning Chi to leave the Qin Tang Empire quickly and go to the Red Sun City. But what about the capital? The old servant was a little stunned. Go quickly. Old Master Ning's face darkened. Yes, the old servant left in a hurry. Luo Wanhao, is your Xianfeng sect going to intervene in this matter today? The blood-evil ancestor looked at Luo Wanhao indifferently, and the faint aura he exuded made Luo Wanhao feel uneasy. Blood-evil ancestor, you misunderstood. This is a private matter between you and the dragon-slaying Marquis. Our Xianfeng sect will not intervene, Luo Wanhao said with a smile. Qin Zheng's expression changed slightly. Standing in the crowd, Ling Yan and the other 3 people had different expressions. Qin Yao showed a trace of worry on her face. She was not worried about Ning Chi, but worried that if Ning Chi was killed, it would cause a great loss to the Qin Tang Empire. Ling Yan and the other 2 people were gloating. That arrogant boy actually provoked the blood-evil ancestor to kill him personally. This life is not a loss, Ling Mu said with a smile. Yes, Ling Xiao said with a faint smile. Hearing what Luo Wanhao said, the blood-evil ancestor smiled slightly, glanced at the crowd, and said lightly, I'll give Ning Chi another 10 breaths. If he doesn't come out, don't blame me for starting a massacre. At this moment in the capital, except for Luo Wanhao, the rest of the people were a little anxious. After knowing that the other party was the blood-evil ancestor, they had already faintly felt that if the blood-evil ancestor said he would massacre the city, then he would really do it. Where's the dragon-slaying Marquis? Why hasn't he come yet? Don't tell me you're scared. If he doesn't come, will we really die with him? 3 breaths, the blood-evil ancestor said with a faint smile. 5 breaths, 8 breaths. As the time approached 10 breaths, everyone was nervous, and some people had already begun to prepare to escape. 10 breaths, the blood-evil ancestor's eyes were cold, and he looked at the crowd mockingly. Your dragon-slaying Marquis is just like this, a rat. Since he doesn't come out, then I'll kill him until he comes out. Chao Dinglong, Old Master Ning, and the others hurriedly prepared to take action. As for Luo Wanhao, he retreated a few 100 feet, obviously not intending to help. Qin Zheng's expression changed slightly, and just as he was about to speak, an indifferent voice came from the crowd below. The crowd gave way, and they saw Ning Chi, Zhang Long, Zhao Hu Maobin, and the others slowly walking over. The blood-evil ancestor. After Ning Chi stood still, he looked at the blood-evil ancestor. The dragon-slaying Marquis is here. Haha, I knew he wasn't a rat, but the dragon-slaying Marquis isn't a match for the blood-evil ancestor, right? Although Ning Chi had arrived and everyone's spirits were lifted, they still felt a little uneasy when they thought of the terrifying qualifications of the blood-evil ancestor. This kid really dared to come. Luo Wanhao looked at Ning Chi coldly. He's dead. The eyes of Nan Gongyu, and the others lit up, and their faces were filled with anticipation. You are Ning Chi? The blood-evil ancestor looked at Ning Chi coldly. It's me. I didn't want to find trouble with the blood slaughter sect, but I didn't expect trouble to find me first. After today's matter, it's time to clean up the blood slaughter sect. Ning Chi smiled faintly. Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. What did Ning Chi mean by that? He wanted to clean up the blood slaughter sect? Was he crazy? I've been in seclusion for so many years, and I didn't expect such an arrogant person to appear. Ridiculous, ridiculous. Today, I'll let you know that even if you're the chief alchemist of the White Tiger Elixir Lab, you're just an ant among the people I'll kill. The blood evil ancestor was so angry that he laughed and directly flew towards Ning Chi. However, halfway through his flight, he realized that a huge figure had appeared in front of him. His face was filled with horror, and before he could react, he felt the Do Chi in his body being imprisoned. Then he was lifted by the figure like a child. Brother, what should we do with this guy? Chapter 547. Chapter 547. Battle. Everyone looked at the arrogant, blood-evil ancestor being carried by a strange-looking person. That person even addressed Ning Chi as brother. Who is he? Luo Wanhao was the most shocked. He could feel the aura from Heavenly Pig's body. It was hundreds of times more terrifying than his own. That meant that the other party had likely surpassed the Dozong level. Dozun! He's a Dozun! Luo Wanhao's eyes were filled with deep shock. Qin Zheng could not help but look at Ning Chi. His eyes revealed a trace of joy. He did not expect Ning Chi to have such a powerful helper. Even Blood Evil Ancestor was no match for him and was subdued in one move. Today's matter was more daunting than dangerous. Good lad. Old Master Ning and Chao Dinglong looked at each other with wild joy. They did not expect such an expert to appear at such a critical moment to subdue Blood Evil Ancestor. This person addressed the dragon-slaying Marquis as brother? He has such a powerful brother? Huangfu Zhengxiao, Nangong Batian, and the rest revealed deep fear in their eyes. To them, someone who could easily subdue a Dozong was a legendary figure. Such a person was Ning Chi's brother? Among the crowd, Nangong Yu, and the rest had ugly expressions, as though they had eaten a mouthful of shit. Impossible. How could this bastard have such a helper? Impossible. Nangong Yu muttered to herself. Ning Hongtian's face was green. He could not help but look at Ning Chi. When he saw the indifferent smile on Ning Chi's face, he was instantly enraged. Brother-in-law, it looks like this bastard won't die today. Nangong Qixing transmitted his voice with a gloomy expression. Ning Hongtian did not answer him. Ning Yen looked deeply at Heavenly Pig and then at Ning Chi. His eyes revealed a trace of deep thought. Did I see wrongly? Blood Evil Ancestor was subdued. Just like that? Ling Yan and the other two stared blankly at the scene, as though they could not believe what they had seen. Qin Yao was also very surprised. Her mouth was slightly agape as she looked at Ning Chi doubtfully. Did he hire this expert to put on a show? Given his strength, how could he be Ning Chi's brother? We seem to have met that fellow in the dragon-slaying Marquis residence. Huangpu Tao, Kong Tianqi, and the others looked at each other while Kong Tianqi asked with uncertainty. Indeed, I've seen him. At that time, he was feasting with a group of guards in the dragon-slaying Marquis. I thought he was a new guard hired by Ning Chi. I didn't expect him to be this kind of existence. It's really unexpected. Someone nodded with a shocked look on his face. Mao Bin's family stared at this scene with their mouths agape. They hadn't expected that Ning Chi, who had been so amiable with them in the Mao family, would have such a terrifying brother. At this moment, after a moment of silence, the commoners in the capital let out a deafening cheer. Bloodfiend Patriarch, you've walked right into my trap today. Do you really think there's no one in the Qin Tang Empire? How dare you say that you want to slaughter us all? Now die. The Dragon Slayer Marquis is mighty. The Dragon Slayer Marquis is mighty. Ning Chi flew to Supremacy Celestial Pig's side and pressed down with his hand. Everyone stopped shouting. Who are you? Blood Fiend Patriarch woke up from his shock, and a layer of cold sweat broke out all over his body. He hadn't experienced the feeling of having his life and death in someone's hands for more than 200 years. Because of fear, even his tone had changed. Supremacy Celestial Pig ignored him and looked at Ning Chi with a smile. "Brother, what do you want to do with this guy? Just say the word and I'll do it for you." Ning Chi looked at Blood Fiend Patriarch with pity and said calmly, "Eat it. Eat it." A hint of doubt appeared on everyone's faces. What did that mean? Cook and eat Blood Fiend Patriarch? Blood Fiend Patriarch's pupils shrank. He finally realized why Supremacy Celestial Pig's aura was so familiar. He was a shape-shifted demonic beast. "No, don't eat me. I was wrong today. I promise that Blood Slaughter Sect will never go near the Qin Tang Empire in the future." Blood Fiend Patriarch screamed. His voice was amplified by his fighting energy and spread across the entire place. An old monster who had been famous for hundreds of years was forced to lower his head and beg for mercy. While everyone was secretly pleased, they were extremely curious about Supremacy Celestial Pig's strength. A peak fighting master? Or, when that guess appeared in their minds, everyone sucked in a mouthful of cold air. Blood Slaughter Sect. There won't be a Blood Slaughter Sect in the future. Ning Chi smiled. At that moment, Supremacy Celestial Pig's head started to change. "No, I'm a member of the White Emperor Tower. If you kill me, the White Emperor Tower will not let you off." In order to save his life, Blood Fiend Patriarch could only reveal all his trump cards. The White Emperor Tower was a famous assassin organization in Dongxian. He believed that Ning Chi would have scruples when he heard that. White Emperor Tower. Ning Chi was slightly stunned. Blood Fiend Patriarch heaved a sigh of relief. His lips curled into a cold smile. "You know the White Emperor Tower? Then why aren't you letting me go?" "Shut up, brother Celestial Pig. Eat him." Ning Chi's face turned cold. Venerable Celestial Pig let out a heart-chilling laugh and swallowed the Blood Fiend Patriarch, whose face was filled with disbelief. He chewed a few times, making crunching sounds and the sound of bones cracking. Then he swallowed the Blood Fiend Patriarch into his stomach. However, Venerable Celestial Pig's stomach did not bulge at all. He ate him. Blood Fiend Patriarch was eaten by that fellow? He ate him. That's scary. I must warn the children in the family that they'd rather offend the Emperor than the Dragon Slayer Marquis. The place was so silent that one could hear a pin drop. Finally, Qin Zheng mustered up his courage to ask about Supremacy Celestial Pig's identity. Supremacy Celestial Pig ignored him and said to Ning Chi, "Brother, I'll head back first. Call me if you need anything." With that, he turned into a stream of light and shot towards the Dragon Slayer Marquis residence. Qin Zheng's words were stuck in his throat. Ning Chi flew to Qin Zheng's side. He glanced at Luo Wanhao and asked in surprise, "Elder Luo, you're here too?" Luo Wanhao was still immersed in the scene of Blood Fiend Patriarch being swallowed. He only snapped out of it when he heard Ning Chi's question. He nodded like a chick pecking at grains. "Yes, yes." "Why are you here?" Ning Chi frowned slightly. Seeing that, Qin Zheng sneered in his heart and revealed Luo Wanhao's intentions. Luo Wanhao cursed at Qin Zheng in his heart. "You want adamantine ores from the Qin Tang Empire?" Ning Chi frowned and looked at Luo Wanhao. Luo Wanhao laughed dryly. "Yes, it's the sect master's intention." "I scram," Ning Chi said calmly. "What?" Luo Wanhao did not seem to hear him clearly. "If you don't scram, you'll end up like Blood Fiend Patriarch," Ning Chi said calmly. In the next moment, Luo Wanhao turned into a stream of light and disappeared before everyone's eyes. He did not even dare to say a word. Chapter 548. Chapter 548. Seeing an old friend Qin Zheng couldn't help but let out a wave of wild laughter when he saw Luo Wanhao flee, and he was extremely delighted in his heart. "Dragon Slayer Marquis, who is that brother of yours?" Chow Ding Long, old Master Ning, and the others flew over and asked curiously. Seeing this, Qin Zheng stopped laughing and looked at Ning Chi curiously. The people below pricked up their ears. A man with a strange appearance swallowed the blood-evil ancestor in one gulp. Such a man must have an extraordinary background. Ning Chi smiled but didn't answer. Seeing this, the people were disappointed. At this moment, Ning Chi looked at Ning Hongtian and the other three and flew toward them. The ordinary people around Ning Hongtian were excited when they saw Ning Chi flying toward them. The Dragon Slayer Marquis is coming toward us. Ning Chi is... Qin Zheng and the others were puzzled. They were startled and involuntarily followed. Only old Ning and Nangong Beishan's expressions changed. What is this bastard going to do? Don't tell me they would dare to kill us in front of so many people. Nangong Qixing's eyes revealed a trace of panic. Ning Hongtian, Ning Yen, and Nangong Yu stared at Ning Chi. Unfilial son, what are you going to do? Ning Hongtian stepped forward and looked at Ning Chi fearlessly. Although Ning Chi was a peak Do Huang, he believed that Ning Chi wouldn't dare to do anything unfilial in front of old Ning. Ning Chi looked at Ning Hongtian indifferently. Ning Hongtian, who had once stood in front of him like a huge mountain, now seemed as insignificant as an ant to him. Unfilial son? Haha, at least I didn't kill you. Ning Chi smiled faintly. You want to kill me? Did you hear that? This is the Dragon Slayer Marquis, who wants to kill his father. Ning Hongtian said furiously. Chow Dinglong and the others looked at old Ning sympathetically. The Ning family was doing well except for the relationship between the Dragon Slayer Marquis and his father. Would old Master Ning choose Ning Hongtian or Ning Chi? Actually, everyone already knew the answer to this question. Stop shouting. If I want to kill you today, you can't escape, even if I have to bear the heinous crime. I'm here to say something to the four of you. Ning Chi said lightly. Ning Hongtian immediately shut his mouth. What he did was just to make Ning Chi worry a little. Since Ning Chi didn't plan to attack them, Ning Hongtian naturally didn't want to shout like a shrew. Ning Yen looked at Ning Chi calmly. There was no fear or anger in his eyes. From today onwards, if seventh uncle is assassinated again, I will take the heads of the four of you. None of you will be able to escape. Do you understand? Ning Chi said calmly. Suddenly, a terrifying aura burst out from his body and crushed towards the four of them. Ning Hongtian and Ning Yen could not help but take 7 or 8 steps back, while Nangong Yu, and Nangong Qixing were sent flying and fell heavily on the ground. Ning Chi turned around and left in the direction of the Dragon Slayer Marquis residence. Ning Chi's words mean, in fact, everyone had already received the news that Ning Hong had been assassinated. So now they were all looking at Ning Hongtian in shock. Could it be that he had hired the assassins? Otherwise, why would Ning Chi leave such a message? Old Master, don't listen to that bastard's nonsense. He's setting us up. How could we hire someone to assassinate 7th uncle? Nangong Yu climbed up from the ground in a sorry state and screamed like a shrew. She was terrified. What they had done in secret had been made public by Ning Chi. She was afraid that old Master Ning would take action and suppress them. Old Master Ning swept a gloomy glance at the four of them, then looked at the ashen-faced Nangong Batian and said coldly, I'll get to the bottom of this matter. If you really do such a thing, even if Ning Chi doesn't take your lives, I won't let you off. Guards. Yes. Bring the 4 of them back to the Marquis residence. Yes. Old Master Ning ordered the old servant beside him to bring Ning Hongtian and the others away. Ning Hongtian and Ning Yen did not resist, but Nangong Yu, and Nangong Qixing looked at Nangong Batian for help. But at this moment, Nangong Batian did not dare to interfere in this matter. He had not forgotten what happened to the arrogant, evil patriarch just now. How Elder Luo of the Celestial Phoenix sect had fled the capital city. It was all because of Ning Qi. Even an upright official cannot settle a family dispute. Chao Dinglong sighed, bowed to Qinzheng, and turned to leave. Soon, the capital city regained its peace. Brother Huangfu, let's not provoke Ning Qi in the future, okay? Kong Tianqi said with a frightened expression. Huangfu Tao nodded and thought to himself, even if we want to provoke him now, will he look up to us? They had long lost the right to speak to Ning Qi as an equal. Thinking of this, he looked at Chao Zhang with some jealousy. The Chao family was really lucky to have repaired their bad relationship with Ning Qi before this. Junior sister Qin Yao, we will return to the sect first. Ling Yan and the other two immediately bid farewell to Qin Yao. Well, you can go back first. I will return in a few days. Qin Yao nodded. After the three of them left, Qin Yao hesitated for a moment and walked towards the Dragon Slayer Marquis residence. Brother Tianju, do you know what the White Emperor building is? The first thing Ning Qi did after returning to the Marquis residence was to ask about the White Emperor building that the Blood Fiend progenitor had mentioned. Supremacy Tianju nodded. The White Emperor building is an assassin organization. The fella in my stomach has a low cultivation and must have a low status in the White Emperor building. You don't have to worry. Oh. Ning Qi nodded. Young master, someone wishes to see you. De Guzi suddenly walked up to Ning Qi and whispered. Who is it? Ning Qi asked casually. 100 Herb Hall's Lady Lulu. And the 7th princess, De Guzi whispered. Lulu? He hadn't seen her for a long time. Ning Qi's eyes flickered. As for Qin Yao, he didn't take her seriously. Invite them in. Ning Qi said. Yes. De Guzi turned and left. In the guest hall of the Dragon Slayer Marquis residence, Ning Qi saw Lulu, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Her eyes were flickering, as if she didn't dare to look at Ning Qi directly. Ning Qi smiled bitterly in his heart. He finally knew why he hadn't seen Lulu in the past few times. As for Qin Yao, she stood up and said to Ning Qi, Dragon Slayer Marquis, I have come today to ask you something. Ning Qi waved his hand. 7th princess, please wait a moment. Ning Qi then smiled at Lulu. Lady Lulu, long time no see. Chapter 549. A new member of the war, god Halulu, was somewhat embarrassed. She and her father Lu Wucheng had been unable to help Ning Qi because he had been blacklisted by Baitsaozi of the 100 Herb sect. She had always felt a trace of guilt in her heart, which was why she had deliberately avoided Ning Qi each time he returned. Today, however, she felt the need to explain herself to Ning Qi. You don't dare to see me because of the matter with Baitsaozi, right? It's all in the past, and I have never taken it to heart. You and your father cannot stop a Dao Zong from making a decision. Ning Qi did not wait for Lulu to speak and went straight to the point. Seeing that Ning Qi did not seem to be being sarcastic, Lulu was somewhat shocked. Following this, her heart was filled with gratitude. Many thanks. Lulu smiled at Ning Qi as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Ning Qi seemed to see the high-spirited state he had been when he had first met Lulu. After chatting for a while, Ning Qi could see that Lulu still had something on her mind and smiled. You can speak your mind. I will naturally help you if I can. Lulu hesitated for a moment and said, Recently there are a few elders in the 100 Herb sect who have been incessantly asking for pills and cultivation resources. My father has been refining pills day and night with his disciples, but he still cannot satisfy them. Pausing, Lulu looked at Ning Qi. Therefore, I want 100 Herb Hall to leave the 100 Herb sect and form its own sect. Oh. Ning Qi was suddenly enlightened. He nodded and said, This matter is easy to handle. I'll just write a letter to Baitsaozi. What? He had agreed? Lulu was stunned. She hadn't expected Ning Qi to agree so readily. Qin Yao's eyes were filled with shock, But then she remembered that Ning Chi's current status was indeed enough to suppress the 100 Herb sect. Even Elder Luo of the Celestial Phoenix sect had fled after being berated. What could a mere Baitsaozi do? Thank you. After this is done, we will split 100 Herb Hall in half. In the future, you will take half and I will take the other half, Lu said solemnly. Ning Chi did not refuse and smiled faintly. Then you can directly give the other half to the manor. Oh, I will introduce Xincha and the others to you when the time comes. Then I will not disturb the two of you any further. Lu nodded with a smile and stood up. After glancing at Qin Yao, she bade farewell to Ning Chi. After Lu left, Ning Chi looked at Qin Yao and said with a faint smile, "Seventh Princess, what brings you to my humble abode?" Qin Yao was annoyed when she saw Ning Chi's smile. However, for the sake of her goal, she forced a smile and said, "Dragon-slaying Marquis, it's like this. Dongfang Haojia, who was with you last time." Ning Chi waved his hand and interrupted her. He said calmly, "It's impossible between you and him." You. A hint of anger flashed in Qin Yao's eyes. "If there's nothing else, I still want to cultivate. Men, send the guest off." Ning Chi said lightly. Deguzi immediately ran in and said to Qin Yao, "Seventh Princess, please." Qin Yao was so angry that her face turned red. She turned around and left helplessly. Ning Chi looked at her back and sneered, "Love-struck fool." In the next 10 days, news spread in the Qin Tang Empire that Ning Chi, the dragon-slaying Marquis, had sent people to massacre the lair of the Bloody Slaughter sect. As for whether this news was true or not, only Ning Chi knew. As for Ning Hongtian and the other 3, they were also locked up in the clan's seclusion room by old Master Ning. They were not allowed to come out for 10 years. Ning Chi only laughed when he heard this news. It's time to go to the Jiuzhou Empire, Ning Chi thought. Before he left, he had one more thing to do. He had thought about it for a long time and finally made a decision. On this day, he called Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, Third Master Ning, Deguzi, and Xanche to the backyard. Third Master Ning had the highest cultivation among this group. Although Zhang Long and Zhao, whose cultivation had increased, it would still take at least 10 years for them to break through to the Qingdou. As for Xanche and the other 3, their cultivation was similar to Deguzi's. They were not even Douling. During this period of time, I've joined a sect. Ning Chi looked at the crowd and smiled faintly. Oh, everyone was wondering why Ning Chi had called them over. Hearing Ning Chi's words, they looked at Ning Chi with anticipation. This sect used to be extremely huge and terrifying. Unfortunately, it was destroyed by someone. Due to a stroke of luck, I became the current sect leader of this sect and obtained a set of cultivation method and martial skill. Ning Chi thought of Zhan Wuyu, and a trace of nostalgia flashed in his eyes. Although he had only stayed under Zhan Wuyu's divine soul for about a month, Zhan Wuyu could be considered as Ning Chi's master who had truly taught him since he came to this world. Young master became the sect leader of a sect? Everyone's eyes were filled with surprise. Whether it was the identity of the dragon-slaying Marquis or the city lord of Red Sun City, they were all under the jurisdiction of Qinzheng and were part of the Qin Tang Empire. However, it was a different story if he was the sect leader. Master Ning, what is the name of this sect? Zhao Hu asked expectantly. Ning Chi glanced at everyone and smiled. War God Temple. War God Temple? Although they had never heard of this sect in Dongxian, the name made their blood boil. Only Third Master Ning had a solemn look in his eyes. He was concerned that the sect had been destroyed and Ning Chi had become the sect leader. Didn't that mean that the enemies of the War God Temple were Ning Chi's enemies too? This set of cultivation methods and martial techniques are called the War God Technique and War God Body. Their supreme grade, heaven-class cultivation methods and martial techniques. I plan to impart them to all of you. Ning Chi smiled faintly. Gasp! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Third Master Ning blurted out in shock. Supreme grade heaven class cultivation methods and martial techniques? Yes, Ning Chi nodded. After receiving Ning Chi's affirmation, everyone's faces were filled with joy. Supreme grade heaven class cultivation methods and martial techniques. This was like a pie falling from the sky. No, how could a sect with such cultivation methods and martial techniques be destroyed? Third Master Ning's eyes were filled with shock. The joy in his heart was instantly diluted a little. Third Master Ning, you should know that the enemies of the War God Temple are very powerful. Until now, I still don't know who they are. Therefore, after you cultivate the War God technique and War God body, you must not reveal the names of these cultivation methods and martial techniques. You must also not reveal that you are disciples of the War God Temple until I find them. Ning Chi said solemnly. Yes, we understand. Everyone nodded in unison. Then listen carefully. I'll only explain it once. If you can't understand it, then you're not fated. Ning Chi smiled. Teaching Niu Dazhuang previously had already exhausted him. He knew how difficult it was to be a good master. If they were like Niu Dazhuang, Ning Chi would not mind teaching them. A month later, Zhang Long, Zhao Hu, and Xan Che were the first to enter the first level of the War God technique. The War God body was also quite effective. De Guzi and Third Master Ning were half a step behind them, but their cultivation base had also increased. Originally, Zhang Long and Zhao, whose cultivation limit was at most the king of fighters. Now, they might be able to make a breakthrough to the Grandmaster of Fighters and Do Zun of Fighters. Ning Chi believed that they would be reborn soon. Even if they could not become prodigies like Fong Mo, they would be similar to Fong Bai. Chapter 550. A rising storm in the extreme west of Dongxian, there was an ancient city. It was under the jurisdiction of the Vermilion Bird Empire and was called Fire Phoenix City. The city was not large, with a permanent population of about 3 million. However, it attracted many experts because it had 3 of Dongxuan's top markets. In the center of Fire Phoenix City, there was an ancient tower that stood 1,000 feet tall. There was no sign outside the tower. Occasionally, people would enter and leave. Only those who knew of the tower's history would look at it with fear when they passed by. Inside the tower, Wu Ma Fengling, dressed in red, stood in front of an old man. Her face was slightly red as she whispered, "Grandfather, I failed." The old man revealed a faint smile as he looked at Wu Ma Fengling. What happened? That fellow entered the dragon penitentiary of the Purple Vine Dragon Valley. I waited for a very long time, but no one came out. Later, I was accidentally discovered by a rank 8 dragon, so I fled the Purple Vine Dragon Valley. When I sneaked in again, I learned that they had already left the Dragon Valley. The old man smiled. You just lack experience. With your skills, you might even be able to kill the top 10 on the dragon roll. Go, grandfather, Wu Ma Fengling said awkwardly. I lost track of the other party. At that moment, a purple figure suddenly appeared between the two of them. It was a girl who looked to be 17 or 18 years old. She wore a pair of boots sewn from demonic beast hide. She had a slender figure, an oval face, and snow-white skin. A mischievous smile hung on her face. When she saw Wu Ma Fengling, she giggled and said, "Sister, did you fail your mission?" Wu Ma Fengling's expression was somewhat ugly. "Your invisibility skills have improved again." The old man looked at the purple dress girl and said with a smile, "Lu, or what are you doing here?" Zhou Ninglu giggled and said, "I have already passed the 3rd test of the Emperor's Tower's 9 tests. I think I can go out and carry out missions like my sister. Grandfather, let me go with my sister this time." No, Wu Ma Fengling rejected immediately. How could she let others interfere on her first mission? Even if the person was her sister in name, she could not. You passed the 3rd test? That is indeed the right to leave the city. The old man's eyes were filled with joy. After a moment of silence, he said, "Fengling, take Lu Er with you. With her help, Your mission this time will be much easier. Grandpa Wuma Fengling was just about to object when the old man continued. As an assassin, the most important thing is not to let others know how powerful you are, but to complete the mission. No matter what method you use, only by killing the target can you be considered a qualified assassin. Go. Hearing that, Wuma Fengling nodded somewhat unwillingly. She said, Grandfather, I understand. Then she looked at Zhou Ninglu and said angrily, Let's go. Zhou Ninglu asked excitedly, Sister, where are we going? Empire of the 9 States. Wuma Fengling planned to see if she could find Ningqi there. The 9 States Empire. Did you guys hear? Blackwater Yunshi wants to challenge a fellow in our capital. Challenge? It is just a competition. To put it bluntly, it is a killing. Blackwater Yunshi is a rank 7 dragon, comparable to our human Dozong. Moreover, she is ranked on the man ranking. However, do you know who she is challenging? Who? I do not know his name for now. However, I already know that his cultivation is very low. I heard that he is a marquis of the Qintang Empire in a remote place. What? There is such a thing? This time, Blackwater Ao Long has personally come to the capital and sent out hundreds of invitations. Among them are the Martial King Mansion, the Mu King Mansion, the Black Prison Sect, the Zhou Mansion, the Heaven Sword Marquis Mansion, the Divine Dragon Marquis Mansion, and all the big and small powers in the capital. Even Eunuch Yu has been invited. Oh, there is also Dongfang Haojie and a few princes and princesses from the imperial palace. I heard that even the sacred concubine of Dingtian is coming. She has a very close relationship with the Black Water Dragon tribe. If it is only a marquis of a small, unranked empire, how could he invite so many people? I do not know about that. The date of their battle is in 3 days. When they arrive, we will naturally know who Blackwater Yunshi is going to challenge. However, can you get an admission ticket? Of course not. Blackwater Yunshi of the Blackwater Dragon tribe is going to fight someone? Are we going? Of course we are going. We want to see if Blackwater Yunshi's strength has increased. A few of the Heaven's prides on the man ranking smiled at each other. Junior Hua, did you hear that too? Our mission is over. Why don't we watch the battle before returning? With our status as inner disciples of the Cloud Rising sect, it will be easy to get an admission ticket. A young man smiled as he looked at Hua Wushang. Beside him stood 7 or 8 people. Half of them were male and half were male. They were all inner disciples of the Cloud Rising sect. However, their cultivations were between a 1-star Do Huang and a 3-star Do Huang. They clearly saw Hua Wushang as their leader. After all, Hua Wushang was backed by Elder Nu Tao. Hua Wushang faintly said, All right, in an incomparably grand courtyard. Dongfang Haojie woke up from his meditation and walked out of his retreat. An old eunuch had been waiting for a long time and handed him an invitation. Dongfang Haojie took a look and frowned. The day of the battle between Blackwater Yunshi and Ningqi has arrived? A year seemed to have passed in the blink of an eye. If not for this invitation, he would have long forgotten about this matter. There is a huge gap between Ningqi's cultivation and Blackwater Yunshi's. However, he has that bronze puppet in his hands. This match should not be a problem. A faint smile hung on the corner of Dongfang Haojie's mouth as he thought of this. He ordered the old eunuch, Get ready. All of us will go. If he knew that Ningqi no longer had low-grade spirit godstones to activate the bronze puppet, it was likely that he would not be so relaxed. A trace of surprise appeared in the old eunuch's eyes. He did not expect Dongfang Haojie to really plan on watching this battle. He even planned on bringing everyone along. Was Blackwater Yunshi worth him being so cautious? Cloud Mist Restaurant. Chu Xian, Yuan Shang, and Dongfang Lingdong were sitting together. After hearing the conversation of the nearby customers, they looked at each other. Chu Xian, this Blackwater Yunshi is the one who humiliated you before, right? Yuan Shang looked at Chu Xian and said with a smile that did not seem like a smile. Chu Xian's expression was a little unsightly. 7 to 8 years ago, she had encountered Blackwater Yunshi when she was out on a mission. At that time, Chu Xian had just stepped into the first stage of life and death, while Blackwater Yunshi was already a rank 7 dragon. Because of some misunderstanding, she was heavily injured by Blackwater Yunshi. If it was not for the fact that she was a disciple of the Chu clan, she would have been killed on the spot. Then we have no choice but to go to this battle, Dongfang Lingdong smiled. They're here again. I wonder if those assassins are still waiting for me here? Let's go see Dongfang Haojie first. Chapter 551. The Origin of Purple Sun, Sword Emperor when Ning Qi and Heavenly Pig appeared in the capital. The news had already reached the ears of assassins from all over. King Wu's mansion. Old master, we can't just let this matter rest. The middle-aged woman looked at King Wu and said coldly, He has a close relationship with Master Eugene. We need to think about this carefully. You should pay the assassins more. It will be great if we can take down Dongfang Haojie first. King Wu said indifferently, If Lingfeng can't recover his cultivation, no matter who he has a close relationship with, I want him to die with Lingfeng. As for Dongfang Haojie, once he leaves the capital, they will attack. Even Yu Rujin won't be able to save him then. The middle-aged woman said viciously, Wu Lingfeng had been sent to a mysterious place. There was a chance for him to recover his cultivation, but the chances were slim. The middle-aged woman had already made her preparations. If her son failed to recover his cultivation, she would fight to the death with Ning Qi and Dongfang Hao. Dongfang Mansion. In the backyard, Dongfang Haojie looked at Heavenly Pig with surprise. Although Ning Qi had already introduced him, he still couldn't help but be shocked. Back in the day, Venerable Celestial Swine was a famous existence in Dongxian. His mouth had swallowed countless humans and dragons. He only stopped after he was imprisoned in the Draconic Penitentiary. No one expected such a fierce god to stay by Ning Qi's side obediently. It seemed that the rumors weren't entirely true. Brother Dongfang, stop looking. Brother Heavenly Pig will be embarrassed. Ning Qi smiled. Dongfang Haojie coughed awkwardly and sighed. I didn't expect you to experience so many things when you left the capital. You even went to the Draconic Penitentiary. Was there anything interesting there? Interesting. Does being chased by a Do-Di count? Ning Qi smiled bitterly. Do-Di? Dongfang Haojie was shocked. There's a Do-Di in the Draconic Penitentiary? How is that possible? Ning Qi smiled. The world is so big. What is impossible? Brother Dongfang, have you heard of the name Su Zhen? Su Zhen, Dongfang Haojie pondered. Suddenly he asked in surprise, Isn't he a true disciple of the Cloud Rising sect? A true disciple of the Cloud Rising sect? Ning Qi was shocked when he heard this. The chief of the Cloud Rising sect was merely an existence of the Doshin class. Yin Changzai, whom he had seen among the true inheritors, was only a little stronger than Tian Zhu Zunjia. He had never heard of any true inheritors breaking through to the Doshan class. If he was really the true inheritor of the Cloud Rising sect, how could he be a Do-Di? Seeing Ning Qi's expression as though he had seen a ghost, Dongfang Haojie said in shock, The Do-Di you are talking about, could it be Su Zhen? Purple Sun, Sword Emperor's name, is indeed Su Zhen. At this moment, Supremacy Celestial Pig, who was enjoying his meal at the side, interrupted. Dongfang Haojie suddenly stood up and muttered to himself, How can this be? Su Zhen is merely over 270 years old. He was merely a one-star Dozun when he was imprisoned in the Dragon Prison. How did he become a D within a short 200 years? I'm afraid this has something to do with the lower spirit godstone. What kind of stone is this? Why didn't the system give me a detailed explanation? Ning Qi thought to himself. It seemed like he could not exchange all the lower spirit god stones for dragon slayer coins when he found them in the future. He had to keep some for research. When I enter the dry bones forbidden land next year, not only will I have to steal more dragon blood fruits, but I will also have to dig out a few hundred lower spirit god stones. Thinking of this, Ning Chi suddenly remembered the purpose of his trip, so he took out the black lotus devil flame from his space bag. 3 inches above his palm, a black flame suddenly appeared. That scorching heat made the old eunuchs and young eunuchs, who were standing nearby, step back a dozen steps, and their faces revealed a shocked expression. Heavenly flame? Supremacy Celestial Pig was a little shocked. Ning Chi had not only escaped from the black ghost demon dragon, but he had also stolen their heavenly flame. What was going on? Dongfang Haojie was also shocked by the temperature of the black lotus demon flame. He looked at the black lotus demon flame on Ning Chi's palm in shock. This is the black lotus demon flame, ranked 43rd on the heavenly flame list. Brother Dongfang has good eyesight. Ning Chi smiled. Dongfang Haojie's face was filled with envy. He had yet to refine an heavenly flame because everyone could only refine one heavenly flame in their lifetime. Therefore, he did not care about the heavenly flames that were ranked lower. He could not find any heavenly flames that were ranked in the top 50. He did not expect Ning Chi to obtain such a top-ranked heavenly flame when he was still a Do Huang. You're envious. Ning Chi smiled. Envious. Dongfang Haojie nodded. Here you go. Ning Chi threw the black lotus demon flame to Dongfang Haojie. Dongfang Haojie's face was filled with shock. He subconsciously swept out a stream of Do Chi from his body and carefully wrapped the black lotus demon flame. Then he looked at Ning Chi in confusion. What do you mean? I already have an heavenly flame. This black lotus demon flame is specially kept for you. Are you touched? Ning Chi smiled. This, Dongfang Haojie looked at Ning Chi's serious face. It did not seem that Ning Chi was teasing him. Dongfang Haojie was touched, but then he looked at Ning Chi seriously and said, Don't tell me you want to borrow spirit crystals from me? Although my house is very big, I have spent most of my spirit crystals on it and training. I don't have money. Hurry up and refine it. Don't talk nonsense. The ownerless heavenly flame will disappear in less than half a day. At that time, you won't even have a place to cry. Ning Chi rolled his eyes. Dongfang Haojie saw that he had achieved his goal. He smiled and began to refine the black lotus demon flame in front of everyone. The old eunuchs and young eunuchs nearby were excited when they saw this. After Master refines the black lotus demon flame, his ranking on the ranking list of young masters will rise by at least 20 places. Great, the old eunuch muttered to himself. Then he looked at Ning Chi with eyes full of gratitude. The black lotus demon flame, ranked 43rd on the heavenly flame list, was given away just like that. Even the emperor would not be so generous. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the black lotus devil flame suddenly merged with Dongfang Haojie's body. The instant he opened his eyes, everyone felt a wave of hot air assaulting their noses. In his eyes, there seemed to be 2 raging flames burning. Phew! Dongfang Haojie let out a long breath. Then he looked at Ning Chi seriously and said sincerely, Brother Ning, thank you. I told you that you are very touched, right? Haha. Ning Chi laughed. Dongfang Haojie saw that Ning Chi was so proud. When he was about to refute him, a servant came in and reported, Blackwater Dragon Clan's Heishui Isher has brought a group of people to pay a visit. Heishui Isher is here? Dongfang Haojie frowned and looked at Ning Chi. Let's go and see her. Let's see if her cultivation has increased in 1 year. Chapter 552. This blade is enough. Everyone, please wait a moment. A young eunuch led Heishui Yunsher and a group of people into the guest hall. He spoke respectfully and began serving tea to everyone. Aside from Heishui Aolong, The people who came with Heishui Yunshi were all prodigies on the mortal ranking. Of course, their rankings were quite low. After about 7 or 8 breaths of time, a young man with a red face and white teeth raised his eyebrows impatiently and said, "Why is Dongfang Haojie coming so slowly? This is how he treats his guests." Mu Bai, don't worry. One of the prodigies of the Mu clan, Mu Juner, glanced at the young man. The young man immediately shut his mouth when he heard this. Not only did he fear this cousin of his, but he also admired her. With Mu Bai's personality, aside from his father and the elders, Mu Juner was the only one in the same generation who could restrain him. Heishui Aolong glanced at Mu Juner and a strange light flashed in his eyes. He looked at Mu Bai indifferently and fell silent. Although he had a high status in the Black Water Dragon clan, he was still slightly inferior to the people present. After all, he was still a rank 6 dragon. However, Heishui Aolong believed that with his talent, he would be able to defeat Mu Bai and the others once he broke through to rank 7. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Kai Weitao and Ji Kaishi, who were sitting beside Mu Bai and Mu Jun. They were disciples of the Kai clan and Ji clan, which were ranked on the same level as the 36 great sections. If that was all they had, Heishui Aolong wouldn't look at them in such a different light. The Kai clan and the Ji clan were backed by one of the 9 great clans, the Bai Shao clan. Heishui Proud Dragon was still a little wary of the clan that had the Dongshin leaderboard, Heaven leaderboard, Earth leaderboard, Man leaderboard, and Dragon leaderboard. At this moment, Ji Kaishi calmly looked at the young eunuch and said, "Young eunuch, why isn't Dongfang Haojie here yet? Do you know that we are all ranked on the mortal ranking? If we work together, even Dongfang Haojie might not be our match." The young eunuch was stunned for a moment, but he had seen this kind of thing many times. He still said in a low voice, "Master will be here soon. Honored guests, please wait a moment. Give him 10 more breaths of time. If he doesn't," Ji Kaishi sneered, "what if I can't?" Dongfang Haojie brought Ning Qi into the living room and faintly smiled at Ji Kaishi. Seeing this, Ji Kaishi's eyes flashed with fighting intent. "If I can't do it, I will challenge you first before Heishui Yunshi challenges that ant. I wasn't in the capital last time, so I didn't see how you defeated Wu Lingfeng. However, I recently learned an ancient martial skill. Do you want to give it a try?" Ji Kaishi, today Blackwater Yunshi, is the main character. Don't steal her limelight, Kai Weitao said lightly. Ji Kaishi glanced at him, the sneer on his lips unchanging. If it was in the past, Dongfang Haojie would not have said a word. Not only would he have taught Ji Kaishi a lesson, if he had been angrier, it would not have been impossible for him to have been captured and castrated. But now, after experiencing so many things, his temperament had changed greatly. In his eyes, Ji Kaishi was nothing more than a spoiled brat. Therefore, Dongfang Haojie did not get angry. He faintly smiled and said, "I would like to see your ancient martial skill. However, this matter will have to wait until Heishui Yunshi has a match with my brother." His brother? Everyone's eyes involuntarily looked at Ning Qi. They had already noticed Ning Qi. However, after discovering that he was merely a peak Do Huang who had yet to step through the 9 life and death trials, they did not pay much attention to him. Heishui Yunshi is the one who wants to have a match with you? This is simply a joke. Mu Bai looked at Ning Qi and then at Heishui Yunshi. He could not help but let out a wild laugh. Mu Juner was not as arrogant as him. Instead, she frowned slightly, after which a shocked expression appeared in her eyes. Clearly, she had recognized Ning Qi. After all, the repercussions that Ning Qi's bronze puppet had created were still occasionally brought up by people. "I'm afraid that Heishui Yunshi is going to kick a metal plate this time," Mu Juner faintly thought to herself. If Ning Qi released the ancient puppet that even Headmaster Jean praised, Heishui Yunshi would definitely not be a match for it. However, she did not open her mouth to remind him. No matter what, Heishui Yunshi was from the dragon tribe, while Ning Qi was from the human tribe. She had only come this time because of the black water dragon tribe. "You are dead." He Shui Ao Long immediately locked onto Ning Qi. He looked at him viciously. The corner of his mouth revealed a ferocious smile as he transmitted his voice to Ning Qi. "You can eat shit." Ning Qi also transmitted his voice. "You." He Shui Ao Long was instantly enraged. He was just about to attack without any regard for the consequences when he saw Dongfang Haojie looking at him indifferently. It was as though a basin of cold water had instantly extinguished the flames in his heart. "Just you wait. I will see how long Dongfang Haojie can protect you." He Shui Ao Long transmitted his voice. He Shui Yun Shi nodded at Dongfang Haojie. She had already broken through to the rank 7 middle level of the dragon tribe. In her heart, she did not think that she was any weaker than Dongfang Haojie. Hence, her attitude had changed. After which, He Shui Yunshi looked at Ning Qi and said indifferently, "You have really come as promised. Did you think that I would run away?" Ning Qi smiled. He had already seen He Shui Yunshi's attributes and knew that she had made a breakthrough in her cultivation. However, Ning Qi was not afraid. Even without the low-grade spiritual godstone to activate the bronze puppet, he felt that his chances of winning against He Shui Yunshi were 50-50. If he could defeat He Shui Yunshi, he would not be far from obtaining the first rank on the dragon ranking. As the first rank on the dragon ranking, Desolate Ancient Ruthless was at most at the same level as He Shui Yunshi. He was a little stronger than an ordinary Dozong. "I will give you a chance. If you are willing to kneel and apologize to me during the fight, I will choose not to kill you." He Shui Yunshi said indifferently. "Sister." He Shui Ao Long revealed an anxious expression when he heard this. Mu Bai and the rest were also very surprised. He Shui Yunshi had caused such a huge commotion, but she was going to spare Ning Qi's life? She is trying to humiliate the human race. A cold glint flashed across Mu Jun'er's eyes as she looked at He Shui Yunshi. "Then I will also give you a chance. If you are willing to slap yourself 10 times during the fight, I will leave you some face." Ning Qi smiled. He felt an enormous pressure coming from He Shui Yunshi the moment he said this. He could not help but take a dozen steps back and almost exited the guest hall. "Is this brat crazy?" Mu Bai was stunned as he looked at Ning Qi. A trace of admiration suddenly appeared in his heart. Ji Kaishi and Kai Weitao exchanged glances. Kai Weitao could not help but transmit a message. "He is even more arrogant than you." Dongfang Haojie took a step forward and looked at He Shui Yunshi with a sneer. "Are you going to attack me here?" He Shui Yunshi and Dongfang Haojie looked at each other for a while and smiled. "I came here today to tell you that you must come to this fight." After saying this, she looked at He Shui Ao Long and the rest. "Let's go." They left just as suddenly as they had come. Dongfang Haojie looked at Ning Qi. "Brother Ning, are you going to use the bronze puppet to kill her? She is different from Wu Lingfeng and the rest. If you do that, I am afraid that the Black Water Dragon Tribe leader will personally come to kill you. This blade is enough to kill her." Chapter 553. Chapter 553. Death at Him. The Jiuzhou Empire. The capital. The Imperial Gladiatorial Arena. Unlike the last time when Dongfang Haojie fought with Wu Lingfeng, the number of spectators did not decrease this time. Instead, many people tried their best to get a ticket to the arena. They wanted to see which arrogant guy dared to challenge He Shui Yunshi. Yu Rujin was already sitting on the grandstand. Beside her were not only the 18th prince and the 19th princess, but also several older princes who were on the ranking list of young masters. If they had not received the invitation from the Black Water Dragon clan, they would not have come to the arena today. Compared with watching the fun, they were more willing to immerse themselves in cultivation so that they could have a chance to take over the Jiuzhou Empire in the future. "Eunuch Yu, I heard that the guy who fought with Heishui Yunshi is the outer sect disciple of the Cloud Rising sect who followed Dongfang Haojie last time. The seventh prince glanced at Yurujin and said calmly. Yurujin bowed and said with a smile, I have to see him in person to know whether the news is true or not. Then he looked at the grandstand not far away with a smile. There stood a middle-aged man in black. He was the great constable of the Black Jail sect, Yi Mingyu. He probably got the news about the seventh prince from him. Yurujin knew that the seventh prince seemed to be cultivating in seclusion all year round, but in private he had a close relationship with the Black Jail sect. Yi Mingyu and Yurujin looked at each other for a full 3 breaths. Then he snorted and turned his head. In one of the grandstands of the arena, about 20 or 30 young people gathered. They were the geniuses of various families and sections. They were in the top 100 of the dragon ranking list. They had also received the invitation from Heishui Yunshi and had come to watch the fight. Among them, some were disciples of the Kai family and the Ji family. They had come with Ji Kaishi and Kai Weitao in the grandstand of the Cha Gong mansion. I didn't expect to see such a show as soon as I came back. Cha Nan sat on the grandstand and smiled at the 2 girls beside him. Before he was captured and sent to the Draconic Penitentiary, he was also a person on the dragon rank. This time, he returned to the Chamberlain of 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 this way. They would be able to obtain many times more cultivation resources than in the sect. At this time, as the time of the competition approached, more and more people entered the arena. Every time a heavens chosen from a certain clan or a powerful expert appeared, it would cause a heated discussion among the audience. Hey, look at those 3 people. Is it a genius from the Chu, Dongfang, or Yuan families? It's them. I didn't expect them to come as well. The Sky Prides in the top 100 of the Dragon leaderboard looked at Chu Xian and the other 2 with complicated expressions. The 3 of them were ranked pretty high on the Dragon leaderboard. Yuan Shang felt countless gazes on him, and he could not help but reveal a faint smile. Together with Dongfang Lingdong and Chu Xian, he arrived at the Martial Imperial Manor's viewing platform. Big sister Chu Xian, big brother Yuan, big brother Dongfang, you're all here. Quick, sit here. The disciples of the Martial Imperial Manor came up to greet them, while the Martial Imperial Manor nodded with a faint smile. Although their origins were terrifying, as a Dozun he naturally had to maintain the dignity of a Dozun. He would not lower himself to curry favor with 3 heavens chosen who were not even Dozongs. At this time, a few more people came in. When the crowd saw them, they could not help but gasp. Why are they here too? Brother, who are they? Why can't I recognize them? You can't recognize the top 200 of the mortal leaderboard? Do you see that lady? Dongfang Yulua, the Dongfang family's chosen. Even more terrifying than Dongfang Haojie. And that guy beside her, Chu Feng, the Chu family's chosen, ranked 198 on the mortal leaderboard, even stronger than Dongfang Yulua. And that one, Yuan Kongming from the Yuan family, ranked 197th on the mortal leaderboard. These 3 families are indeed, as the rumors say, they have a close relationship. There were 3 young ones just now, and now there are 3 big ones. Chu Xian and the other 2 were also shocked when they saw them, especially Yuan Shang. Not only was he shocked, but there was also a trace of fear in his eyes. The 7th prince stood up with a smile and waved at Dongfang Yulua and the others. Everyone come up and have a chat. Dongfang Yulua and the others flew up and landed beside the seventh prince. None of the guards that Yurujin brought dared to stop them, so the seventh prince invited them. I guess they are not here to watch the competition. There must be something else important. The crowd suddenly understood. No wonder the top 200 of the mortal leaderboard would be so bored as to watch Heishui Yunshur torture an ant. Seventh Prince, do you know who Heishui Yunshur's opponent is? Dongfang Yulua smiled faintly. The seventh prince glanced at her and chuckled. It might be an outer disciple of the Cloud Rising sect. Oh, the crowd immediately lost interest. Seeing this, the 18th prince said, Ning Qi is very powerful. The 19th princess nodded. Brother is right. The crowd glanced at them, smiled, and ignored them. A trace of displeasure flashed in the 18th prince's eyes, but he didn't say anything. She's here. Heishui Yunshur is here. The people behind her are all on the mortal leaderboard, right? Yes, Mu Jun and Mu Bai from the Mu Palace, Kai Wei Tao and Ji Kaishi from the Kai and Ji families. The crowd wasn't so surprised this time. They had seen the top 200 of the mortal leaderboard, so why would they care about these people who were ranked below 1,000? The only thing they were curious about now was Heishui Yunshur's opponent. Who was so fearless of death? The guy they were curious about was rushing toward the martial arena with Dongfang Haojie. When they were about to arrive, assassins suddenly attacked Ning Qi from the side of the road. Are you guys crazy? Ning Qi looked at these assassins in disbelief. Did they go crazy from wanting to be famous? Not to mention that Dongfang Haojie was by his side. These guys who weren't even emperor fighters dared to attack him? A trace of fierceness flashed in Ning Qi's eyes. He didn't hold back and killed each of them on the spot. No, these are just death warriors. They are testing your strength. Dongfang Haojie said with a frown. Sure enough, the two of them sensed several powerful auras flashing in the vicinity. The security of the capital is too bad. Is the Black Prison sect eating shit? Ning Qi sneered and walked into the martial arena with Dongfang Haojie. When Heishui Yunshur saw Ning Qi, she flew down and landed in the middle of the martial arena. She said indifferently, You are here. Who didn't escape? Everyone looked at the two of them. They immediately excluded Dongfang Haojie. Then their gazes fell on Ning Qi. It's him. Chapter 554. Chapter 554. Severed Finger, how can it be him? The one who's going to compete with Heishui Yunshur is that outer disciple of the Cloud Rising sect. Some people who had seen Ning Qi before couldn't believe their eyes. At the same time, they couldn't help but look at Heishui Yunshur with pity. This was because they knew that Ning Qi had a great killing weapon. Not even the Martial King, Sky Sword Marquis, and the others could defeat this ancient puppet. However, most people hadn't seen Ning Qi before, so they couldn't help but sneer at him. So it's him, a peak emperor with decent talent, but he's overestimating himself. He doesn't look like an ant from a remote country. He's probably an inner disciple of one of the 36 top sections. Does anyone know who he is? It's him. Chu Xian and the other two revealed a trace of anger. It really is him. The seventh prince's lips curled into a sneer as he exchanged glances with Yi Mingyu. Seeing this, Yurujin frowned slightly. The seventh prince was right. Dongfang Yulua's eyes didn't stop on Ning Qi. Instead, she stared at Dongfang Haojie. The others were curious about Ning Qi. They wanted to see what kind of person dared to compete with a Do Zong despite being only a Do Huang. This kid really dared to come, Mu Bai muttered in a low voice. Mu Juner glanced at him, then looked at Ning Qi and said, Maybe he has a trump card. What trump card? His trump card is Dongfang Haojie. Can Dongfang Haojie take his place this time? Heishui Aolong sneered. Mu Juner smiled and didn't argue with him. Ji Kaishi and Kai Weitao glanced at Mu Juner, then revealed a trace of contemplation in their eyes. Among the audience, The ones who were the most shocked were Hua Wushang and the others. The person who's going to compete with He Shui Yunshi is Ning Qi. Hua Wushang's expression was uncertain. The inner disciples around him were also very shocked. They didn't expect the ant from a small country to be their fellow disciple. Moreover, it was Ning Qi who was about to be accepted as a disciple by Elder Meng. Junior brother Hua, looks like there's going to be a good show today. That is indeed the case. He Shui Yunshi is someone on the man ranking. Even a Peak Do Huang who has stepped into the 9th life and death test or an expert in the top 10 of the dragon ranking would definitely not be a match for her. I'm afraid that this little fellow Ning Qi will die in her hands today. Congratulations, junior brother Hua. They all knew that the relationship between Hua Wushang and Ning Qi was not harmonious. If Ning Qi died here today, Hua Wushang would have one less enemy in the future. Moreover, they would be able to ride on Hua Wushang's coattails and live comfortably in the Cloud Rising sect. Hearing this, Hua Wushang's eyes were filled with joy. That's right. Ning Qi, this fellow, didn't stay in the Cloud Rising sect and cultivate, waiting to become a true disciple. Instead, he came out to compete with Blackwater Yunshi. Wasn't he courting death? If he died in He Shui Yunshi's hands, even Meng Qingling wouldn't dare to say anything, right? It's a pity that uncle isn't here. If he could personally see Ning Qi die in He Shui Yunshi's hands, he would definitely feel much better. The corner of Hua Wushang's mouth rose slightly, revealing a faint mocking smile. Ning Qi looked at He Shui Yunshi and smiled. I'm here. Dongfang Haojie didn't go to the spectator stand, but stood at the edge of the battlefield. He quietly watched as Ning Qi walked towards He Shui Yunshi step by step. There was a faint trace of worry in his heart. If I had known earlier, I would have asked the Honorable Heavenly Swine to come as well. If Ning Qi really couldn't defeat He Shui Yunshi, one more helper would increase the chance of Ning Qi's safety. However, Ning Qi was afraid that too many people in the capital city would recognize the Honorable Heavenly Swine. He had eaten many humans and dragons before. If he was recognized on the spot, he would probably be hated by everyone. Hence, he didn't allow the Honorable Heavenly Swine to come. The fight is about to start. Why isn't anyone opening the bet this time? Who dares to open the bet? The outcome is already decided. Who said that no one is opening the bet? I have already bet that He Shui Yunshi will win. The odds are 100 to 1. I bet 500 lower spiritual crystals and made a fortune. What? There's actually such a thing. Which damned fellow is so secretive when opening the bet? Isn't he afraid of losing money? On the spectator stand, Chu Feng glanced at Dongfang Yulua and smiled. I heard that Dongfang Haojie was adopted by your parents when he was young? Dongfang Yulua's expression changed slightly. She looked at Chu Feng indifferently. What are you trying to say? He was sent to the imperial palace by your parents, right? Take a guess. Who do you think he hates the most right now? Chu Feng smiled faintly. Do you want me to help you get rid of him? Yuan Kongming said indifferently. You too. Don't meddle in other people's business. I will solve my own problem. After watching this battle, we will leave the capital city. Dongfang Yulua said coldly. The 7th prince saw this and quickly smiled. That's right. Dongfang Haojie is nothing. Don't mention him. Yu Rujin stood to the side, his face extremely unsightly. These people obviously didn't put him in their eyes. Dongfang Haojie was his eunuch, and from their words, it seemed that they could decide Dongfang Haojie's life or death at will. Everyone's eyes were focused on Ning Qi and He Shui Yunshi at this moment. The choice I gave you before is still valid, He Shui Yunshi said indifferently. The choice I gave you is also valid. Ning Qi smiled. In that case, I hope you won't beg for mercy before you die. He Shui Yunshi looked at Ning Qi indifferently. Her body moved slightly and she appeared in front of Ning Qi. Her speed was even faster than Feng Mo's. The afterimage she left on the spot took a few seconds to dissipate. However, Ning Qi was no longer a peak King Do. He was now a peak Do Huang. When He Shui Yunshi approached him, he had already swung his saber. He Shui Yunshi didn't take this saber seriously. She casually stretched out her hand to block it. "You underestimate me." Ning Qi's mouth curled up into a cold smile. The Dragon Slayer saber's damage to the Dragon Clan and the Dragon Slayer Do Qi ignored defense. It was not something that He Shui Yunshi could block with her hand. Even if she was a rank 7 dragon, she couldn't do it. Puff! A stream of blood floated up. A few fingers fell on the ground. He Shui Yunshi was stunned on the spot. She blankly looked at the bloody fingers on the ground. It was as if she couldn't believe that her dragon body was so weak under the opponent's saber. Hiss! Everyone present sucked in a breath of cold air and involuntarily stood up. It was as if they couldn't believe what they had seen with their own eyes. A peak Do Huang cut off the fingers of a rank 7 dragon? Is this a dream? Dongfang Yulua, Chu Feng, and Yuan Kongming immediately focused their eyes on Ning Qi. Chapter 555. Chapter 555. Chapter 555. Not heavy enough. The choice I gave you is still valid. This sentence was like a demonic voice that reverberated continuously in He Shui Yunshi's mind. How could this be? As a member of the Blackwater Dragon Clan, a rank 7 mid-level giant dragon, even in human form, the dragon scales were still hidden under her skin. The defense of the dragon scales was equivalent to at least a middle-level Earth rank defensive Do weapon. Not to mention that she was always protected by Do Qi. How could the opponent's unremarkable blade cut off a few of her fingers? Of course, He Shui Yunshi could not understand why Ning Qi's dragon, slaying Do Qi, could ignore the dragon's armor and cause true damage. If the dragon tribe knew about this, Ning Qi would instantly become the public enemy of the dragon tribe. At that time, there would be an endless number of dragons chasing after him no matter where he went. This blade is extraordinary. Yu Rujin's eyes revealed a shocked expression. His attention was not attracted by Ning Qi, but by the dragon's slaying blade in his hand. He was not the only one. All the Do Zuns present, such as Yi Mingyu, the Wu Wangya, the Sky Sword Marquis, and the others, were all focused on the dragon's slaying blade. To be able to allow a peak Do Huang to instantly cut off a rank 7 dragon's fingers and break her defense. Could this blade be a middle-grade Tian rank Do weapon? This grade was already a Do weapon that the Do Zuns could only dream of. Any higher would be a Do Sheng or Do Di. If this blade had landed on my body, Yuan Shang watched this scene in shock. A chill rose in his heart when he thought of this. He exchanged glances with Chu Xian and Dongfang Lingdong and saw the fear in each other's eyes. Although their cultivation was higher than Ning Qi's, their physical bodies and defenses were worlds apart from He Shui Yunshi's. If even He Shui Yunshi ended up with a broken finger, they would not fare any better. The Wu Wangya looked at the dragon's slaying blade in Ning Qi's hand with a greedy expression. This expression flashed by in an instant, and no one noticed it. On the royal viewing platform, I already said that Ning Qi is very strong, the 18th prince said faintly. His small face was as serious as a small adult. The 7th prince and his brothers glanced at the 18th prince with a hint of surprise in their eyes. This kid is interesting. Chu Feng looked at Ning Qi with an inexplicable smile on his face. Yuan Kongming said indifferently, he is merely relying on the advantage of his Do weapon and Blackwater Isher's carelessness. His blade is simply unable to touch Blackwater Isher's figure. Dongfang Yulua nodded. Indeed, junior brother Hua. How can this guy be so strong? He actually gained the upper hand with just one strike? The senior brothers and sisters beside Hua Wushang all revealed looks of shock. Hua Wushang's expression was very ugly. At this moment, someone nearby glanced at them and said, Don't be anxious. The battle has just begun. Hua Wushang glanced at them and saw that they were two girls. He couldn't help but frown slightly. He didn't reply and focused all his attention on Ning Qi. He didn't believe that Ning Qi could defeat a rank 7 dragon. Sister, what did you say to them? Do you know them? Zhou Luning transmitted her voice to Wuma Fengling curiously. Wuma Fengling didn't reply. Her attention was completely focused on Ning Qi. It was this guy who had caused her to fail her first mission. I hope that you don't die in Blackwater Isher's hands. You are mine. Wuma Fengling looked at Ning Qi and said in her heart, TCH, what's so great about it? Zhou Luning couldn't help but roll her eyes when she saw that Wuma Fengling wasn't speaking to her. Kai Weitao glanced at Heishui Aolong. He saw that the latter's face was ashen and his fists were tightly clenched. He couldn't help but smile at Mu Juner. Do you guys think that Blackwater Isher can win this battle? Kai Weitao, what do you mean? Do you think that my sister can't beat a Peak Do Huang? Before Mu Juner could reply, Heishui Aolong had already coldly looked at Kai Weitao. His tone was filled with killing intent. Kai Weitao didn't care about Heishui Aolong. In his eyes, Heishui Aolong was trash who couldn't even compare to an ordinary heaven's pride from the 9 great clans. Heishui Aolong didn't have the qualifications to be on equal footing with Kai Weitao. Kai Weitao was only able to sit with Kai Weitao because of the Blackwater Dragon Tribe and Blackwater Isher behind him. Mu Juner faintly said, No one knows who the victor is until the end. Have you never seen an ant bite an elephant to death? I know. That ant definitely possesses a lethal poison. For example, if 10 heaven-devouring ants come, even a Dozun would have to temporarily avoid them. Mu Bai added. That makes sense. Ji Kaishi nodded. The way he looked at Ning Qi had changed a little. This fellow didn't seem to be brainlessly arrogant. Heishui Aolong's heart burned with fury when he saw their attitudes. Just you wait. You bunch of ants actually dare to humiliate my Blackwater Dragon Tribe. Don't let me find an opportunity. Otherwise, I will make all of you regret everything you have said today. They didn't know that Heishui Aolong would hold a grudge against all of them because of these few words. On the viewing platform of the Black Prison Sect, a trace of regret appeared in Yi Mingyu's eyes. If he had strongly requested to capture Ning Qi and bring him to the Black Prison Sect, that dough weapon would now belong to the Black Prison Sect. Yi Mingyu couldn't help but plan in his heart. He wanted to frame some crime and capture Ning Qi while Courtyard Master Jean wasn't around. At that time, whether Ning Qi lived or died, would Courtyard Master Jean dare to seek revenge from the Black Prison Sect? Yi Mingyu couldn't help but smile when he thought of this. So, have you made up your mind? Ning Qi looked at Blackwater Isher and smiled faintly. Blackwater Isher's expression was cold as she raised her head. Her severed finger instantly grew back at a speed visible to the naked eye. The next moment, she turned into an afterimage and disappeared from the spot. Pooh! Ning Qi's back was punched and his entire body smashed heavily into the ground. Like an old ox plowing the fields, he was dragged along the ground for hundreds of feet, leaving behind a deep mark. The fighting arena was completely silent. Soon after, a few sighs could be heard. It seemed that even with that terrifying dough weapon, Ning Qi was still no match for Blackwater Isher. After all, the gap between a Peak Do Huang and her was like a chasm that couldn't be crossed. An ordinary Do Huang would definitely die on the spot after being hit by Blackwater Isher's angry punch. Therefore, he should also be dead, right? Did you see that? Heishui Aolong looked at Kai Weitao and the others with a face full of ridicule. Something's wrong. Kai Weitao ignored him. Instead, a glint appeared in his eyes as he stared intently at Ning Qi's figure. As expected, Ning Qi stood up from the ground and patted the dust off his body as if he wasn't injured at all. He looked at Blackwater Isher and said, It's not heavy enough. Hit me harder. Chapter 556. The unkillable Ning Qi Heishui Yunshi thought that Ning Qi was trying to save face and sneered, "If it's not heavy enough, then let's try this move." Her figure turned into a blur again. The next moment, Ning Qi was greeted by a dragon tail that suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Boom! Ning Qi was smashed into the ground. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Dongfang Haojie was shocked. If it wasn't for the fact that Heishui Yunshi didn't make any other moves, he would have immediately stopped the battle. To be able to freely change between dragon and human form, Heishui Yunshi has some talent. Chu Feng couldn't help but smile. That kid is not bad either. An outer disciple of the Cloud Rise sect? When did the quality of the outer disciples of the Cloud Rise sect become so high? Yuan Kongming smiled. The seventh prince smiled. So what? He will still die in Heishui Yunshi's hands today. Even you and I wouldn't dare to take that attack head-on, right? That's true. Chu Feng nodded. Ning Qi should be dead, right? Hua Wushang's eyes were filled with anticipation. The people of the Wu Imperial residence also looked at the pit that Heishui Yunshi had made in the center of the arena. Ning Qi had probably become minced meat. The battle won't end just like that, right? It's a bit boring. Why didn't that guy release the ancient puppet from last time? What is he waiting for? The people in the audience all had different thoughts. Heishui Yunshi looked at the pit mockingly. She knew how powerful the dragon tail attack was. Ning Qi would definitely die now. But just as she was about to turn and leave, Ning Qi's voice came from the pit. "It's not heavy enough. This guy." The crowd was shocked. He wasn't dead yet. Ning Qi climbed out of the hole, looked at Blackwater Yunshi, and said, "Is the strength of your Blackwater Dragon clan only this much? Show me what you're made of." Heishui Yunshi's eyes were filled with anger, and she attacked Ning Qi again. Boom! Too late. Boom! You can't do it. Boom! Don't go, I'm not dead yet. Boom! Wait, hit me again. Boom! Ning Qi's body was instantly covered by a layer of golden light. At this moment, his aura suddenly changed greatly. This change shocked Yu Rujin, Yi Mingyu, Lord Wu, and the others. They seemed to have seen the supreme existence of the Nine States Empire. The great emperor of the Nine States? How could this be? A mere Do Huang actually possessed the aura of a Do Di? What kind of cultivation method did he cultivate? This is getting more and more interesting. He broke through in the midst of battle. Chu Feng's eyes were filled with deep curiosity. They didn't notice that the expressions of the seventh prince and the others were more exaggerated than anyone else. A proud smile appeared on Dongfang Haojie's face. Ning Qi was borrowing Heishui Yunshi's hands to train his body refining martial technique. Dongfang Haojie couldn't help but think of the time when he had personally helped Ning Qi hone that martial skill in his mansion. At that time, Ning Qi was the same as today, seemingly unable to be killed or injured. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully breaking through to the true third phase, War God Body. Your HP has increased by 50,000. Hearing this beautiful system prompt, Ning Qi couldn't help but reveal a faint smile on his face. He then looked at Heishui Yunshi and said with a smile, "You hit me so many times just now. Now it should be my turn, right?" Heishui Yunshi suddenly felt a trace of vigilance in her heart. How is this possible? Why do I feel a trace of fear towards him? Heishui Yunshi was unwilling to believe that the dragon race had an instinctive sense of danger. At this moment, she saw Ning Qi slash towards her. This ordinary slash instantly condensed a terrifying and suffocating blade intent in the air and slashed at her body. Heishui Yunshi's reaction was extremely fast. This slash only hit her afterimage. Although it didn't kill her, there was a pool of blood on the ground. This meant that Heishui Yunshi had once again been injured by Ning Qi's slash. And this was under the condition that she was not careless. Yuan Kongming's face immediately revealed a solemn expression. He had just said that Ning Qi's slash wouldn't be able to hit He Shui Yunshi, but in just a few slashes he had been slapped in the face. What kind of blade technique is this? Dongfang Yulua frowned slightly. She kept searching through her memories, but she couldn't find anything related to Ning Qi's sky edge bright moon blade. That was because it wasn't a martial technique from Dongxian. At this moment, He Shui Yunshi's figure also appeared in everyone's sight. As expected, there was a huge wound on her shoulder that was continuously bleeding. How can this be? How could Big Sister be injured by him? He Shui Aolong's face revealed a trace of disbelief. This kid is quite strong, Mu Juner and the rest revealed a solemn expression. If Ning Qi could injure He Shui Yunshi, it meant that he could also injure them. Junior Hua, was this guy really just a peak doling when he first entered the sect? The few people from the Cloud Rising sect's inner sect transmitted a message to Hua Wushang in disbelief. Hua Wushang's face was ashen. He stared at Ning Qi without replying. You're dead. He Shui Yunshi looked at Ning Qi coldly. In the next moment, she transformed into her dragon form. Her current defense was many times stronger than when she was in her human form. Everyone looked at the huge black dragon that was 700 to 800 feet long appearing in the middle of the fighting arena. They couldn't help but feel a faint pressure. This was the unique dragon aura of the dragon tribe. In fact, even if it wasn't a dragon tribe, any demonic beast with such a huge body would give people an indescribable pressure. At this moment, Ning Qi, who was in front of He Shui Yunshi, was really like an insignificant ant. It was as if he was waiting for the judgment of the gods. Ning Qi smiled. He Shui Yunshi was courting death. So what if she had transformed into her dragon form? His dragon-slaying Do Qi could still ignore armor, but He Shui Yunshi had lost her lightning-like speed. 2,600,000 HP. I only have 2,320,000 left. Another 10 to 20 slashes should be enough, Ning Qi smiled. In the next moment, he carried the dragon-slaying saber and charged at He Shui Yunshi like a cannonball. 1 slash, 2 slashes, 3 slashes. Ning Qi's method of exchanging injury for injury caught He Shui Yunshi a little off guard. An ordinary person would have dodged, but Ning Qi took it head-on and retaliated with a slash. This repeated over and over again. He Shui Yunshi's HP fell rapidly. Not long later, it had reached a dangerous level. A great storm rose in everyone's hearts when they saw He Shui Yunshi, a rank 7 dragon, being beaten by Ning Qi until she could not retaliate. Those Dozongs who thought that their cultivation was similar to He Shui Yunshi used incomparably shocked eyes to look at Ning Qi. It was as though they were looking at a monster. Chapter 557. Coveting, that fellow is too strange. He's not dead, even after receiving such a heavy blow from Blackwater Yunshi. His physical body is very strong. The battle was coming to an end at this point. Ning Qi continuously swallowed Earth-grade spring recovery pills, maintaining his HP above 1 million. Blackwater Yunshi, on the other hand, only had 70,000 HP left. It's over. Ning Qi smiled. He stomped on Blackwater Yunshi's body, sending her flying backwards. At the same time, he swung his saber. Boom! Blackwater Yunshi's body heavily smashed onto the ground. Sis, Blackwater Arrogant Dragon didn't care about anything else. He flew over to Blackwater Yunshi's side. Seeing that she was still breathing, he let out a sigh of relief. He continued to stuff healing medicinal pills into her mouth. At the same time, he looked at Ning Qi vigilantly, afraid that Ning Qi would try to kill him again. Blackwater Yunshi lost? Everyone's face revealed a trace of disbelief. Even now, they were unwilling to believe that Blackwater Yunshi would lose to a Peak Do Huang. Ha ha ha! I've struck gold this time. Someone in the audience laughed like a madman. What? Why did you strike gold? I bet 100 low-grade spiritual crystals that Blackwater Yunshur would lose. The odds are 1 to 300. How can I not strike gold? Ha ha ha. You're really a lucky bastard. Blackwater Yunshur's body turned into a human again. However, her face was extremely pale. She had lost a lot of blood. Her eyes were filled with unwillingness as she looked at Ningqi. Why did I lose to him? Ningqi smiled as he walked towards Blackwater Yunshur and Heishui Ao Long seeing this. Heishui Ao Long roared, "Don't come over!" Is he going to kill Blackwater Yunshur? Won't he anger the Blackwater Dragon tribe? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Kongming, you Luo, shall we go over and take a look at the saber in his hand? Chu Feng smiled. Yes. Yuan Kongming nodded. He was extremely curious about the origins of the saber in Ningqi's hand. It could cut through the dragon tribe like it was a fruit. Yu Rujin's eyes narrowed. She swept her gaze across the three, and her lips moved. Hurry up and bring this kid away. Yu Rujin's voice rang in Dongfang Haojia's ears. He was stunned for a moment, then nodded and flew to Ningqi's side. It's okay if you win. Let's go. Wait a moment. Ningqi waved his hand. He looked at Blackwater Yunshur and said indifferently, Did you lose this competition? Haywater Yunshur did not reply. Haywater Ao Long said angrily, You are just taking advantage of the weapon in your hand. What's there to be proud of? Our Blackwater Dragon clan will not let you off. Puff! Ningqi swung his saber and chopped off Heishui Proud Dragon's arm. He smiled faintly and said, Say that again? Heishui Proud Dragon stared at his severed arm in disbelief. He could not believe that Ningqi would do this to him. Soon after, the fury in his heart was instantly ignited. He wanted to say something, but Blackwater Yunshur extended her hand to stop him. Then she said to Ningqi, I have indeed lost this competition. If you want to kill me, do as you please. However, this is only between you and me. It has nothing to do with my little brother. Sister, Haywater Ao Long felt extremely humiliated. He could not accept the fact that a member of the Dragon Clan was begging for mercy at the feet of a human. Just admit that you have lost. Ningqi smiled and left with Dongfang Haojia. Blackwater Yunshur was stunned. She did not expect Ningqi to let her off so easily. Sister, when we get back, we will ask father to kill this ant. Haywater Ao Long looked at Ningqi's back angrily and transmitted his voice to Blackwater Yunshur. Blackwater Yunshur glanced at him and said, I want to defeat him with my own hands. As soon as she finished speaking, she rose to her feet and soared into the sky. Heishui Ao Long quickly followed after her. With the two main characters gone, the crowd felt that there was nothing more to watch and left. Men. Yi Mingyu looked at Ningqi's back and said calmly. The constables of the Black Jail sect behind him immediately came forward and said, Sir, what are your orders? I don't care what you do, but you must invite that guy to the Black Jail sect. Yi Mingyu said calmly. Yes, Junior Brother Hua, let's leave quickly. Don't let that guy see us. The inner disciples of the Cloud Rising sect transmitted their voices to Hua Wushang. Hua Wushang nodded indifferently and left with them. If Ningqi saw him in the capital, he would probably be humiliated. Let's chase after them, Chu Feng said. Wait, I saw a few juniors from the family. Yuan Kongming smiled and looked towards the Wu imperial family's viewing platform. Oh, Dongfang, Yulua frowned. Should we go over and greet them? Dongfang Lingdong looked at Chu Xian and Yuan Shang hesitantly. He saw us. Yuan Shang's gaze met with Yuan Kongming's. He smiled bitterly, and the three flew over to the viewing platform. Brother Chu, Cousin Kongming, Cousin Yulua, the three bowed. What are you doing here? Yuan Kongming said calmly. Yuan Shang said in a low voice, "We happen to pass by here." Pass by here? Yuan Kongming frowned. At this moment, Chu Feng smiled at Chu Xian and said, "Sister Chu Xian, we're going to see that brat. If you don't have anything else to do, come with us. We can go back to the family later." See that brat? Chu Xian quickly realized that Chu Feng was referring to Ning Qi. The three were slightly startled, but they nodded and said, "Okay." "Seventh Prince, are you going?" Yuan Kongming looked at the seventh prince. The seventh prince smiled. "Of course, I also want to know the origin of such a divine weapon. If the dragon-slaying sword was a mid-grade heaven realm battle weapon, he would have to think about how to take it from the seventh prince." Then they rushed in the direction Ning Qi left. "Eunuch Yu, will Ning Qi be in danger?" The 18th prince frowned. "They won't dare to do anything in the imperial city. However, I don't know what they'll do once they're out. That brat hasn't shown his trump card yet. With the strength of that ancient puppet, the seventh prince, and the others won't be a match for it for now." "Oh." The 18th prince nodded. "They seem to be chasing after Ning Qi and Dongfang Haojie. Shall we follow them and watch?" Ji Kaishi said eagerly. Mu Jun and Mu Bai looked at each other and nodded. Then they also rushed toward Dongfang Yuluo's group. Apart from them, there were only the older generation Do Zuns present. For the sake of their reputation, they couldn't personally take action, so they ordered their subordinates to follow them and check. "Today, your saber will probably be targeted by a lot of people," Dongfang Haojie said solemnly on the way. "Whoever wants it will have to come and get it themselves." Ning Qi sneered. "They're already here." Dongfang Haojie paused and looked behind him. He saw Chu Feng and the others flying over and landing in front of Ning Qi and Dongfang Yuluo. Chapter 558. Chapter 558. A Threat It's You. Dongfang Haojie's expression turned cold when he saw Dongfang Yuluo. Then he glanced at the people behind Dongfang Yuluo. These people were not easy to deal with. Dongfang Yuluo and the other two were in the top 200 of the human list, and there were dozens of experts behind them. Although their rankings were not high, they were still a powerful force if they joined hands. After all, they were the representatives of various sects and clans. Dongfang Yuluo looked at Dongfang Haojie and opened her mouth, but no sound came out. Chu Feng smiled and asked Ning Qi, "Little brother, what's the name of your saber? Can you take it out and have a look?" "The saber is my life. How can I show it to others?" Ning Qi smiled. Hearing this, Chu Feng frowned slightly. Yuan Shang took the opportunity to say, "Ning Qi, don't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. Do you know who is standing in front of you? He's the pride of the Chu family, one of the top 200 of the human list. He's giving you face by asking to see your saber." Yuan Kongming's eyes flashed with a trace of dissatisfaction as he glanced at Yuan Shang. Yuan Shang immediately shut his mouth when he saw this. He had already achieved his goal anyway. "Yeah, it's not like you'll lose a hair if you take out the saber. Do you think we're going to steal your saber? You're really a country bumpkin. We all have noble statuses, and we can get any weapon we want. Dongfang Haojie, this guy is your friend, right? He defeated He Shui Yunshi with the cultivation of a peak emperor. His talent is not bad, but most of the credit is due to the saber in his hand. Ask him to take out the saber, and let us have a look. We'll be friends in the future." A young man shouted at Dongfang Haojie. Ning Qi glanced at his attributes and found that he was Duan Masheng, the pride of the Marquis of Divine Dragon Mansion. He was a 1-star grandmaster and was ranked over 2,000 on the ranking list of young masters. Ning Qi could easily kill such a guy with one strike. Chu Feng listened to the chatter of the crowd and smiled without saying a word. He looked at Ning Qi indifferently. He believed that at this moment, Ning Qi would definitely be pressured into taking out his knife. Ning Qi glanced at the crowd and said with a smile, "I can indeed show you the saber." "Haha, I knew this kid wouldn't be so arrogant. A gloating smile appeared in Ji Kaishi's eyes. Kai Weitao's eyes were filled with anticipation. He wanted to take a closer look at the treasured saber that was able to beat Blackwater Yunshi into such a sorry state. He wanted to see how amazing it was, but the smile on his face gradually disappeared. Eventually, he focused his gaze on Duan Muxing's face. Every time I unsheath my saber, it tastes blood. If any of you want to see it, come over here. Duan Muxing was the happiest, so Ning Qi decided to start with him. When everyone heard this, their faces turned cold. The meaning of Ning Qi's words was very clear. If they wanted to see his saber, they would have to fight with him. If it was yesterday, none of them would be afraid of a small Do Huang at the peak of the Do Huang class. However, after seeing Blackwater Yunshi being beaten so miserably and admitting defeat, none of them were willing to step forward and fight with Ning Qi to avoid embarrassing themselves. Therefore, everyone immediately looked at Dongfang Yulua, Chu Feng, and Yuan Kongming. Perhaps only the three of them had the confidence to subdue Ning Qi. At this moment, the seventh prince suddenly took a step forward. He looked at Ning Qi indifferently and said, "You're a disciple of the Cloud Rising sect, right? Do you know Elder Nu Tao?" Nu Tao. Ning Qi was slightly startled. He then nodded and said with a faint smile, "I know him." "That's good. Even if Elder Nu Tao is here, he would have to be respectful to me. Take out your saber and let us have a look. After this, I will write a letter to Nu Tao. I believe that your cultivation resources will greatly increase in the future." The seventh prince said indifferently, "Haha, are you crazy? Why don't you ask around? What's my relationship with Nu Tao?" Ning Qi could not help but mock. As soon as these words came out, the atmosphere instantly froze. Mu Bai and the others were somewhat shocked as they looked at Ning Qi. They did not expect that he would actually not give them any face. It should be known that the seventh prince was the son of the great emperor of the Nine region. Although his talent was ordinary, the power behind him was extremely terrifying. In front of him, even a Do Zun would have to treat him as an equal. Yuan Shang's eyes revealed a gloating expression. He looked at the seventh prince and then at Ning Qi. The seventh prince's face was filled with blood. He squinted his eyes and looked at Ning Qi. "Oh, what's your relationship with Nu Tao? Go and ask him yourself." Ning Qi smiled. "If there's nothing else, I will leave first." "Wait." Yuan Kongming flashed and appeared in front of Ning Qi. At this time, Dongfang Haojie took a step forward and said with a faint smile, "Don't push me too far. This is the capital of the Jiuzhou Empire, not the holy land of the 9 great clans." Yuan Kongming smiled. "Don't be nervous. I will not hurt him." After saying this, he looked at Ning Qi and said with a smile, "Little brother, how about this? Tell me who the blacksmith is, and I will give you 2,000 middle spiritual crystals in exchange for this information. What do you think?" 2,000 middle spiritual crystals. He was indeed the pride of the 9 great clans. His first move was so generous. Even Yuan Shang's eyes were filled with jealousy. His net worth was only slightly greater than this number. "Really?" Ning Qi's eyes slightly brightened. "Of course it's true." Yuan Kongming's eyes revealed a look of pleasant surprise. It was obvious that Ning Qi had taken the bait. As long as he knew who the blacksmith of the blade was, he could ask the elders of his clan to invite that blacksmith to forge a battle weapon for him. "Give me the spiritual crystals. I will only tell you." Ning Qi smiled. Yuan Kongming directly took out a small bag and handed it to Ning Qi. Ning Qi took a look and saw that there were indeed 2,000 middle spiritual crystals in the Qinkuan bag. Ning Qi's lips moved slightly. "Master Jin of the Divine Mystery Institution. Go and find him." Divine Mystery Institution? Yuan Kongming's face suddenly became a little ugly. Then he looked coldly at Ning Qi. "Return the spiritual crystals to me." Ning Qi sneered. "What?" As the pride of the Yuan clan of the 9 great clans, You dare to go back on your words? Everyone looked at Yuan Kongming strangely. They did not know what Ning Qi had said to him to make him react like this. How could Master Jean of the Divine Mystery Institution forge a weapon for you? Kid, the price of lying to me is not simple. You better think about it. Yuan Kongming transmitted his voice. Ning Qi replied, If you don't believe me, you can ask around about my relationship with Master Jean. All right, if you dare lie to me, no one can save you. Yuan Kongming snorted coldly and turned to leave. He left just like that? Yuan Kongming, who forged that weapon. Xu Feng frowned as he looked at Yuan Kongming's back and asked, Ask him yourself. Everyone looked at Ning Qi in unison. Chapter 559. A long-lost face. Only a few people could afford 2,000 medium spiritual crystals. In the end, only Dongfang Yulua and a few others could afford it. But when Ning Qi told them the news, their faces were as ugly as Yuan Kongming's. Tianji Institute's Master Jean, the Dou weapons refined by such an existence, were all low-grade, heaven rank and above. They also believed that they could occasionally refine middle-grade heaven rank and above Dou weapons, but they didn't believe that such an existence would refine weapons for Ning Qi. Ning Qi was just a disciple of the Cloud Rising sect. How could he get a weapon refined by Master Jean? If it weren't for the fact that this was the capital of the Nine States Empire, where everyone's actions were under the surveillance of those big shots, they would have directly captured Ning Qi and interrogated him. Seventh Prince, what about you? They've all bought it. Do you want it? Ning Qi said with a smile. The Seventh Prince snorted coldly, flicked his sleeves, and left. At this moment, he was already bearing a grudge against Ning Qi. Ning Qi looked at Chu Xian and the others. What about you? If you want it, it's only 2,000 medium spiritual crystals. You won't get another chance like this. Let's go. Yuan Shang said coldly. After the three of them left, Ning Qi looked at the others. Seeing Ning Qi looking at them, they quickly turned around and left. Ning Qi said in a low voice, They're all poor. Dongfang Haojie could see with the naked eye that their figures paused for a moment before leaving at an even faster speed. Let's go. Afraid that Ning Qi would look at them, Mu Bai quickly transmitted his voice to everyone. Although 2,000 medium spiritual crystals were a lot, and some experts on the ranking list of young masters couldn't afford it, it was normal that they didn't have it. But it was a bit shameful to be asked like this. Dongfang Haojie didn't expect Ning Qi to solve the matter like this. He transmitted his voice curiously. Isn't that saber passed down from ancient times? Who made it? Who did you ask them to find? Haha, I asked them to find Master Jean. Ning Qi transmitted his voice with a smile. I see. Dongfang Haojie finally knew why Yuan Kongming and the others had such a strange expression. Let's have a chat? Dongfang Yulua didn't leave and looked at Dongfang Haojie. There's nothing to talk about between us. Dongfang Haojie sneered and pulled Ning Qi away. Dongfang Yulua frowned and transmitted her voice. Do you still hold a grudge against me? Dongfang Haojie's figure slightly paused, but he did not reply. Sister, now there are only the two of them left. I'll go assassinate that guy. You go stop Dongfang Haojie. Zhou Luning and Wuma Fengling stood at a corner of the street. Their gazes followed the backs of Ning Qi and Dongfang Haojie. The passers-by acted as if they did not see the two of them. You block Dongfang Haojie. I will assassinate Ning Qi. Wuma Fengling said coldly. This, all right, Zhou Luning compromised. The two of them directly walked towards Ning Qi and Dongfang Haojie. However, Ning Qi and Dongfang Haojie did not notice them in the slightest. When they were only 3 zhang away from each other, Wuma Fengling and Zhou Luning attacked at the same time. 2 sword lights pierced towards Ning Qi and Dongfang Haojie. However, at this moment, the two of them suddenly stopped moving. What's going on? Wuma Fengling looked at the frost that was spreading crazily on her arm. Her eyes revealed an uncertain expression. "Sister, I can't move." Zhou Luning's situation was the same as Wuma Fengling's. At this moment, a white figure walked past them. She glanced at them with a smile and walked towards Ningqi. "Who is she? Why can she see us?" Wuma Fengling and Zhou Luning revealed a frightened expression. The other party's aura was definitely not that of a Dozun, but she could see through their invisibility technique. "Someone is approaching." Ningqi's eyes revealed a trace of vigilance. Dongfang Haojie also sensed that someone was approaching them. The two of them suddenly turned around, and Ningqi saw a face that he had not seen for a long time. You, Lady Xue, why are you here?" Ningqi looked at Xue Ling with some surprise. "Brother Ning knows this woman?" Dongfang Haojie's eyes carried a trace of seriousness as he looked at Xue Ling. Her body emitted a faint, ice-cold aura. This aura was even stronger than Dongfang Yuluo and the other two. From this, it could be concluded that this woman's strength should be within the top 200 of the man ranking list. Xue Ling looked at Ningqi and revealed a faint smile. "I haven't seen you for a long time, but your cultivation has already increased to such an extent. It is really surprising." Ningqi smiled embarrassedly when he heard this. He asked curiously, "Lady Xue, didn't you go home?" Xue Ling glanced at Dongfang Haojie, smiled and did not speak. Dongfang Haojie smiled when he saw this. "Since we are acquaintances, it is not good to stand on the street and chat. Come to my residence and have a seat." "All right." Ningqi nodded. After the three of them left, the frost on Wuma Fengling and Wuma Fengling's bodies gradually faded. "Sister, where did she come from? To be able to subdue us without batting an eyelid, this is too inconceivable," Zhou Luning said with some fear. "I also don't know." Wuma Fengling's expression was a little ugly. Her first assassination mission was filled with so many twists and turns. She could not help but feel a sense of defeat. After returning to Dongfang Haojie's residence, Xue Ling told Ningqi that she only wanted to take a walk in Dongxian to relax. Ningqi did not ask any more questions. However, he also noticed that Xue Ling's strength had greatly changed. Previously, she could not even defeat the demonic Dragon King, but now her aura seemed to be even more terrifying than Dongfang Haojie. Thinking of this, Ningqi could not help but glance at her arm and found that the ring given by the demonic Dragon King was still there. "Lady Xue, with your current strength, you can completely remove this thing, right?" Ningqi asked doubtfully. "If I remove it, how will the demonic Dragon King find me?" Xue Ling smiled faintly. "Oh, it turns out that you want to settle accounts with him. I support you. To tell you the truth, his lair has been destroyed by me and Brother Dongfang. His former subordinates are now my demonic pets, guarding the Qin Tang Empire." Ningqi smiled. Xue Ling's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Dongfang Haojie was a little confused. He still did not know Xue Ling's background. He could not help but ask, "Lady Xue, you don't seem to be on the ranking list of young masters." Xue Ling nodded. "Indeed. That's strange. With the Bai Shao clan's strength, how could they have missed you?" Dongfang Haojie was a little confused. "Brother Dongfang, Lady Xue is not someone from Dongxian," Ningqi said. "I see." Dongfang Haojie suddenly understood. After chatting for a while, Xue Ling's expression suddenly changed. She stood up and said, "I'm leaving." "What, leaving again?" Ningqi was stunned. He did not understand why Xue Ling was in such a hurry. "I guess I can't leave anymore," Xue Ling revealed a bitter smile. Chapter 560. Yuan Yidongfang Haojie and Ningqi immediately stood up with vigilance and looked at the person who had arrived. "Miss Xue, follow me back." Ningqi finally saw the person's appearance after he came closer. He looked to be in his 40s with bronze skin and white hair. His eyes swept over Ningqi and Dongfang Haojie indifferently before finally stopping on Xueling. "Who are you?" Dongfang Haojie asked with some fear. The other party's aura was so thick that it caused his heart to palpitate. At this moment, Tianju had also sensed that something was wrong and hurried over from the backyard. However, his face revealed a horrified expression when he saw the white-haired, middle-aged man. He stood on the spot and did not dare to move. The white-haired, middle-aged man glanced at Dongfang Haojie and ignored him. He continued to look at Xueling. "Yuan Yi, I did not expect you to chase me all the way here." Xueling coldly looked at the white-haired middle-aged man. A trace of hatred flashed across her eyes. Ningqi understood a little. The person who had arrived was likely Xueling's enemy. He realized that when he checked the other party's attributes, they were all question marks. This meant that the other party was likely not a Do Zun, but a Dosheng. Ningqi was a little shocked when he thought of this. "Miss Xue, the young master has said that as long as you turn back, he will still treat you the same." Yuan Yi faintly said. "Can't he let me off?" Xueling softly said. "Your snow dragon tribe should feel honored to be the young master's woman." Yuan Yi's voice turned cold. A frightening aura was immediately emitted from his body. This aura immediately alerted the guards in the mansion. The old eunuch led a large group of young eunuchs and flew over. Their faces revealed shock and anger when they saw Yuan Yi, this uninvited guest. How did this fellow appear here? "Master, do you want to—" The old eunuch looked at Dongfang Haojie and made a throat-slitting gesture. Dongfang Haojie shook his head slightly. Yuan Yi casually slapped the old eunuch when he saw his action. The old eunuch, who was over 100 feet away from him, seemed to have been struck by an enormous force. He flew backwards and landed heavily on the ground. He was instantly seriously injured. Dongfang Haojie was furious. He took a step forward and stared at Yuan Yi coldly. "Do you know where this place is? This is the capital of the 9 States Empire, and there is a Do Di standing guard here. You dare to attack and injure people in my residence? Are you not afraid of being suppressed by the Do Di?" "Do Di?" Yuan Yi's lips curled into a disdainful smile as he looked at Xueling and said, "Miss Xue, come with me. Otherwise, or else what?" Xueling's eyes narrowed. "Otherwise, I will kill all these people here. They saw your true appearance, so even death cannot wipe out their crimes. But if Miss Xue is willing to return with me, I can let them off for Miss Xue's sake." Yuan Yi smiled. "Brother Ning, quickly make this fiend leave." Venerable Heavenly Pig transmitted his voice to Ning Qi. "You know where he came from?" Ning Qi frowned. "I don't know where he came from, and I've never seen him before. But based on my strong senses as a beast, I'm afraid this guy is even stronger than the Purple Sun Sword Emperor." Ning Qi could hear the trembling in his voice. Stronger than the Purple Sun Sword Emperor? Could it be that this white-haired middle-aged man, who Xueling addressed as Yuan Yi, was also a Do Di? No wonder he revealed a disdainful smile. A Do Di could indeed enter and exit the capital as he pleased. Even if he killed everyone here, the royal family would not choose to offend a Do Di. Who did Miss Xue offend, and who is the young master he mentioned? Ning Qi's heart gradually sank. What a joke! Who are you? How dare you start a massacre in my capital? An angry cry was suddenly transmitted from the distance, after which Yi Mingyu led a group of constables from the Black Prison sect as they broke through the air and arrived. Yi Mingyu was a 1-star Do Zun, and the constables he brought were all Do Zongs. Even some of the geniuses on the man ranking were no match for these constables. Why is Yi Mingyu here? Dongfang Haojie and Ning Qi were slightly startled, after which Dongfang Haojie's face revealed a trace of joy. Yi Mingyu was the chief constable of the Black Prison sect, and the chief constable of the Black Prison sect was also a Do Di. If he appeared, perhaps the other party would be a little afraid. "Ning Qi, I have come to invite you to the Black Prison sect." I have evidence that you are related to the robbery at the Rain City Market. However, before this, I will not allow this fellow to do as he pleases in the capital." Yi Mingyu looked at Ning Qi and said indifferently, after which he looked at Yuan. "What robbery at the Rain City Market? Is this fellow here to frame me?" Ning Qi laughed coldly in his heart. "What is your name and where are you from? Come with us back to the Black Prison sect." Yi Mingyu's underling walked towards Yuan Yi and took out a metal chain to tie him up. Puff, puff, puff. In the end, these few Black Prison sect constables, who were equivalent to the Dozong class, were sent flying backwards in a situation where no one could clearly see what had happened. This time around, Yuan Yi had used a killing move. After they landed on the ground, their breathing was completely gone. They were already dead. Yi Mingyu's pupils suddenly shrank. He took a step forward and arrived in front of Yuan Yi. His palm was covered with black douqi as he covered Yuan Yi's head. Black Prison Palm. This fellow is really courting death. Tianju could not help but look at Yi Mingyu with a pitiful expression when he saw this scene. A mere one-star Do Zun dares to kill a constable of the Black Prison sect. Die! Yi Mingyu shouted angrily. His palm was about to hit Yuan Yi's head. Boom! Yuan Yi did not dodge. He allowed Yi Mingyu's attack to land on his head. However, in the next moment, Yi Mingyu was sent flying like a cannonball. He smashed through the wall of the courtyard and landed in the middle of the street. This scene caused all the passers-by to stop and look over in shock. Isn't that Yi Mingyu, the chief constable of the Black Prison sect? Why is he in such a sorry state? Who dares to provoke the Black Prison sect in the capital? Is he tired of living? The passers-by were extremely shocked. At this moment, no one was more shocked than Yi Mingyu. He had clearly sensed that the other party's aura was that of a one-star Dozun. However, the other party had not even used a single move. He had merely relied on his protective douqi to cause him to suffer a great backlash and be seriously injured. Puff! Yi Mingyu involuntarily spat out a mouthful of blood. His expression immediately became much more listless. There was a trace of fear in his expression as he looked at Yuan Yi. Could he be a Doshang? Chief Constable, are you all right? A few constables from the Black Prison sect, who had been standing on the spot, hurriedly ran to Yi Mingyu's side. Let's go. Yi Mingyu quickly made a decision. He did not care about the corpses of his subordinates that were still inside. He led the remaining subordinates and swiftly left the place. Yuan Yi looked at Xueling. Miss Xue, can we go now? All right, I will go with you. Xueling was silent for a moment before nodding. Yuan Yi revealed a smile on his face. Ning Qi, you take care of yourself. Xueling walked to Ning Qi's side. She removed the hoop that the Demon Dragon King had given her and handed it to Ning Qi. Keep it well. Ning Qi instinctively extended his hand to receive it. His expression suddenly changed slightly. Without batting an eyelid, he kept the hoop into his spatial bag. Chapter 561. Has he gone mad? We are just ordinary friends. Xueling's expression changed slightly as she replied indifferently. Ordinary friends. A cold glint flashed across Yuan Yi's eyes. Young master's woman is not to be sullied. Xueling's eyes revealed a trace of shock when she heard this. In the next moment, Yuan Yi slammed his palm towards Ning Qi. This palm was completely different from the one he had used on the old eunuch. The douqi between the heavens and the earth was completely absorbed and condensed in Yuan Yi's palm. Subsequently, a stream of white qi gushed out and transformed into a qi dragon with 2 pairs of wings, which bombarded Ning Qi's body. Ning Qi was caught off guard and was sent flying. His body crashed into the wall behind the guest hall and a few other rooms. The entire area was instantly turned into ruins, burying Ning Qi underneath. The huge commotion attracted the attention of some experts in the capital. They flew over one after another. Brother Ning. Tianju's eyes revealed an anxious expression. However, he realized that he had been locked onto by the other party's aura. He did not dare to move and could only pray that Ningqi was still alive. However, even a Dozong or Do-Zun might not be able to survive this attack, right? Dongfang Haojie did not make a sound. The next moment, his body turned into a ray of light and charged toward Yuan Yi. Yuan Yi was about to kill him when Xue Ling took a step forward and stood between them. Yuan Yi randomly extended his hand and flicked Dongfang Haojie's finger when he saw this. Dongfang Haojie seemed to have been hit by a huge force and was sent flying. Yuan Yi, that's enough. Xue Ling's voice was incomparably cold. A faintly discernible cold air was emitted from her body. A layer of solid ice formed on the ground and spread toward Yuan Yi. Soon, the surface of Yuan Yi's body was covered by solid ice. This was Xue Ling's innate ability. However, Yuan Yi's body trembled in the next moment and the layer of ice shattered into pieces. He said calmly, "No matter what relationship you had with that human in Dongshan, he's dead now. From now on, you can only have the young master in your heart." Who did Dongfang Haojie offend? Even his house is about to be destroyed. Who is that lady? It looks like her cultivation base is quite high. At the very least, she is stronger than you and me. A few Dozong stood in the air, looking at this scene in shock. At this time, a few more streaks of light pierced through the air. Divine Dragon Marquis, Sky Sword Marquis, Marquis Jinbei, King Mu. Could that be the Black Prison sect's highest ranked constable? The crowd looked at the silhouettes that appeared one after another, and their faces were filled with shock, especially the last middle-aged man. He was wearing the traditional uniform of the Black Jail sect, and behind him was the respectful Yi Mingyu. It was not difficult for the crowd to guess that this middle-aged man was the highest-ranked constable in the Black Jail sect, second only to the chief of detectives. That was a Do Shun class existence. Yuan Yi merely glanced at them with a tinge of impatience in his eyes. "Constable Yang, that's him." Yi Mingyu coldly pointed at Yuan Yi and said to Yang Ku. The Divine Dragon Marquis and the rest also sensed that Yuan Yi was extraordinary, so they did not act on their own. They all looked at Yang Ben. Other than King Mu, Yang Ben was the strongest person present. King Mu was only a Dozun, while Yang Ben was an old monster who had been famous for a long time and was on the sky list. Yang Ben's expression was somewhat serious as he looked at Yuan Yi. He said something that shocked everyone. "May I know why Senior is here?" Senior? Why would Constable Yang address him as Senior? Yi Mingyu's eyes revealed a trace of disbelief. King Mu and the rest came to their senses and looked at Yuan Yi in shock. If even an expert on the sky list addressed him as Senior, then he was most likely a Do-Di. Thinking of this, the Sky Sword Marquis figure moved and nearly lost his footing in the air. "Scram." "Yuan," he said indifferently. "Yes." Yang Ben's expression changed slightly as he decisively turned and left. Seeing this, everyone hurriedly followed, not daring to stay for a moment longer. However, they did not fly far and remained in the air, observing the situation. At the same time, Yang Ku ordered Yi Mingyu, "Go and invite the chief of detectives over." "Yes." Yi Mingyu turned and left with a shocked expression. Hearing this, he could already determine Yuan Yi's cultivation. There are a total of 4 Do-Di in this place. Although their cultivations are not high, it would ultimately be troublesome if they were to join hands. Yuan Yi looked at Xue Ling when he thought of this. He spoke somewhat impatiently. "Miss Xue, if you still do not leave, don't blame me for capturing you back. At that time, I am willing to accept punishment, even if the young master knows about it. You killed my brother. You cannot leave." Dongfang Haojie climbed up from the ground. There was a hole in his chest from which fresh blood flowed continuously. His eyes were bloodshot and incomparably red. "Master!" The old eunuch dragged his seriously injured body and ran to Dongfang Haojia's side, trying to stop him from sending himself to death. The old eunuch already knew that Yuan Yi's origin was probably very frightening. Yuan Yi looked coldly at Dongfang Haojia. "Aunt, I did not kill you just now because I was giving Miss Xue face. This time you are seeking death." An intense killing intent spread out from Yuan Yi's body and swept toward Dongfang Haojia after he finished speaking. A faint smile appeared on Dongfang Haojia's face. He knew that he was definitely going to die. Boom! Just as Yuan Yi was about to kill Dongfang Haojia, the place where Ning Qi was buried suddenly exploded. Bricks and tiles flew in all directions. Ning Qi walked out from inside with a dirty face and walked toward Yuan Yi. Yuan Yi was slightly startled. He did not die. Yuan Yi was well aware of the strength of his palm. It was enough to kill a one-star Dozun. The other party's cultivation was merely at the peak of the Do Huang class, right? This person reduced my health to only 100 points in one move. I nearly died. Fortunately, the earring that Elder Meng gave me increased my health by 200,000 points. Fortunately, my war god body broke through to the 3rd stage today. Otherwise, I would be a corpse by now, Ning Qi thought as he walked to Dongfang Haojia's side. "You're not dead." Dongfang Haojia's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Supremacy Tianju heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that. "Brother Dongfang, are you stupid? You want to fight him to the death? Don't you know that a wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him? Quickly move to the side." Ning Qi transmitted his voice to Dongfang Haojia. Xueling saw that Ning Qi did not seem to be injured at all. A strange light flashed in her eyes, and she said to Yuan Yi, "Yuan Yi, I will go with you. Don't hurt anyone else. Otherwise, I will self-destruct my dragon body. Your young master will not get anything." Yuan Yi had originally planned to kill Ning Qi when he saw that Ning Qi could withstand his attack. However, after hearing Xueling's words, he could only take a deep look at Ning Qi and nodded to Xueling, "Let's go." "Wait," Ning Qi said. Yuan Yi suddenly turned around and looked coldly at Ning Qi. "Although I am not your match now, it does not mean that I won't be in the future. What is your name? I will personally return this palm strike to you in the future. As for the young master you mentioned, tell him that Lady Xue does not like him. Don't pester her. She even sent you out to capture people. What a scandal." Ning Qi smiled faintly. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. They looked at Ning Qi as if they were looking at a madman. Chapter 562. Chapter 562. I enter an adorable old man Jinyuan. He looked at Ning Qi with murderous intent. If Xueling had not threatened him with her life, he would have turned Ning Qi into minced meat. A moment later, Yuan Yi's lips curled into a mocking smile. "With your talent, you're not even qualified to be my young master's servant. If you're looking for death, come find me in the North Xian land." He looked at Xueling. 3 breaths. "I will only give you 3 breaths. If you don't leave with me, this boy will die. Take care." Xueling transmitted her voice to Ning Qi. Without waiting for Ning Qi's reply, she left with Yuan Yi and disappeared from everyone's sight. Heaven's Sword Marquis and the rest looked at Ning Qi with gloating eyes. So that mysterious expert came for this girl. This girl's background is definitely extraordinary. North Xian. I'm afraid she is the descendant of a Dodi. With this boy's talent, how can he get close to her? It's a pity that the constables of the Black Jail sect died in vain. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Yang Ben. There was a clear change in Yang Ben's expression after Yuan Yi left. He heaved a sigh of relief and looked at Ning Qi with a gloomy expression. In a flash, he appeared above Ning Qi. Dongfang Haojia's expression changed slightly, and he cupped his hands together. "Greetings, Constable Yang. Where did they come from?" Yang Ben said indifferently, ignoring Dongfang Haojia. Ning Qi looked at Yang Ben and smiled. "Constable Yang, you heard it just now. They are from North Xian. As for their background, I really don't know. You don't know. Yang Ben's face showed a trace of anger. If the chief constable came later, wouldn't it be embarrassing if he couldn't even tell the other party's background? Feeling the faint murderous intent from Yang Ben, Ning Qi hesitated. Should he tell the other party that he was about to become Meng Qingling's disciple? At least it would give the other party some scruples. Just now, Yi Mingyu had publicly tried to frame him. This Constable Yang was probably not a good person. Constable Yang, this is a misunderstanding. I can prove for him that he doesn't know the other party's background. Dongfang Haojie stepped forward and said, Even you Rujin doesn't have the right to speak in front of me. Who do you think you are? Why do you keep interrupting this matter? Yang Ben glared at him, and Dongfang Haojie felt a heavy blow on his chest. The wound that had already stopped bleeding started to bleed again. The old eunuch was startled and hurriedly sent a sound transmission to Dongfang Haojie. Master, my master, let's not interfere in this matter. Constable Yang, that guy just killed a few constables of your black jail sect. You didn't say anything, and now you are venting your anger on us. Is this the style of your black jail sect? Ning Qi sneered. His voice, under the agitation of his dou qi, instantly spread several miles. Kid, Constable Yang is not someone you can guess. Yi Mingyu and the others flew to Yang Ben's side. When they saw Ning Qi being so disrespectful to Yang Ben, they immediately berated him. Only Lord Mu of the Mu family looked at Ning Qi thoughtfully. When Ning Qi met his gaze, Lord Mu even revealed a friendly smile. Not far away. Sister, that guy is currently in trouble. Even if we don't do anything, he probably won't be able to walk out of the capital alive. Why don't we take on some other missions, so that we won't be ridiculed by our fellow disciples in Fire Phoenix City? Zhou Luning sent a sound transmission to Wuma Fengling. Wuma Fengling looked coldly at Ning Qi. No, I want to kill him with my own hands. This is my first mission, I can't fail. Seeing Wuma Fengling set her sights on Ning Qi, Zhou Luning could only smile helplessly. This guy might look more mature than her, but he was actually very childish. Ning Qi fearlessly swept his gaze across Sky, Sword Marquis, and the others, and sneered. Am I wrong? Didn't you see it with your own eyes just now? Constable Yang, this kid is related to the robbery in Rain City Market. I will arrest him and bring him to justice, and interrogate him properly. Yi Mingyu did not plan to let Ning Qi continue, and directly asked Yang Ben for instructions. Yang Ben lightly nodded. Yi Mingyu sneered and was about to attack Ning Qi. Wait. A stream of light pierced through the air. Yu Rujin stood in front of Ning Qi and Dongfang Haojie with a smile. She looked at Yang Ben and said, Constable Yang, there is some misunderstanding in this matter. Let's talk in private. Eunuch Yu is here too. Unfortunately, he is not important enough. Besides, the Black Jail sect does not have a good relationship with the eunuchs. I'm afraid he can't protect that guy. Yes. The passers-by revealed a smile. They were just here to watch a show. The more exciting it was, the better. You Rujin, you old eunuch. What right do you have to talk to me? Yang Ben sneered, not giving Yu Rujin any face. Sure enough, everyone thought to themselves. They all looked at Yu Rujin to see how he would react. Yu Rujin's expression did not change. She still smiled and said, Constable Yang, the capital is governed by the law. If the Black Jail sect can produce evidence, I will let you take this kid away today. If you don't have evidence, then I'm sorry, but you can't take him away. Then I will take you as well, Yang Ben said lightly. Then he gently raised his hand and pressed down on Yu Rujin. Yu Rujin's face instantly turned red. With a bang, he knelt on the ground and smashed through the flagstones on the ground. Gravel splashed everywhere. How dare he humiliate me in public? Yu Rujin looked shocked and angry. She never thought that Yang Ben would be so bold. After all, he was a close eunuch of the Emperor of Juzhou. Eunuch! Dongfang Haojie showed a trace of anger on his face and shouted at Yang Ben. Yang Ben, You have no respect for the law. I will personally go to the emperor to complain about you. Doesn't your eunuch like to complain? But as far as I know, Dongfang Haojie, you are no longer a third-rank eunuch. I'm afraid you are not even qualified to see the emperor. Yang Ben sneered. Then he said to Yi Mingyu, What are you waiting for? Do it. Yes. Yi Mingyu looked at Yu Rujin and Dongfang Haojie with satisfaction, and then flew toward Ningqi. It's so lively here. What's going on? A faint voice came from afar. Everyone looked over. After seeing the face of the newcomer, there was a trace of surprise in their eyes. Manjalo? Yang Ben frowned and said, This matter has nothing to do with you. You'd better go back to the Tianji Institute. Manjalo ignored him, turned around and shouted, Master, I found the boy. He is here. Master? Everyone showed a trace of surprise on their faces. Master Jean appeared in front of everyone, fuming with rage. He scolded Ningqi, Brat, how dare you spout such nonsense outside? Since when was that saber in your hand refined by me? Behind Master Jean, Chu Feng and the others followed, and they looked at Ningqi with a grim smile. Chapter 563. Chapter 563. Overbearing Court Master Jean. Yang Ben's eyes were filled with fear. He withdrew Yu Rujin's aura and cupped his hands at the old man. Court Master Jean, this man is a criminal of our Black Jail sect. Did he spread rumors about you? That's great. I was planning to bring him to the Black Jail sect for interrogation. Ningqi, you're dead. How dare you tell such a big lie? Yuan Shan looked at Ningqi with a gloating expression. Dongfang Lingdong and Chu Xian also had a faint smile on their faces. Ningqi lied to them that the saber was made by Court Master Jean. Now that the court master was here, Ningqi's fate would not be any better. Something seems to have happened here. Even the Black Jail sect's supreme constable is here? Yuan Kongming, Chu Feng, and Dongfang Yulua glanced at each other with grave expressions, especially Dongfang Yulua. When she noticed that Dongfang Haojie was injured, a trace of worry flashed through her eyes. Good Lord, this is going to be a good show. Ha ha ha. Ji Kaishi and the others also revealed gloating smiles. However, when Mubai saw that King Mu was also here, he shrunk his head, as if he was afraid of being seen by King Mu. However, it was useless. King Mu had already seen him. Mubai could only let out a hollow laugh, and obediently stood behind King Mu with Mu Junior. The old man ignored Yang Ben and landed in front of Ningqi. He scolded, Kid, give me an explanation, or you'll be beaten when we get back. Ningqi smiled fawningly. Senior Jean, it's like this. My saber is an ancestral saber, but those people... Ningqi pointed at Yuan Kongming and the others. Those people coveted my ancestral saber. If I wasn't smart, I would have been robbed by them. Oh, is that so? The old man frowned and looked coldly at Yuan Kongming and the others. Chu Feng felt that the old man's gaze was not right. His heart skipped a beat. Did Court Master Jean know that guy? Yang Ben was also surprised. At this time, Yi Mingyu transmitted a message to him. Constable Yang, this guy seems to be related to Court Master Jean. Why didn't you say so earlier? Yang Ben transmitted a message coldly. A trace of fear appeared on Yi Mingyu's face. I saw that this child had an ancient puppet, and Master Jean was overjoyed when he saw it. I thought that was all there was to their relationship. I didn't expect that Master Jean would personally come today. As the head constable of the Black Jail sect, he had already realized that Elder Jean had come with an ulterior motive. He was probably planning to protect Ningqi. Senior Jean, we are only curious about the origin of his saber. We have no other intentions. Yuan Kongming cupped his hands and forced a smile. Oh, old man Jean nodded. Master Jean, he is a suspect of our Black Prison sect if... Yang Ben hesitated for a moment before speaking. He wanted to test the relationship between Ningqi and old man Jean. If it wasn't what he imagined, then he would definitely capture Ning Chi. No one had ever dared to not give him face in front of so many people. Ning Chi had just said those words. If he didn't teach them a lesson, how would they look at the black prison sect in the future? What suspect? Get lost. Old Man Jean shouted. Yes. Yang Ben turned around and left. Seeing this, Yi Mingyu hurriedly followed behind. Sky Sword Marquis and the rest were dumbfounded. They stood rooted to the ground, not knowing what to do. Old Man Jean didn't let them leave, so they didn't dare to leave. Dongfang Haojie and Yu Rujin revealed a smile of relief. Looking at Yang Ben's back, the corners of their lips curled into a mocking smile. Seeing this scene, the passers-by suddenly felt pity for Yang Ben. As the top constable of the Black Prison Sect, a battle sage, he was scolded twice in a day, and both times he was told to get lost. He had lost all his face. Seeing this scene, Chu Feng and the other prodigies involuntarily swallowed a mouthful of saliva. A few of them started to tremble. They couldn't believe that Ning Chi really had a relationship with Master Jean. What are you waiting for? Get lost. Master Jean scanned the crowd. Yes. After the Sky Sword Marquis and the rest received their orders, they turned and ran. With their status and cultivation, they were no different from ants in front of Old Man Jean. Many of them rejoiced inwardly that they did not attack Ning Chi, otherwise they would have suffered the same fate as Yang Ben, losing all face. Let's go too. Yuan Kongming hesitated for a while and glanced at Chu Feng and Dongfang Yulua. His words implied that he wanted to ask the 2,000 middle spiritual crystals from Ning Chi. However, at this moment, Old Man Jean intentionally glared at them. Seeing this, Chu Feng directly flew away. Not long later, except for Dongfang Yulua, everyone else left. After everyone left, Manjula couldn't help but give Old Man Jean a thumbs up. Master, you are so domineering. These guys didn't even dare to make a sound. Old Man Jean smiled proudly. At this time, Dongfang Haojie and Yu Rujin came forward together and bowed. Old Man Jean nodded to the two of them. After glancing at Dongfang Haojie's injuries, he casually stretched out his hand, and Dongfang Haojie's injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ning Chi's eyes revealed a trace of shock. This was the first time he saw Old Man Jin's skills up close. He didn't expect that even Yuan Yi's injuries could be healed so easily. Boy, there is some progress in the research of the dragon-slaying bullet. Do you want to come with me to take a look? Take out your bronze puppet and let me study it. Old Man Jean smiled at Ning Chi. Dongfang Haojie's eyes revealed a trace of doubt. Why was Master Jin's attitude towards Ning Chi so strange? What was the dragon-slaying bullet? Yu Rujin's eyes were thoughtful at first. Then she looked at Ning Chi in shock. Could this boy be a refining genius? Yes, that's right. This was the only way to explain why Dean Jean, who had an incomparably eccentric personality, would treat Ning Chi with special respect. Thinking of this, the way Yu Rujin looked at Ning Chi changed a little. Dongfang Yulua reacted very quickly. She also guessed from Old Man Jin's words, and her face revealed a shocked expression. Senior, take this puppet and study it first. I still have something to do in the capital these few days. Just return it to me when I leave. Ning Chi took out the ancient bronze puppet without hesitation. Seeing it suddenly appear, Dongfang Yulua's eyes were filled with shock. As for Venerable Celestial Pig, he ran forward excitedly and sized up this big guy that even Purple Sun Sword Emperor couldn't destroy with one blow. Haha, that's great. Without saying a word, Old Man Jean carried the bronze puppet and flew in the direction of the Heavenly Fortune Institute. This scene immediately shocked the passers-by nearby. Little brother Ning, I'll go and take a look. Remember to inform me when you leave this time. I still need to ask you about physics. Chapter 564. The eunuch's savior. After Old Jean and Manjula left, the place became quiet again. The young eunuchs, went to find tools to repair the broken wall. Dongfang Haojie looked at Dongfang Yulua. "What are you doing here?" Dongfang Yulua hesitated and said, "The holy land of our family is going to open the Nine Suns Tower. Are you going?" Nine Suns Tower? Ning Qi was curious, but Yu Ruijin said he's going. "Okay, I'm leaving." Dongfang Yulua left without waiting for Dongfang Haojie's reply. Dongfang Haojie looked at Yu Ruijin and smiled bitterly. "Eunuch Yu, why did you agree for me? I don't want to step into the Dongfang family now. The Nine Suns Tower is the holy land of your Dongfang family. It's said that it's connected to the Dry Bones Forbidden Area. It's good for you. Since you're no longer a third-rank eunuch, you're qualified to go in." Yu Ruijin said, "Brother Dongfang, eunuch Yu won't hurt you. I'm just curious. What's your relationship with Dongfang Yulua?" Ning Qi asked curiously. Dongfang Haojie rolled his eyes at Ning Qi. "It's none of your business." Then he turned around and left. "If you don't want to say it, then don't. Why are you staring at me?" Ning Qi muttered. Yu Ruijin looked at Dongfang Haojie's back and smiled. Then she looked at Ning Qi. "Little brother Ning, you're really good at hiding. I didn't expect Mistress Jean to value you so much. My previous worries were in vain." Ning Qi's face became serious. He respectfully bowed to Yu Ruijin and said, "Eunuch Yu, I saw how you protected me just now. Please accept this elixir, Eunuch Yu." Then Ning Qi spent 10,000 Dragon Slayer coins to buy a body-shaping elixir and gave it to Yu Ruijin. Yu Ruijin was relieved, but when he saw the elixir, he was surprised. The elixir gave him a strange feeling. As one of the eunuchs of the Jojo Empire, he had seen all kinds of elixirs, but he had never seen the elixir in Ning Qi's hand. "What elixir is this?" Yu Ruijin took it and asked curiously. Ning Qi smiled and said, "Low-grade, profound, rank body, sculpting pill." "Oh, it's a body sculpting pill." Yu Ruijin nodded calmly. 3 breaths later, his expression froze. His face became redder and redder, and he looked at Ning Qi in shock. "You, what did you just say it was?" "Mystic class low-grade body shaping pill." Ning Qi repeated. "Supremacy," Tianju reminded. "That is an ancient elixir that has been lost for generations." I know it's a lost ancient elixir, but this is the body sculpting elixir." Yu Ruijin looked at the elixir in his hand with tears in his eyes. His hands were trembling. Suddenly, he realized something and looked at Ning Qi. "Little Dongfang also took this elixir?" "Yes." Ning Qi smiled and nodded. No wonder he wants to resign from his position as a third-rank embroidered eunuch. He is no longer a eunuch. Yu Ruijin laughed and cried at the same time. Supremacy Tianju could not help but twitch his mouth. Was this old man crazy? As a demon beast, Venerable Celestial Pig did not realize how helpful the body sculpting elixir was to Yu Ruijin, so he did not understand why Yu Ruijin would be so excited and lose his composure after seeing a mere body sculpting elixir. This was not an elixir that could increase one's cultivation. Was it necessary? It was not even as good as a whole roast cow. Supremacy Tianju cursed in his heart. Little Brother Ning, no, Brother Ning. I, Yu Ruijin, entered the palace at the age of 3 and have been in the palace for more than 300 years. My family has long been destroyed, and there are no descendants left. I thought that the bloodline of the Yu family could only be passed down to my generation. I did not expect that I would have a chance to turn over a new leaf. Please accept my bow." Yu Ruijin bowed to Ning Qi solemnly. The young eunuchs and some passers-by saw what was happening through the hole in the wall, and were shocked. They had only seen Ning Qi give Yu Ruijin a medicinal pill. Why did he make Yu Ruijin bow to him? Was it because of Headmaster Jean? "Eunuch Yu, you are Brother Dongfang's elder, and also my elder. You can't do this." Ning Qi stepped forward to help Yu Ruijin up. All right. Yu Ruijin was touched by the way he addressed Ning Qi. The way he looked at Ning Qi gradually softened. It was the same way he looked at Dongfang Haojie. It was the way he looked at his own nephew. Then I'll go back first. Yu Rujin could not wait to try the effects of this mystic lower-grade body sculpting pill. Take care, eunuch Yu. Ning Qi walked Yu Rujin to the door. I've become the eunuch's savior. Ning Qi laughed self-deprecatingly. Supremacy, Tianju finally reacted. Brother Ning, I know why he's so excited. You're too slow. All right, I have to go out. Stay here for a while. Many people saw you just now. It's inevitable that someone will recognize you. Ning Qi said. What are you going to do? Supremacy Tianju was confused. I have to do what I have to do. Otherwise, how can I go to the Black North Land in the future? A cold glint flashed in Ning Qi's eyes. Supremacy Tianju only reacted when Ning Qi disappeared from his sight. Brother Ning, are you really going to cause trouble for that guy? No, I must persuade him. He's courting death. Divine Dragon Marquis Residence. At the main entrance. Ning Qi looked at the red door with a cold glint in his eyes. The guard at the door looked at Ning Qi with a solemn expression. Someone had already gone to inform the elder. Duan Jiwen, ranked 99th on the Dragon leaderboard. After cultivating for several years, he shocked the world with a single move. His ranking went from 200 to 100. That was the introduction of him in this issue of the Dragon leaderboard. 99, I'll start with you. Ning Qi walked toward the main entrance of the Divine Dragon Marquis residence when he recalled Duan Mushing heckling him like a monkey. Stop! Ning Qi, this is the Divine Dragon Marquis residence. It's not a place for you to behave atrociously. The guard stepped forward and berated Ning Qi. There was a hint of fear in their eyes that could not be concealed. These people had seen the ancient puppet when Dongfang Haojie and Wu Lingfeng were fighting with Duan Minglong and the others. That was why they were afraid of Ning Qi. Behave atrociously? I'm here to challenge Duan Jiwen of your Divine Dragon Marquis residence. Ning Qi smiled faintly. At that moment, the door opened. Duan Shoujuan walked out with a large group of Duan family elders and disciples. When they heard Ning Qi's words, their eyes were filled with shock. You want to challenge Duan Jiwen? Chapter 565. Chapter 565 of HSRY Challenge at the door. Yes, I want to challenge Duan Jiwen. Ning Qi looked at Duan Shoujuan and smiled faintly. What a joke. What qualifications do you, a mere outer sect disciple of the Cloud Rising sect, have to challenge the true pride of my Divine Dragon Marquis Palace? Duan Shoujuan sneered with a hint of mockery in his eyes. If he knew that the person competing with Blackwater Yunshi this time was Ning Qi, perhaps he wouldn't be so fearless. Although Duan Shoujuan had experienced Ning Qi's power before, in his eyes it was only powerful. Compared to the #1 genius of the Divine Dragon Marquis Palace, he was completely unqualified. Elder, you know this guy? Doesn't he know that nephew Duan Jiwen's talent and strength are comparable to the ordinary prodigies of the 9 super clans? Take this child down. He dares to cause trouble in my Divine Dragon Manor. He really doesn't know how to live. The people behind Duan Shoujuan spoke one after another, looking at Ning Qi with eyes full of ridicule. The news of these fellows is really outdated. I really didn't see many people from the Divine Dragon Marquis Palace in the fighting arena this time. Ning Qi thought to himself. What happened? A young man walked over. When Duan Shoujuan and the others saw the young man, they hurriedly went forward with a smile and said, Mu Sheng, didn't you go to the martial arena? Was it over? Did Blackwater Yunshi win? Duan Mushing was already on the man leaderboard at the age of 38. Although his ranking was very low, he still had quite a high position in the Divine Dragon Marquis mansion. At the very least, he was not inferior to Duan Shoujuan and the others. In a few decades, it would be easy for them to surpass Duan Shoujuan and the others, which was why Duan Shoujuan and the others were so flattering. It's not black water. Duan Mushing was halfway through a sentence when he suddenly froze. He stared at Ning Chi with a dumbfounded expression. Why are you here? Ning Chi smiled and said, You came just in time. Tell them that I want to challenge Duan Jiwen. If they don't let me, I'll challenge you first. Is this kid crazy? Challenge Duan Mushing? A dozong on the mortal ranking? Duan Shoujuin and the others looked at Ning Chi strangely. When they looked at Duan Mushing, their hearts trembled slightly because Duan Mushing's expression was even more strange than theirs. His expression was alternating between green and white. Mu Sheng, you know him? Duan Shoujuin frowned. Duan Mushing ignored Duan Shoujuin. Instead, he looked at Ning Chi seriously and said, You want to challenge Duan Jiwen? Ning Chi smiled but said nothing. A hint of hesitation appeared in Duan Mushing's eyes. Then he nodded and said, All right, I'll call him out for you. No need, I'll go in. Ning Chi smiled. Mu Sheng, what's going on? Duan Shoujuin's heart was pounding. He did not know what was going on. How did Duan Mushing know Ning Chi? Moreover, it seemed like he was afraid of Ning Chi. Elder, if he wants to challenge Jiwen, then let him challenge him. Otherwise, what if he challenges me? Even Blackwater Yunshur is not his opponent, let alone me. Furthermore, his background is so terrifying. Duan Mushing thought to himself. Since Duan Mushing had agreed to it, Duan Shoujuin and the others had no choice but to reluctantly bring Ning Chi into the marquee estate of the Divine Dragon. Their hearts were filled with questions. Duan Baoshan, come here quickly. There's going to be a good show. I heard someone came to challenge Duan Jiwen. That guy has just come out of closed-door cultivation, and he's not going to show you any respect. You should know that back then, you were the #1 prodigy in the Marquis estate, the famous young Master Xiaoyao. Huh. Someone is challenging Duan Jiwen? That's great. Let's go and take a look. Duan Baoshan walked out of the stone chamber where he was in closed-door cultivation. He walked toward the gladiatorial arena with another young man who looked about the same age as him. Duan Baoshan had just returned to the Marquis estate from the Cloud Rising sect when he discovered that his position as the #1 prodigy in the Marquis estate had been taken away by the brat who used to follow him around and call him Brother Baoshan. That was not all. However, when the brat saw him, it was as though he was a stranger. Duan Baoshan found it hard to accept this. That was why he entered the stone chamber to cultivate in closed-door cultivation. If he did not hear that someone was challenging Duan Jiwen, he would not have come out. On the other side, cousin Minglong, Duan Juntian and his brothers walked to Duan Minglong's courtyard. When they saw Duan Minglong sitting in the stone pavilion in a daze, they could not help but curse in their hearts. Ever since Duan Minglong was defeated by Ning Chi and discovered that Ning Chi was much stronger than him, his temperament had undergone a drastic change. It was not until some time ago that Duan Jiwen, who was the same age as Duan Minglong, came out of closed-door cultivation. His cultivation base had reached the peak of the second stage of the life and death stage. After that, he continuously challenged the top 200 people on the dragon leaderboard and won every battle beautifully. When Duan Minglong saw this, he suddenly became quiet. What's the matter? Duan Minglong asked calmly as he looked at Duan Juntian and his brothers. Duan Juntian smiled and stepped forward. Someone wants to challenge Duan Jiwen. Almost everyone in the clan is going there. Cousin Minglong, do you want to go and take a look with us? Someone wants to challenge Duan Jiwen? Duan Minglong immediately stood up. Let's go. At the Heaven's Pride Academy in the Divine Dragon Marquis estate. This was the courtyard that the Divine Dragon Marquis had specially given to Duan Jiwen after it came out of closed-door cultivation. Before that, it was Duan Baoshan's residence. My cultivation base has increased again. In another 6 months, I'll be able to challenge the top 90 people on the dragon leaderboard. At that time, everyone will be shocked by me. The position of the next Divine Dragon Marquis will belong to me. A young man who seemed to be only 18 or 19 years old was meditating in the middle of the courtyard. Suddenly, a wisp of white dough chi came out of his nose. The young man had a joyful expression on his face. "Cousin Jiwen, bad news!" A young man suddenly rushed into the courtyard. Duan Jiwen had a displeased expression on his face when he saw this. "Why are you in such a hurry? Don't you know that you should inform me before entering the Heaven's Pride Academy?" The young man cursed in his heart, but he put on a fawning smile. "Cousin Jiwen, it's my fault. I won't do it again." What's the matter?" Duan Jiwen nodded. He was quite satisfied with the young man's attitude. The young man said in a low voice, "Someone wants to challenge you." "Challenge me?" The corner of Duan Jiwen's mouth revealed a trace of ridicule. "Ever since I entered the top 100 of the Dragon Leaderboard, the people who challenged me could line up from here to the Imperial City. What's there to make a fuss about? No, this person is different. I saw him walking with Elder Duan Shoujuin and Big Brother Duan Mushing." "Duan Mushing?" Duan Jiwen's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. If there were two people in the Divine Dragon Marquis's mansion that he was most afraid of, the first was the Divine Dragon Marquis, and the second was Duan Mushing. After all, Duan Mushing was in existence on the human leaderboard. He was a strong competitor for the position of Divine Dragon Marquis. Is he going to attack me? Chapter 566. Chapter 566 of WRM Busy. Divine Dragon Marquis Palace. In the arena, hearing that someone wanted to challenge Duan Jiwen. Almost half of the people from the Divine Dragon Manor were present, including Duan Ingjuin's father and Duan Shoujuin's big brother, Duan Shoheng. However, when he saw Duan Shoujuin, his eyes revealed a look of disgust. It was obvious that Duan Shoheng and his son, Duan Ingwei, had worked together to frame Duan Ingjun, causing Duan Shoheng to hate him to this day. It's that kid. Seeing Ning Qi follow him in, Duan Shoheng's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. Why was he here? Lang Mei, he seems to be the outer sect, disciple of the Cloud Rising sect that you know. When the women saw Ning Qi, they exclaimed to Duan Lingmei, who was beside them. Duan Lingmei was slightly startled. Then he nodded and said, "It is indeed him." What is he doing here? A trace of doubt arose in everyone's heart. Brother Mu Sheng is here too. When the younger generation of the Marquis of the Divine Dragon's Mansion saw Duan Mushing suddenly appear behind Ning Qi, their eyes lit up. Although Duan Mushing was much older than them, according to seniority, he was also part of the younger generation. "Bao Shan, walk faster. What if the battle starts?" Under the urging of a young man, Duan Baoshan entered the arena with him. Seeing that the battle hadn't started yet, Duan Baoshan said impatiently, "What are you rushing for? It hasn't started yet." After saying that, he casually glanced around. Suddenly, his expression froze. After that, he rushed towards Ning Qi in ecstasy. Seeing this, the young man jumped in fright, not knowing what was wrong with Duan Baoshan. "Brother Ning, why are you here?" Duan Baoshan looked at Ning Qi in surprise. Duan Mushing and Duan Shoheng glanced at Duan Baoshan. They were slightly shocked. "He knows Ning Qi? I came here for some business today." Ning Qi laughed. "Something happened? What is it? Don't tell me." Duan Baoshan's face revealed a look of shock. "The person who challenged Duan Jiwen is you, Brother Ning?" "Yes, it's me." Ning Qi smiled faintly. "Haha, Duan Jiwen is going to suffer this time." Duan Baoshan had a gloating smile on his face. He saw that Duan Baoshan and Ning Qi seemed to be very familiar with each other. Duan Lingmei and the rest could not help but reveal looks of surprise in their eyes. They felt very strange in their hearts. How did Ning Qi know Duan Baoshan, who had been missing for many years before returning to the Marquis's mansion? At this moment, Duan Minglong walked in with Duan Juntian and the others. "Duan Minglong is here too. He's been a little down lately. I don't know if he's back to normal." It's not that simple. Before Duan Jiwen broke through, Duan Minglong's talent was on par with the other three, and he had the chance to fight for the title of the #1 genius. Unfortunately, Duan Jiwen had only been in seclusion for a few years, and his cultivation had already skyrocketed to the second life and death stage. I'm afraid Duan Minglong will never be able to catch up to him in this lifetime. But so what? Even if Duan Jiwen's talent is heaven-defying, there's still Duan Mushing above him. I'm afraid that fellow has already been appointed as the successor of the clan leader. Not necessarily. If cousin Duan Jiwen didn't exist, you could say that. However, with the master's cultivation base, he'll be able to live for at least a few hundred years. By then, Duan Jiwen might be able to catch up to Duan Mushing. That's why I'm afraid it'll be a fierce battle between giants in the future. Indeed, whether it was the younger generation of the Marquis Estate's disciples or the divine Dragon Marquis Estate's elders, all of them were discussing among themselves through voice transmission. It's him. Duan Minglong, Duan Juntian, and the others were shocked when they saw Ning Qi. Duan Minglong took a good look at Ning Qi before he looked at Duan Mushing. His heart was filled with doubts. Then he brought Duan Juntian and the others to sit beside Duan Lingmei and the group of ladies. Cousin Jiwen is here. It's him. I haven't seen him for a few days, and his cultivation base seems to have increased again. What kind of opportunity did he obtain? When the crowd saw Duan Jiwen walking in with a young man, their eyes were filled with admiration, contemplation, jealousy, and envy. Who wants to challenge me? Duan Jiwen asked calmly. His eyes were already on Duan Mushing, Duan Baoshan, and finally Ning Qi's face. A peak Do Huang? The corner of Duan Jiwen's mouth curled up in disdain. Let alone a peak Do Huang, he was confident he could fight an ordinary 3rd stage or 4th stage Do Huang. Otherwise, he would not be ranked 99th on the Dragon leaderboard. Cousin Jiwen is so handsome. Look at the way he's standing. Look at his expression. Whoever becomes his woman in the future will be so happy. When the ladies around Duan Lingmei saw Duan Jiwen, they immediately became infatuated with him. Their eyes turned red, and they could not wait to rush up to Duan Jiwen. Duan Lingmei could not help but smile wryly. These guys are only interested in Duan Jiwen's high cultivation base, talent, and most importantly, being ranked 99th on the Dragon leaderboard. Cousin Minglong isn't bad either. If he works hard, he'll be able to enter the top 200 from the top 300 on the Dragon leaderboard. Duan Juandi said to Duan Juntian and Duan Junhong through voice transmission. Both of them ignored him. Duan Juntian glanced at Duan Lingmei from the corner of his eye. He could not help but feel resentful when he saw that she did not notice him at all. His eyes were filled with killing intent when he looked at Ning Qi. If it was not for this guy, Lingmei would have been his woman. Not only did Ning Qi snatch his ice dragon's inheritance, but he also suppressed him again and again. How hateful! Naturally, Ning Qi did not know that Duan Juntian hated him to the core. Even if he knew, he would not care. At this moment, Ning Qi looked at Duan Jiwen with a faint smile. You're Duan Jiwen. Boy, mind your manners. You can't call Cousin Jiwen's full name. The young man beside Duan Jiwen called out before Duan Jiwen could speak. Duaning Shuai? Ning Qi glanced at his attributes and had a strange expression on his face. What's your relationship with Duan Yingwei and Duan Yingjun? What's this unfilial son doing? Duan Shohing's expression turned extremely grave when he saw Duan Yingshuai. Duan Yingwei is my big brother. Who the hell is Duan Yingjun? I don't know who he is. Duan Yingshuai sneered. This family is ugly, but their names are not inferior. Ning Qi could not help but criticize in his heart. However, if Duan Yingjun was a little more popular, he would really be worthy of his name. Oh, then this has nothing to do with you. I'm only talking to Duan Jiwen. Stand aside. Ning Qi smiled at Duan Yingshuai. Duan Yingshuai was anxious. He wanted to argue with Ning Qi again, but Duan Jiwen glanced at him indifferently. Duan Yingshui immediately shut his mouth when he saw this. So you want to challenge me? Duan Jiwen looked at Ning Qi mockingly. Cut the crap. I'm busy. Come on. Ning Qi walked to the center of the arena and extended his palm toward Duan Jiwen. When everyone was wondering what he wanted to do, Ning Qi hooked his finger provocatively. Ridiculous. Duan Jiwen laughed coldly in his heart. He didn't understand where Ning Qi's confidence came from. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Duan Jiwen smiled slightly. His figure flashed, and he appeared in front of Ning Qi, intending to use his strongest move to suppress Ning Qi. A golden god of war seemed to condense behind Duan Jiwen. Ning Qi looked at him indifferently. In the next moment, he waved his blade. Pooh! Duan Jiwen was sent flying with a look of disbelief.